Alrighty. Let me make sure all of this is in there. Alright, Twitch, you can popping up properly. There we go. Okay, Twitch is looking good. OBS is looking good. Audio's going through just fine. Desktop audio is looking... Yes, okay. Looking good, looking good. Very nice. Alright, let's dive back into the Koronus Expanse. I do not even remember where we were. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Ah, yes, we had just landed. I don't remember where we landed. I honestly don't. I don't even remember what planet we're on. It just says map. Whoa. Marzai?
My patience has its limits.
Incubus Blade. I don't know why it's doing that, but okay. Let's get everybody leveled up real fast.
I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences.
See, I don't see how you make Molten Beam work if it's got that. I don't know. It doesn't seem to make sense to me that it would work. Well, I didn't really want any of the powers from from Sanctic, since they don't really matter to me, really. I just wanted access to the various secondary talents that you can pick up. Which one do we want? I guess we'll grab Molten Beam, why not? We'll see if we can figure out how to make it work. We got willpower. Toughness might be good. Honestly, I just want agility to get my initiative up so that it's more likely that he goes higher in the turn order. Because the sooner he acts, the more upfront damage that we're able to do. So yeah, we'll go ahead and grab agility for right now. Immolate the soul. All creatures within area of effect, unlimited range. Deals willpower bonus, or 3 plus 2 times willpower bonus to 10 times 4 times willpower bonus to all targets in line and inflicts soul burn effect. All targets in a line. I don't see how that's going to really help. At the end of the turn, they must pass a willpower. Yeah. Suffer additional damage every time they use psychic powers, and demons every time they attack or use psychic powers. Oh, okay. That actually might be really useful. So it's a debuff for them on top of all of that. Oh. Okay, that's actually a really good one. Yeah, I don't really care about her stratagems. Men Reality. Men Reality or Immolate the Soul? Because I don't think any of the others... Yeah, that just doesn't do enough damage for a small 3x3 zone. And that... I mean, I guess that could be used to draw a boss away. Would probably be the best use of that power. Maybe. Target is immobilized. But it doesn't stop him from shooting. He's got what, a 10 bonus in that in willpower right now, or like an 8 bonus? So that would be like what, a minus 25, minus 26 bonus, or minus 26 to their willpower and toughness. That's not bad. Visual me on time requires show the path or mend reality. First use of this ability, any target marks it. Enemy targets must pass a willpower check. Second use targets returns the target to the position where it was during the first use and restores its wound to the state they were at the time. Oh. Wait. I don't see how that would... Wait. Oh, you use that on your own people, I would imagine, then. It still sounds aggravating to try and use. Yeah, we're going to go with men reality. We're going to go with willpower, which will get her up to a 10. Pascal, my dude, my friend. Finishes the turn. All allies gain a plus 7% hit chance against a trailed enemy, 15% if the enemy's difficulty tier is more than or equal to 5. I don't like that one, really. None of these really help me. His current bonus to critical. Yeah, I guess why not? He's already picked up intelligence, so we're going to go ahead and grab some more ballistic skill because Lord knows Pascal needs it because he keeps missing his shots. He does great damage when he hits, it's just he doesn't hit all the time, which is unfortunate. No, that doesn't really do her any good. Poised to strike, it's just more, yet more capability for her. Go with even more ballistic skill. That's what I don't get it. Like, I know that she uses a gun that gives her bonus hit, but it's infuriating to me that she has quite a bit lower ballistic skill than Pascal, and yet he consistently is the one that screws up even closer shots. Yeah, she's got a high enough perception for right now. Well, but that's the kind of thing. It's like, because it reduces their chance to dodge, which is basically an increase to ballistic skill. But we're going to raise her ballistic skill right now. That's all we need. There we go. And as for you, Heinrichs... Hammer of the Emperor would make the most sense. Okay, that would actually... See, but Sword of Faith leads me to believe you'd want to do a two-handed build, or a two-handed weapon build, rather than a dual weapon build for someone like Heinrichs. But he's really not built for it. Psych or Psi rating plus willpower bonus divided by 2 wounds at the beginning of their turn. Restores 2 times Psi rating plus willpower bonus. Does he have to be standing 10 cell radius for both of them? Oh, I see. So this only removes that if they're at full wounds. This removes it no matter what, each turn. Okay. We'll go with warp speed because it's just a straight up buff for him. Go ahead and grab willpower because it's going to direct... Well, hold on. If that's the case, actually, because that'll get him another rank. We'll go with Hammer of the Emperor. Because I think... I still can't see. I'm assuming that you need one of or the other before you can get this. And I want him to actually be useful with his combat damage. Marazai. Oh, right, that's why now I remember. Because now I remember why I have Heinrichs in the party. We're on the world looking for his mentor. That's why. Okay, okay. We'll go with Death Whisper. We will go with weapon skill or agility. He's about as high as we can get him for strength right now, so we'll go ahead with weapon skill to make sure that he gets further capabilities. And I believe, yes, we did a grand purge of our equipment not too long ago, so everybody's set up the way I want them to be.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh. Why is my... Okay, hold on. Do we want to tighten up the formation? I think we do. There we go. Alright, let's get moving. Try to figure out what the hell's going on here. The Vanquish combat machine obviously fell from a height. Too much time has passed now to determine the cause of the crash. It looks like it's in winter scale colors, the red and white. I thought that was his coat of arms. A powerful smell of promethium lingers in the air around the burning mechanism. The machines were doused with the accelerant, then set alight. The spikes have been fashioned from whatever the creators had on hand. The pitiful barricade is unlikely to stop anyone determined to get through.
I always have a backup plan.
Well, we can't go that way. Ah, here we go. Ooh. Overseers. Hold on, let me drink something real fast. The sentry rubs her eyes and gawps at you. One half of her face is covered with a bulky, rusty augmetic of unknown purpose.
You came to rescue us. Oh, praise the God Emperor, it reached you. The sorcerer's message reached others like him. May he rest in peace. We are most honored by your presence. Please come forward quickly, out of the darkness.
The woman hurriedly checks a nearby lumen, her hands visibly shaking.
Those creatures come from the dark, you see, but not for much longer. Not for much longer. Now that you're here, and that Mistress Lichtenhardt has already found a way to help us.
Heinrichs dourly listens to the sentry's speech. He takes a few steps forward and intently peers at her face as the woman herself freezes in fear. Then Heinrich scowls, glancing over at you. We need to hurry. Examine the sentry's face. Even under the wavering lumens, you notice something strange. Slightly skewed proportions, the almost indiscernible asymmetry of facial features. Looking at the other sentries, you see the same oddity in their face as well. The fact that they are all wearing the same strange, ramshackle implants. Clearly not combat augmetics. Heinrichs meets your eyes. You've noticed it, haven't you? Don't jump to any conclusions. It could simply be a local genetic anomaly. Or it could be something far worse. We can't say anything for sure. Yet. Heinrichs looks past the sentry. What is happening on this planet?
It's terrible, my lord. I don't even know how to describe it. It's been, what? Oh, how long has it been? A few months? Yes, a few months of being plagued by these sorcerous beasts. As soon as night falls, they come creeping out of the shadows black as soot, and there's no stopping them. The only thing that's worked so far is keeping the fires burning and maintaining a constant watch. And even with that, the creatures have dragged us off in ones and twos the second we drop our guard.
Heinrichs furrows his brow. Sorcerous creatures from the warp. Could they be demons? That would explain the presence of warp anomalies in the system. A local breach, perhaps. Marazai lets out a vicious laugh.
I would not be surprised if this Monkai was speaking of mandrakes. They come from the shadows, as black as Vect's soul, and as savage as an enraged Urgul. Though it is strange that your kin are still alive, savant difference. The mandrakes must be prolonging their own pleasure by terrorizing the Monkai again and again and again.
Those barricades do not appear to be very sturdy.
Please, my lord.
The sentry is on the verge of tears.
You think we're trained guardsmen? We're from the expedition convoy. We've lived here for generations, and up to now the God Emperor has guarded us from all misfortune. Now we must fight. We've gathered all of our survivors in the tunnel. handed out what weapons we have to the sentries. But how is that supposed to help us against these butchers when we don't even know how to use most weapons?
An expedition.
About 30 years back, our people were brought here with a load of cleverer people from some high up adeptus or something or other. We've lived here ever since. I've raised 4 children. 2 died in the excavations. 1 was taken by the monsters, but my youngest is still alive.
Excavations. Perhaps the expedition, or rather its objectives, were what Emelina was interested in. Of course, the easiest option would be to ask her directly. The interrogator shoots you a pointed, impatient look. We need to see Emelina Lichtenhart. We wish to see Emelina Lichtenhart immediately.
Of course, Mistress Lichtenhart is inside, in the pit. Go on, don't be afraid. She'll be there to properly greet you, and we'll stay on here and stand guard. Thanks to the Emperor for delivering you to us.
I always keep my options open.
Somebody send a message back to our shuttle and tell the pilots to get inside the shuttle and lock the fucking doors until we get back. Because, last thing I need is coming back and having the pilot being fucking dead. Oh. Giant gate barring the way to the excavation site. Oh.
That chill. Where's it coming from?
Oh dear.
The creatures. The creatures, they're coming. God, it preserve us!
Yeah, it's mandrakes. Oh boy, they're gonna be pissed at me, aren't they? Oh, you actually took one down.
You don't belong in this galaxy.
Okay, see, now this counts as an ambush. It wasn't just the enemy is suddenly here, or the enemy is here even though you knew they were here. Also, good on that guy for actually managing to kill one of them. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It says there's 9, so that means... Ah, okay, there's one further back. Oh boy. Can we do this and actually save these people? Probably not, but we're gonna try. Point of curiosity... Damn. Can I get both of them? It would be better to grab those ones, because that would be, what, 5? And that's 4. Yes, so we want this. Oh boy, my usual strategy of setting all these guys on fire is not going to work very well with all the friendly targets around. So, hold on. Actually, Cassia, pull back a bit for me, would you? Clear out some room over here. Then again, let's do this. There we go. Draw them all to that point, if you would, please. Oh dear. Okay. We need to set that one on fire, so we're going to boost me up. Boost me up again. There we go. What else can we do? We don't need men reality. We're going to set you on fire. Oh yeah, very nice damage. Then we're going to set... That's too far away. We're going to set you on fire.
Don't frighten me.
Right. Is there anything else we can do? That's going to take 1. That's just going to do that. None of that is going to help. Okay, so we're going to cast that on me. That's unfortunate. Fuck. That also would catch everybody else on fire. Shit. Alright, alright. Different strategy then. Because, hold on, which ones are going to go? That one and that one. Okay, so we're going to cast it on him. Good damage. Then we're going to cast it on him. Good damage. We still got some movement here, so we're going to cast that on him. Very nice. And then we're going to inflame. Good. Very nice. And that got us... Yes, that did not use up our AP. So, we're going to... So, which one is... Ah, he's the next one. No, those are all set on fire. The next one that gets to go is that one. These guys must suffer extra from the fucking fire, don't they? Yeah, burning touch of the warp. Warp burn degraded. Yeah, they still take all of that oh, they're still going to be able to fight. Yeah, they do get fire damage, so that's not going to be as useful. Okay, so end that turn. I mean, I suppose I could just do that, and that would allow me to save all of these people. So then we're going to set you on fire. And then we're going to set you on fire. Wow, that actually killed him. And then we're going to run over here and set you on fire. And then we're going to inflame. Actually. If I move here, I just want to do this because I don't know how this ability works. If I do this, it should hit. Yeah, it's going to hit both of them for a lot of damage. Holy shit. Well, I want to see it. Oh, that's glorious. And then we're going to inflame. Oh, that was so good. So yeah, we just managed to save everybody. I don't think that'll affect anything, but... What are these? Sharpened venom blades? Are those better than anything? Slightly higher damage, but lower armor penetration, which doesn't do us any good. But yeah, we're just gonna move those to inventory. Or move those to cargo, I should say. Yep. Yeah, they did manage to kill one person in the cutscene. But hey, we knocked out, what, 9 of them? 10 of them, technically, counting the one that, oh, it looks like, yeah, one digger got killed. Yep. But still, that's not bad. As I said, I don't think it'll affect anything story-wise, but makes me feel better.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
I'm actually kind of glad.
Can it be? Help has come at last.
Ooh. Let me get that open. Oh. Oh, what is... What the hell happened to this chapel? Unholy reliquary, talisman.
Damn it. It's a Vox liturgy twisted by warp sorcery. Try not to listen too closely.
I cannot make out a single word, but the taint that hangs with these sounds in the air is almost palpable.
This altar would be unremarkable if not for the uncanny sounds streaming from its built-in speakers. What once was a Vox recording of a liturgical service is now a malevolent parody of the noble faith. Very interesting, but that doesn't make any sense. The mandrakes don't work with chaos, so why would they... That doesn't make any sense. Something else is happening here. The mandrakes are still Drukhari. They don't fuck with warp magic. I mean, aside from whatever made them into mandrakes, but it's...
Just as I planned.
Strange debris is scattered across the table's surface. Your attention is drawn to the whimsical patterns on the broken pottery and tablets, but when you try to take a closer look, the world starts to swim before your eyes.
Operation successful.
Oh, good. We've got that. We've got whenever the wearer is targeted by an attack of opportunity, they gain 1 stack of the Swift Shroud effect and a 2x agility bonus plus wearer's psi rating of dodge. The wearer also gains an agility bonus plus psi rating every time they are targeted by an attack of opportunity. At the end of their turn, they expend all their stacks to grant allies... Welcome, Kato. Welcome. Good to have you here. As you can see, we're doing a bit more Rogue Trader. I tried playing some of the multiplayer of Space Marine 2 yesterday off stream just to get a feel for it, and I don't know, just playing it I didn't feel like I was offering anything that, like, I don't know, it just didn't feel like I would do very well streaming the multiplayer right now, so I decided I would do Rogue Trader today. Also, if you could let me know if the stream is looking okay, because I changed a couple of settings on my videos in OBS with the program that I use to stream. And just let me know if anything looks off or anything like that. Taunting extreme targets do not need to fail the willpower test to be affected by this ability. That could be useful, because I'm pretty sure we have, well, we don't have him right now, but Abelard has that ability. That's good, that's good.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Yes, yes, we're here to save you all as best we can. Oh, this whole base is going to get absolutely flooded by these things. Oh, what does that say? A powerful smell of promethium lingers in the air around the burning mechanism. Machine, yep, we've already seen that description. There's even some servitors still alive. Shocked. The conveyor belt littered with a mixture of stone chippings and fragments of human-made items. The rust on the mechanical components indicates that this machine has stood idle for a very long time.
I always keep my options open.
You and your brother tried the co-op mode way too hectic? I could see that. Although you'd think it would at least make communication pretty easily and make it a bit easier to call targets. What have we got here? Boxes stuffed full of shards of pottery, metal, and other discarded human-made objects covered in a layer of soil. So it sounds like this was an archaeological expedition of some kind. The well goes so deep you cannot see the bottom. The walls of the shaft reveal the marks of the machinery that drilled through the rock, as well as the fragments of an ancient, sunken city. Can we see it? Not really. There's just some ruins down there.
I always have a backup plan.
Wait a second. There's something... Ah, it's over here. Primitive excavating equipment suitable for use by unskilled workers. Some crack grenade, modified crack grenade. Okay, so higher damage. Very nice. Here.
The symbols on the skin must bleed. Again, hold him tighter.
This doesn't look good. The stooped figure draws back the hood of the grimy robe, revealing the emaciated face of a woman. Her skin is stretched taut over her skull and sickeningly protruding augmentations. Her cheek is marred with several open wounds. She looks at you with a feverish gleam in her eyes.
The visual description matches Interrogator von Kellogg's.
The sage blinks several times, her head twitches.
You made it here after all.
Mara's eye sneers. Okay, my monitor just decided to flicker there. Hold on. Twitch is good. OBS is good. Okay, it was just a visual glitch. Hopefully that nothing showed up on your guys' end. Mara's eye sneers.
So this is the burnt pet's owner. Perhaps we should inform her about the fate of her prized follower. Do you once more seek to nourish another's pain by your words?
Iralet sounds tired and vexed.
By Aisha's tears, you are insatiable indeed.
Heinrich's usual mask of stoicism has melted away without a trace. He stares around him in undisguised dismay.
Emelina, what is this? You are performing the rituals of the arch-enemy. No, stop right now. Not another move unless I tell you.
The sage draws herself up to her full height, or at least as far as her crooked spine will allow. Flicking several switches along her facial augmentation, she turns to you, ignoring Heinrich's words completely.
What have you brought with you, Interrogator von Clarox? Clearance level?
I'm suddenly very concerned. Owlcat has a history of doing this with their games, where there's always one enemy where if you tell them your name, they get a whole bunch of bonuses against you when they inevitably turn on you. And this really just hit me as that kind of moment, because so many other people have either known who my character is, or known their occupation that it hasn't mattered. And this is the first time somebody like legitimately has no clue who we are, apparently. And I don't like that. But I'm iconoclast, so fuck it. We're just going to jump in feet first. I am Sovane de Varenzi von Valencius, head of the von Valencius dynasty, rogue traitor and anointed by the God Emperor through the warrant of trade. Emelina Lichtenhart dips her head slightly.
Von Valencius, rogue traitor dynasty, territory galactic west of Furibundus, head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valencius, flagged for heretical sentiments, threat level.
Heinrichs gestures to the room around him. I brought the help you requested in your message, Emelina. A void ship under the aegis of the rogue traitor. I have dragged tens of thousands of servants of the Emperor and megatons of plasteel, ceramite, and adamantium through the bowels of the warp. For what? To discover that you have sold yourself to the arch-enemy?
Emelina shakes her head. You are drawing conclusions based on incomplete knowledge of the situation, Interrogator von Kalax. Your judgment is impaired. Furthermore, you permit yourself to criticize my methods after having arrived in the company of Xenos, or have you forgotten which ordo you belong to?
Heinrichs grits his teeth.
They are not my entourage. Even worse, you permit ordinary subjects of the God Emperor to cross the established line and reduce themselves to consorting with highly dangerous enemies of humanity.
Heinrichs, why is Emelina addressing you in this manner?
I expect that Emelina has chosen to seal the memory block containing data of a personal nature. She does this whenever she is concerned that someone might try to extract information about Kalkazar's coterie from her.
Heinrich stops and thinks for a moment, and then with a clearer voice says, Sigma Prosperity. He pauses before repeating the strange phrase.
The reminiscence block you are attempting to access was repurposed. It now contains knowledge of the rituals performed by the shamans of this place. Standard working memory alone was insufficient to record all the nuances I uncovered in my research here.
Heinrichs looks as though he's been punched in the gut. Emelina, you deleted the data about the rest of Kalkazar's force. You wiped your memory of us all.
Of course not. I retained the portion of the reminiscence block data relating to personal significance of the Lord Inquisitor's unit. That is how I was able to recognize you, Interrogator von Kalax.
Heinrichs' expression scarcely wavers at Emelina's words, but despite this, Marazai ducks his head sharply, watching the interrogator with devouring eyes.
Fear, despair. Oh, and a twinge of sorrow. Oh, an excellent palate, Monkai.
Sovane di Varenze. Heinrichs bites out his words through clenched teeth.
Silence your pet Xenos, or I will.
Okay, having Marazai and Heinrichs in the same party is going exactly as I imagined it would. Oh, I've got to give props to Marazai, to the person who wrote Marazai's lines, because goddamn, they know how to write a Drukhari. Honestly, this makes me feel really good that Alcat will do future CRPGs set in 40k, because I would absolutely adore seeing like a Drukhari-focused CRPG. Could you imagine that? Where most of your companions are Drukhari and you're like founding a cabal in the Dark City? That would be amazing. Oh, I think they'd be able to write it really well. What has happened here on Photon 4?
I came here at the directive of the Lord Inquisitor, Adeptus Historica mission established on Photon 4 to study the origins of the civilization that once inhabited this place. The world was once settled by man. The mission aimed to discover which colony ship they came from and why they disappeared. But traces of the ancient culture uncovered in the layers of soil suggest the existence of primitive solar faiths among the lower inhabitants of the world, faiths strikingly similar to worship of the archenemy. Surviving scrolls indicate the shamans used the gifts of chaos to protect their people, secure harvests, imbue warriors with strength and vitality, and that this culture persisted for many thousands of years. I was cataloging data when the attacks began in one of the remote outposts. I recognized the enemy by their tactics, Drukhari. They chose an unremarkable defenseless world where night lasts nearly half the year. By the time 5 outposts had been swallowed by the darkness, the last astropath had already been torn to pieces, and many calls for help sent to Kalkazar's force had gone unanswered. I realized that no one was going to save these people, or this knowledge, and so I put the knowledge to use for the good of humanity.
Heinrichs, perhaps you can pass this for me, and perhaps I am simply going mad, but did your colleagues simply just flagrantly admit to engaging in heresy for the purposes of their own abilities? The notion of heresy is hardly applicable to people in our line of work, Savani. But in this case, you are correct about one thing. Emelina has crossed the line that separates a servant of the Imperium from a deluded Chaos worshipper. I'm sorry I asked. What are you trying to achieve here, Emelina? The ritual we interrupted, what is it supposed to do? Emelina lifts her gaze upward.
It will rid this world of its half-year-long night. The mandrakes have the total advantage over us. It will force a new heavenly body, this one of human making, to rise above the horizon and illuminate the dark side of this world. If the ritual works, I will have mastered the secret of forging a new sun. This is madness. This is madness, pride, and monstrous, staggering heresy.
Heinrichs' voice is barely audible, as if his throat has closed up in shock. Do you mean to say that you have discovered a ritual for creating... Well, hold on. Yeah, we'll do that.
Buried under silica and granite, knowledge and resources that would repel the enemies of humanity. We are too afraid of anything labeled prohibited. My memory contains thousands, yes, thousands upon thousands of pages, from manuscripts, tomes, scrolls. Contact with any one of these is supposed to guarantee instant death for the average citizen. But the preachers who claim this are liars. I am living proof of their falsehoods. What happened to the people of this world, Emelina? All remaining survivors are here in this tunnel in the attached areas. The rest are dead. Or worse, they are in the clutches of the monsters of Komara. Our last astropath died when his mind was invaded by a warp entity. It used his psi trail to hunt him. The rest of the people here have been blessed with the protection of those forces that I summoned to our aid.
That is enough! Heinrich's voice now shakes with bridled fury. I have heard all of the justifications and complaints 1,000 times before. No purpose can justify what you've wrought here. What you've become.
What have I become? Interrogator von Carax. I am what any agent of the Golden Throne is predestined to become if they are able to see through the essence of this world. I have, as the Puritans say, succumbed to the heresy of radicalization. Moreover, in doing so, I am only following in the footsteps of our mentor. The only difference is that I have chosen the path of the Oblationists, while he chose the Xenos Hybris, forging alliance with the cursed Drukhari.
Emelina, suppress your urge to debate internal matters in the presence of the Rogue Trader, and I will not tolerate insults to the Lord Inquisitor in my presence. No, we'll listen in silence.
Internal matters? You have such a slippery way with language, Interrogator von Carax. I detect your mentor's influence. His talent for manipulation and indoctrination is second to none. My reminiscence block of operational data contains numerous entries about the dutiful heir the Lord Inquisitor has molded for himself.
I will not discuss that here and now. I caught you performing a dark ritual, Emelina. You are in no position to rail against Puritanism.
Actions are being driven by this very philosophy, Interrogator von Carax. Mine, yours, the Lord Inquisitor's. Why are you avoiding talking about the fact that Xavier Calcazar is a dangerous radical by the standards of the Inquisition? No less dangerous than I am. Except I am not driven by some utopian ideal, but by a desire to protect humanity, simply using a broader range of weapons and tools.
What you call a broader range of tools is heresy, Emelina. Unremarkable, commonplace heresy. Heresy that has taken on a twisted form in a mind subjected to prolonged contact with corruption. The archenemy has been gnawing at you from within. Creating an entire star with a ritual, you have crossed the line. No, you have obliterated the line.
Line? The line are for the weak and the ignorant. Anyone capable of weighing the risks and making a calculated decision would have done the same to protect the Imperium's domain, to deliver a preemptive strike. Even von Valencius.
Emelina whips around towards you.
You, a simple mortal endowed with huge power, privilege, ruling over worlds, holding the lives of billions in the palm of your hand. Tell me, would you have done the same in my position? I would not have made the same mistake. Blinkered vision, narrow mind, a warrant of trade in the hands of such a person is a dangerous prospect. Emelina shakes her head spitefully, her eyes filling with blood. The only one to answer my call, and you are but a brainwashed pawn. I did not factor in the possibility of psychological dependence. Calcazar can be persuasive, especially to those who depend on him. A favored sorcerer, a Caspalican renegade. Yes, interrogator von Kallax, Xavier Calcazar's stalwart little soldier. He will die just like Tanakia. Emelina Iona Lichtenhardt. Heinrichs begins stiffly formal before breaking off. Tanakia. What do you know of Tanakia? Emelina shakes her head. You do not even know what fate befell her, do you? I suppose it won't hurt to tell you, for you to know something of it. However, a strange sound begins that causes the sage to fall silent, and her eyes turn towards the tunnel. Yeah, here they come. It seems strange that the mandrakes decided to wait until... Oh god, they just exploded. Yep, here they are. The beasts, they're here. The ritual must be completed. The preparations must not go to waste. Enough! We need to block all possible approaches. Light. We need light to dispel the shadows in the corners.
Your kind has no right to exist.
Okay, at least we're not getting ambushed this time. We have 6 targets, 4 of which are right there, 2 of which are here, and they'll be jumping up this way, so... We'll deploy Heinrichs and Marzai on this side. We will deploy Cassia and me here on the front. Pascal up here in the corner. Irlet here in the corner, both with cover. Alright, we know how this works. Point of curiosity.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
There we go. Then set that one on fire. Then go ahead and... is there anything else we want to do with that?
I am a navigator.
Go ahead and buff.
Not a servitor.
Buff again. Go ahead and cast that on him. Extra damage, very nice. Go ahead and give me the extra turn. Then we're going to Firestorm, hit all of them.
Well executed.
And then finish him off. And then we'll just inflame. That way we'll do extra damage to them starting next turn. I mean, we have the momentum. I'm starting to realize this is an even more powerful combination than I thought. And we're just going to have him run over here.
On it.
Set him on fire.
I'll see to it.
Set him on fire. Inflame. There we go. I might have to increase the difficulty again. End turn. Oh, this means that more shit's gonna pop up, doesn't it? Oh boy. Game? What are we waiting on? I'm confused. Oh, we have to actually turn on the lamp. Oh, fuck. Shitballs. I didn't realize. Marzai, can you get down here?
Oblivion approaches.
I did not realize that it literally meant we had to go turn everything on. Okay. There we go. We turned off the... Yeah, that means more shit is gonna spawn. Fuck. And I've got Pascal out there in the middle of nowhere. Yep. 2, 3. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, we need to keep people where they are. Oh, damn. Okay. Okay. I completely fucked that up. Shitballs. That's not good. That is not good at all. Wow, that didn't work on them. That's kind of annoying. Go ahead and held in my gaze. Go ahead and... that. Can we firestorm from here? We cannot. Okay, we're gonna have to run and gun. Get me back up here. To be fair, from this position, I should be able to hit most things. So we're going to do that.
I won't compromise my
Target is under...
principles.
What the hell? Oh, they're not burning. I'm an idiot. What the fuck? Why didn't her thing inflict burning? It's supposed to inflict
I'll
burning.
make it happen.
Alright, well, it doesn't matter.
Who, if not me? Another enemy.
There we go. He's on fire. Can we reach them? We can.
Make it happen.
Glorious. Then we're going to go ahead and pop Revel and Slaughter to get the additional crit hit chance. And that's all we can do for him right now. So yes, we need Cassia and my character to stay up here to provide Overwatch. Zone of Fear. That guy will burn to death, so that's not going to matter. Go ahead and freeze him. There we go. Extra damage on them. Anything else she can do? We do have bonuses. Marzai's going to stay over there on his turn to keep that lamp on. We're going to go ahead and buff Irlet.
You insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Give her plenty of extra buffs. There we go. No, that can't reach anybody. That doesn't do anything. Irlet, she's probably not going to have line of sight on these guys, unfortunately. Oh, no, she does. On all three of them. Wow. Okay, okay. Wow, yeah, it's just literally treating this as if it's not there, I guess. Okay. Alright, how do we want to do this? Well, they're already missing wounds, so Death Whisper would actually work pretty well on them. Let's go ahead and pop that first. Good damage. Then we're going to pop Perfect Spot. Pop Precise Attack. Killing Edge. Hold on. Who goes next? That one? Okay, aim for the opening. Create an opening on this side. Then we're going to Killing Edge.
If I must.
Come on. There we go. And the next one goes with fire damage, so that's not going to matter. And we'll go ahead and put that on him.
Follow my lead.
Oh, are you guys actually going to do something? Well, aside from shoot yourselves, that's a brilliant idea. Don't know why you did that. Go ahead and set him on fire. Why did he get a turn? That doesn't make any sense. What the fuck just happened? Okay, you know what? We're just gonna inflame.
Your end was inevitable.
Okay, that killed two of those guys. Why are they not dead? Oh, because they're standing in an area where there's no light. Oh my god, that's why. So me doing that damage means nothing. Aggravating, but okay. Let's go ahead and buff everybody with Word of the Emperor instead then. Oh man, that means that my turn is going to be completely fucking wasted. Well, I guess... yeah, I guess I can. I get all that extra MP, so we may as well. Fuck it. Marzai will get that on his turn. We just need to get this turn on. Alright, now will they die? Yeah, no, they still won't die. What the fuck? Alright, I don't know what's going on then. But I'm going to end my turn, unfortunately, which means I wasted so much time with that. Heinrich, actually, yeah, you know what, Heinrichs, get down there and turn that back on, please. Yep, then that guy goes. She's still knocked out.
Death with my hands.
Pascal, please get over here, please. Turn that on. Are there any more? Because I can't tell. Those were the only 3 spots that people popped up. So, there we go. Okay. Yes, that was all we needed to do. Emelina lets out an agonized moan.
Wasted all of my work. The preparation. All for nothing.
Emelina Ionia Lichtenhardt, in the name of the Inquisition, you are hereby removed from your post and expelled from the position within the Holy Ordo. Heinrich's eyes are fixed upon Emelina, but she does not look at him. Then the interrogator turns his gaze upon you. The fate of its fallen members is a matter for the Ordo alone. Heretical archives, artifacts buried in the excavation, and other assets in Lichtenhardt's possession I hereby declare property of the Holy Inquisition. However, it is for the rogue trader to decide what becomes of Phaton 4 and its people. What is your verdict, rogue trader? What would you advise me to do? This world has been compromised. Any attempt to assess the degree of corruption will necessarily be based on weak judgment vulnerable to doubt and sentiment. I would get rid of the planet and its population. What will happen to the archives and Emelina? The archives will be destroyed to prevent this situation from ever reoccurring. And as for Emelina, she is my responsibility. Nonetheless, I will give these people a chance. We will clear out the area, the archives will be destroyed, any evidence of chaos worship will be crushed, but any remaining survivors we will take with us.
So be it, Lord Captain. As for Emelina,
you are hereby formally stripped of your special status as an agent of the Golden Throne, along with all attendant rights and privileges. As such, I am authorized to use all interrogation methods stipulated in the standard framework for information extraction to ascertain the fate of Acolyte Tanakia Kalbergaria.
Will that be necessary, Emelina?
No.
Interrogator von Kalox.
The sage's voice is scarcely louder than a whisper.
I have no intention of concealing that information from you, as I am almost certain that Tanakia Kalbergaria was eliminated on the express orders of Xavier Calcazar after being deemed a volatile element.
Heinrich's face is a mask of disbelief and anger.
You are lying.
Listen in silence.
I saw one of Calcazar's documents when I went to receive my new orders. A fleeting glimpse, but I have a memory like a pict recorder, long enough for its contents to be permanently imprinted upon my mind. I do not know the details, but the document itself was an interrogation transcript, with a final annotation indicating the removal of the person from the retinue, and we both know how someone leaves the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, Interrogator von Kalox.
Tanakia is the Lord Inquisitor's top espionage specialist. Wherever Xavier chose to refrain from making a public show of strength, Kalbergaria was invaluable. Why would he do this? Emelina looks up at Heinrichs, her eyes full of despair.
I do not know, Interrogator von Kalox. Just as I do not know why the Lord Inquisitor sent me to this nondescript planet as soon as I voiced my concerns about his methods, just as I do not know if I should blame the warp for the lack of response to my calls for help, or if Calcazar simply prohibited any others from answering. The nature of her mission, of Xavier's true purpose here in the Expanse, was likely why he chose to bury this secret, and Tanakia along with it.
Emelina breaks off.
The operational data indicates that you are the retinue's primary torture specialist, Interrogator von Kalox. All this time I simply assumed that you were the one to conduct Tanakia's interrogation, and one of the reasons why I destroyed my personal data block was to ensure that my own sentiments would not prevent me from thinking rationally when I next encountered you or any other servant of Calcazar.
I'm beginning to have a rather unpleasant suspicion that the witnesses to this conversation are also at risk of being eliminated at a later date. Whether you were joking or being deadly serious, Your words fall upon deaf ears as the two acolytes of the Golden Throne, Emelina, weakened by biomancy, is staring friendly at Heinrichs, who seems to be engrossed in intense rumination. Heinrichs says nothing for a few more seconds, staring into space. At last, he begins to speak. Emelina, Emelina Ionia Lichtenhardt. Emelina sighs. I know, Interrogator von Kallax. I know all of the procedures used on compromised sages. Interrogation, unsealing of all reminiscence blocks. But before we begin... She stands up, straightening her spine as much as she can, looking into the interrogator's eyes directly with a weak smile. I truly believed that Tanakia was your doing. But your reaction has revealed the truth. Heinrichs. Yes, it is Heinrichs. There is a subtle shift in Emelina's voice. She sounds older, wiser. You should know. I am sorry to have forgotten you. Heinrichs stares at the sage, saying nothing, then looks down and mutters something too quietly for even you to hear. Thank you for your assistance in solving my problems, Rogue Trader. Heinrichs turns to you. Well, I'm assuming that was supposed to play an animation of her dying given the dialogue choices, but we'll just keep going. Why? Heinrichs looks at you, his eyes dark and lowering. Why don't you answer that question for yourself, Rogue Trader? You did not want her to be subjected to your standard procedures. By you or anyone else. You really think that my actions are driven by sentiment? Heinrich studies you intently. His face is difficult to read, but one of his eyes spasms very briefly before he turns away. We are finished here. The planet will be designated unfit for further use. The risks are simply too great. It will take a few hours to deal with the excavation site and what the diggers found here, but it will not delay us. When we return to the ship, I would ask that you find a minute to speak with me. Yep, some regular cargo.
Let us not dawdle.
Yes, we're taking the remainder of you out of here. We don't need las guns and swords. This does occur to me. Could I have really just... Well, no, I guess you can't, because if you leave the lights off, they never die. So, yeah, you can't use it to farm like an infinite number of guys. Shotguns, don't need those. Yep, those are just regular swords. So yeah, I didn't get a chance to ask about the fucking Vox augury, which is a shame. Shotguns, blades, yep, all done here. Nothing else we're missing? Good.
Is there money to be made?
I think we saved like a third of the guys out here and all the guys outside, so that's not too bad. That's not too bad. As I said, I don't think that's going to affect anything story-wise. The only thing that might is if we end up having to deal with cults on our ship again. Big surprise. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Oh good, the mandrakes didn't bother you any. It's good to see. Alex, there you are.
Lord Captain, I thank you for your assistance with my mission. Thanks to rogue trader von Valancius, the Inquisition has stopped the enemies of humanity, even those hiding in its own ranks on this occasion. I will no longer be making any claim on your time or resources.
Somehow I doubt that, but at least for right now, I'm sure you're being truthful. Everything Emelina said about Calcazar, should we be concerned about it?
It is dangerous information, but you are already too deeply involved. In the Inquisition, there are two main philosophies, Puritanism and radicalism. The adherents of the former are conservatives who strive to follow the letter of inquisitorial doctrine in all matters. The radicals are more pragmatic. They believe that the end often justifies the means, and they use tools that a Puritan would condemn as heretical.
And that's an oversimplification, but the fact that you even called them pragmatic speaks to how your own personal thoughts are on the matter. Anyone of a Puritan bend would simply dismiss them as being radicals for the sake of being radicals. The fact that you even mention that means you are at least somewhat aware that there is something to the radicals' beliefs. Also, I don't remember exactly the various ways you can break down the Puritanism and radicalism sects because both sides have a number of internal issues, but I do know that there are some that are slightly better than others.
Emelina used the powers of chaos to gain the upper hand against Xenos. I touched a cogitator built by cultists to learn its secrets. None of us is pure. Xavier. The craven-hearted say that the career of every Inquisitor ends in either death or heresy. The Lord Inquisitor has borne this burden longer than any of us. It would be naive to think that he had only ever used Puritan methods, and even more naive to suggest that such methods have in any way weakened his loyalty to the God Emperor. And that is all I will say on the subject.
You still killed your colleague in cold blood.
Does that surprise you? It shouldn't.
Heinrich looks at you without blinking, but despite the icy tone, the small spasms arching across his face as he speaks reveals his true state.
This is not the first time, or the last, I fear, that I will cause the death of someone close to me. There have always been reasons for it. Sometimes the reasons are dictated by duty, sometimes by my own personal volition.
And what are you going to do now that this is done?
I will remain part of your retinue. That will not change. I will continue to accompany you until I receive orders to the contrary from the Lord Inquisitor, if ever. Who knows? Perhaps one day my journey will end like Emelina's, but that day is not today.
Guess we took care of that. Anything we need to be updated on, Vigdis? Nope. I don't think there's anybody else really to talk to right now. Let's check in with Nomos, just to be sure. Nope, nothing from him. Effect Totem. Is there anything we can turn over to him first of all? Void Drukari trophies. Void Pirate trophy. Okay, just sort these. What have we got? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, we picked up a whole lot. All right. Go ahead and trade those. Yeah, the Void Pirates aren't worth as much, but we got a lot of them. Very nice. Oh, very nice. So that would have been like what? So we gave one away in the first set. That would have been 4,200 just for that. Hey, we're maxed out with the Imperial Navy. Sweet. Slightly lower hit chance, but a 20% critical hit rate, which I think is absolutely worth it. We'll buy the big scrap containers. 190 points of protection for each sector. Absolutely. 13 speed versus 15 speed. But the strong acceleration and braking is probably the best choice. The assault ceramite. Oh no, that's the one that we have. 9 points of damage on each side. Yes. Alright, we're maxed out on those two. Now the question is... like, I wish I could see how much that was, because I'm not sure. So he maxes out at 14. He maxes out at 30. Oh. Wait, what? Okay. That's an Inferno pistol. That is a... Power Hammer or Thunder Hammer. Deals +3 damage and has a +10% stacking chance to stun an enemy for 1 turn for each point of the enemy's deflection. Oh, that is good. Increased by 2 times agility bonus and gains a +10% damage. Oh, that'll probably be good on Heinrichs. Sort by type. Alright, we'll keep the fuel, because we've run into events needing that before. Throw in the ship components, why not? Throw in the miscellaneous. Trade that first. Go ahead and grab the condensed carapace. But yeah, he goes until at least level 29. Would be nice to get that for Pascal. No, that requires power armor. Oh shit, I haven't given Pascal power armor. Damn, it's good though. 2 AP, 2 MP on their current turn if they kill an enemy. Ooh. Oh, that's a melee pat. God, now I kind of wish I'd built Pascal to be melee. Staff of the Righteous Pirate. Wait, that's not a fire staff? That's kind of weird. Sanctic psychic powers, including all versions of Emperor's Wrath, heal allies instead of damaging them. Interesting. Judex. Suffering from the burning until the turn the target explodes, inflicting... Oh, wow. Oh, that is cool. Requires Dogmatic Zealot. Wearer cannot fail any willpower or toughness test while in combat. 15% additional armor if the wearer's toughness is more than 70. Don't really have anybody who can take advantage of that, but hell, that's pretty good. Once for the first time in combat, the action does not spend an AP. Might put that on Jay. Make her into a proper grenadier. It's a power sword. Oh, there's a helmet for frickin' Ulfar. Heavy weapon attacks gain 50% additional damage but never critical hit. Or each time the wearer inflicts burning from flamers, the burning level is doubled. Both of those are absolutely useless. Both of those are absolutely useless for this. Wearer and targets of move are immune to the slowed effect until end of round. That's pretty useful. %50 chance that a consumable item will not be spent when used. That's actually really good. Explorators. Stacks up to 5 times. Pretty useful, but I actually do find myself moving a lot, so it's probably not as good. First use of any combat stimulant per turn costs 0 AP. Nice. Deadly Repeater. Wielder gains a 30% chance to gain 1 more attack action after a kill. Still, 30% is not the best. After using run and gun, the wielder gains 15% color. That's really not that useful. That would probably be best for Abelard if we don't already have a better thing for him. That would be good on Pascal. Single-handed Mars pattern power axe. That would also be good on Pascal. President's Grade, Ancient Plasma Rifle. 2 times IT bonus damage. That's absolutely on Pascal. Holy Power Armor. It also occurs to me, what's the most expensive item they've got here? 164. So yeah, that is pretty expensive, but it does mean we do have some leeway on profit factor that we can start to use for other things. Whenever the wearer dodges an attack, they gain +1 psi rating until the end of the turn. That sounds really good. That sounds really good. Whenever the wielder suffers damage, 1 charge of the hollow field is removed and prevents this damage. If there are no charges left, damage is not prevented, and the wielder becomes staggered until the end of combat. Okay, so yeah. So really good against single-shot enemies. Absolutely abysmal if the enemy's carrying even a single thing that can do hit you multiple times. Deal an additional 20% of the target's maximum wounds. Deadeye shot. Oh god, I hope I can put that on Irelet. Suffers more than or equal to... Hold on. When they suffer damage more than or equal to the wearer's total wounds divided by 4, this armor unleashes a blast of energy. Wait a second. Doesn't that mean that you would be better off on a person who had fewer wounds. Armor penetration of 10% to any targeted melee range. Gives an additional 25 strength. Maybe that would be useful. Kind of weird that they have an armor for the Space Marine, but they don't have a helmet. The only people who have helmets are the frickin' Drusians, and both of them are for if I spec Ulfar into heavy weapons. I don't suppose they have anything. They max out at 124 with the improved heavy bolter, which admittedly is pretty good. The compensator gloves would probably also be amazing given that they have the 2 abilities. They're also the only ones that go above 30, now that I'm seeing it. Oh no, 35, 35, and 29. Interesting. The problem is there's not much else that I really want. Increased by 2. Like, a lot of this doesn't really do me any good, unfortunately. An additional demolition divided by 10 damage. That could be useful. Well, I don't... To be fair, these guys don't take Drukhari stuff anymore, do they? Yeah, and the Drusians don't take it either, so I can just dump all of my Xenos artifacts straight onto these guys. Oh, okay, this is suddenly a hell of a lot more useful then. Oh, yes. Yeah, we'll just drop all of that on them. That's 11,000. There we go, that got me 4 levels there. Slows enemies, inflicts stacks of fatigued, 3 more melted charges. +1 rate of fire bonus for any burst weapon. That should be going on Argenta. No, go away. Shotgun. Oh, it's a shotgun pistol. Okay. Modified splinter pistol. Does that... It just deals additional damage. 2 melee weapons equipped. They gain +10 weapon skill and 15% critical damage. Okay. So that leaves me with those. Now, both of these guys do want holy gifts and heretical trophies. Yes, but they won't. So we'll go ahead and give the heretical trophies to the explorators. They also want the Mechanicus creations. Trade those in. We'll grab the Mesoa pattern arc rifle and the bead of concentration. And then as for the Drusians, we want to keep the fuel. We want to keep some of the holy gifts, so we'll give them the 3 there. We'll give them the jewelry. I've never seen that show up for anything. We'll go ahead and give them the provisions. We'll go ahead and give them the armor kits. Uniform kits. Melee weaponry. Hold on. We'll keep 2 of the melee weaponry, and we'll keep 2 of the armor kits and 2 of the uniform kits. That way, if we run into any events that require stuff, we can do that. Go ahead and trade that. There we go. Grab the flashbang, advanced medkit, laurels of command, military combi tool. See, that would make sense to put on Ulfar if it can, because he's going to make the most advantage of that, although Argenta maybe. Ooh, this gun can only perform the overcharged attack actions. Its damage is increased by 5 times ballistic skill bonus %. Plasma gun's explosion deals 2 times more damage and is 15% more likely to happen. That sounds horrible. The wearer deals an additional 5 times psi rating warp damage with their melee attacks. Whenever the wearer suffers a critical hit, their dodge and armor is reduced by 30% until end of combat. Ooh. Wearer gains immunity to effects depending on the number of unyielding beacon stacks. 6 or more stacks, they're immune to bleed. 9, they're immune to toxin. And 12, they gain immunity to burning. And they gain all previous immunities. Might be good on Abelard. Notes on weaknesses. Wearer gains a permanent lethality divided by 10 rounded down bonus to direct damage. This bonus is doubled if the wearer... Oh god, that should be good. Okay. there anything else I wanted to give them? We kept some melee, some uniform kits, some provisions, some holy artifacts. So that should all be good. Was there anything else that we could give them? Nope. They have ranged weaponry, so we'll keep a couple of the ranged weaponry for ourselves. Everything else can go. There we go. That didn't change anything. Alright. Alright, we're done here then. Where to next? Photon. Wait, is there something else I can do here? No, there's not. Okay. Yes, before we go any further, just go ahead and sort from newest to oldest. So that's do Bushroud Cloak, Haunting Scream. That would be Abelard's purview. Do we want to give? Ooh, no, it's horrible. Okay, hold on. That's 20% additional. When the wearer hits a criminal enemy, that enemy gains 1 stack of perplexed. It has the same amount of deflection, so he would lose deflection against melee, but the additional 20% armor is really good. He also gains coercion divided by 10 deflection. Coercion is 3 for Abelard, so he's all... Okay, so it's already... And that's against everything. Okay, yeah. Oh, glorious. That is a nice proper armor. Is there any lore behind this? There is. The armor once belonged to Solomon Veer of the Adeptus Arbites. While pursuing the head of a major crime syndicate, Plavius Cult, Veer went beyond the bounds of the Calixtus sector and his own jurisdiction. Outnumbered, he was felled by the criminal and his henchmen, but took them all out with him. His armor was kept in the reliquary of the Koronus Expanse division of the Administratum. Nice. Triumph of Faith. Target must pass a toughness resistance test with a -10 penalty or becomes stunned. If the target fails the test, the attack has no cooldown. Oh, that's really good. Reinforced Voidsman armor, which is medium. That would actually work. Really? Oh no, that's Iconoclast. My bad. My bad. I misread that as fucking dogmatic for some reason. The wearer cannot use psychic or navigator powers. The wearer suffers a Lore Imperium less warp damage, and the wearer gains Lore Imperium chance to ignore any effects inflicted by psychic or navigator powers. Oh. It's really unfortunate that the person who has the highest Lore Imperium skill is a psyker. That's a shame. I suppose he does have that, but no. Critical hit chance against Xenos. Funnily enough, that would be really good for him. The enemy cannot be pushed, the wielder is pushed away instead. Deals an additional... nah. I still like him with the dual wield build. There's no point in wasting stuff on that. Okay, so that's all that taking a look at. Let's shift back to Abelard real fast. Man... I mean, he does get, what, almost 50%? Because he's got the skills that give him additional armor penetration. Is the Thunderhammer really better than the Chainsword right now? This Thunderhammer deals an additional 3 damage and grants a 10% stacking chance to stun an enemy for 1 point for each point of the enemy's deflection. Yeah, I mean, you know what? We really have never used a secondary attack for him as far as ranged goes. So I'm going to equip both of these. So now he has the Craven's Bane for lighter targets, and we've got Roaring Thunder for anything with heavy armor. The Arbitrary Force is the Judge Dredd guys. Yes. The Adeptus Arbites is the official, what one might call them, the national police force of the Imperium. They are technically an extra. They're not bound by individual planets. Each planet tends to have some level of Arbites representation, but the Arbites themselves are basically a national police force for the Imperium. They're not beholden to any planetary governor. Now, what gets confusing, though, is that the word Arbites, or Arbites, is used as a descriptor for all police and law enforcement officers in the Imperium. So someone saying, oh, they're calling in the Arbites or something like that. It might mean that they've called in the local police, or it might mean that they've called in, again, the militarized national police of the Imperium, depending on the situation. Every world has its own law enforcement, but individual worlds might not even have anything more than a single Adeptus Arbites officer, who would usually be nominally in charge of the entire planet's, or at least would have oversight over the entire planet's police force. Again, it depends on the type of world. Feudal worlds probably might have a single representative that serves on the governor's advisory council, whereas more populated imperial or hive worlds might have dozens or even hundreds of official Arbites officers who are assisting in local law enforcement matters. Power Sword S tier after playing. Yeah, Power Swords are just nice. There's a reason that they're standard, even in the tabletop game. They are the average option that all other melee options are compared against. And sometimes that's perfectly good enough. That's a light armor. I think that was the one I wanted to put on Argenta. No, agility bonus. I wanted this on Heinrichs. Yes, much higher armor. Yes. Plus 10% dodge against other humans and gains a crit hit chance in melee equal to 2 times agility, so he gets an additional 12% out of that. His dodge didn't go down, but his armor went up by about 15%. Yep. He does kind of look really stupid with that on, though. Not gonna lie. Alright, what else have we got? Needle pistol, don't care. Improved splinter pistol, probably not better. No, nowhere near better than the 2 blast pistols that I have Jay equipped with. Oh, Jay actually has a... oh, that's true, that's true. But she uses grenades, so that doesn't really help her. She's going to want to move, so that doesn't really help her. Is there anything else I could maybe give her? Oh, that would be good. I forgot she has Lore Imperium too. Okay, hold on. So she just straight up suffers... oh god. Yeah, that's just a straight up Lore Imperium percentage. So she would suffer 156% less warp damage. She also gains 156% chance to ignore any effect inflicted by psychic or navigator powers. Okay, that's actually really good. That's actually really good. What else? Swashbuckler Cloak, 2 melee weapons. Dodges a melee attack, or 10 weapon skill and 15% crit damage. Until their next turn. Stacks. Stacks makes it really tempting to keep that on him. Oh yeah, we'll do that. He loses a little bit of dodge, but the weapon skill and critical damage makes up for that, in my opinion. Tactical backpack, that's Argenta. Where's she at? Unless I have something better. Well, the wearer's weapon has 4 less bits, so hers is higher. So she gains hit chance of the wearer's burst attacks increased by 3 times ballistic bonus, and recoil is negated. Oh, but +1 rate of fire, though. That boosts it up to 9, which will take the rate of fire from 16 to 18 when I use rapid fire. But this I think the negation, though, is worth it. And the 3 times ballistic skill bonus is also worth it, because she's got a 9 ballistic skill bonus. That's a 27% chance of increased hit chance, and she completely negates recoil. Yeah, no, it's better to keep that. Beat of concentration. Again, we move too much. Overcharged plasma gun, too dangerous for Pascal. Auto stimulant. Plus 15 bonus to carouse. Strength plus intelligence bonus, additional damage for single attacks against human enemies. That might be more useful than that. Disinfection device for carouse. He's my only real carouse specialist, so I'd rather not take that away from him. Well, yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. What else do we have? Move, 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 which I know is... no. +5 willpower is still too useful on her because it's so easy to rack up. Each time their abilities affect an out. Yeah, no, it's too valuable. Psi focus. Whaler deals an additional 5 times psi rating of warp damage. His psi rating right now is at 6, thanks to the Eyes of Joyous. Yeah. Yeah, that's too useful for him. That finally gives him the ability to really push his melee damage. That also really makes me want to play a melee psyker at some point if I ever come back to this game. I want to do another pyromancer who specializes in melee. I'm not even going to lie. Or maybe not a pyromancer, maybe a biomancer. Just a straight up biomancer who just goes all in on strength. Strength and willpower to boost their attacks and then psi rating out the ass to hit everything. 5 times psi rating, that's actually really good. That's 30. He's dealing plus 30 warp damage with each attack. That's really good. Right, Ulfar was the one I wanted to look into that because he can actually make full use of that. Could drop the Iron Cape, but we'd actually need to start using non-damaging items, which I keep forgetting. Non-attacking consumable. It has to be a stimulant, a medkit, etc. It counts as an attack of a different type than the previous attack for the purposes of versatility and gives a 50% chance that the consumable item will not be spent. Okay, sort by type. So anything that's a damaging grenade, so everything from toxin grenade up, is worthless for this ability. Restores wounds, removes bleeding. He cannot use most of these, so it's actually... Oh, never mind. It's actually useless for him. Well, shit, because the only other person who can use it is Argenta. But she's not going to be able to take full advantage of a lot of these. Nah, it's just not going to suit my playstyle. Just go all for damage, screw ailment effects. Well, for the most part, I have, like... The only person who I'm using to inflict ailment is Ulfar, and that's because his base damage is already pretty high. And he actually has quite a few things that synergize with it. He gets... Yeah, when I hit an enemy with a ranged weapon that's within melee range, which fits his build, they gain a stack of Perplex. Then, any hit with a single target inflicts an additional stack of Disturb, Fatigue, Disturbed, or Perplexed for 2 rounds if they fail an agility test. Also stacks. The Space Marine's melee attacks apply staggered to the target if they fail a toughness resistance check with penalty. As long as the wearer has performed both melee and ranged attacks this turn, every enemy in a 5-cell radius also gains a stack of Perplexed. Stacks. The kick ability costs 0 AP, which gives him the ability to knock somebody prone. And he has 2 different talents, plus the Iron Cape, which means he has 3 different ways of standing back up after taking lethal damage. How beneficial they were now that I'm older. I mean, to be fair, I don't play Pokemon anywhere near competitively, but I have seen some YouTube videos on it. There are basically 2 lines of thought to Pokemon battles, which is either you go all in on status ailments and kill the enemy by death by 1,000 cuts because they can't kill your Pokemon, or you go all in on damage, you never care about anything else, and you literally one-shot everything in the game. So, doesn't surprise me. But no, like, Ulfar is the main one I've actually got doing debuffs, because on a good turn, he can inflict 3 stacks of Perplexed on every enemy that he hits. And that's a -10 penalty to ballistic skill, weapon skill, intelligence, and perception check. That's a -30 on everything around him, which actually makes him a hell of a lot harder to kill. And again, he has 3 different ways to get back up once he hits 0 HP, and he has the largest HP pool of my group. Like, is this a super competitive build? No, but it's hilarious because it's literally what a Space Marine is meant to do. It's meant to just not die and to just keep going. Never got into the Oh, I'm not talking about the trading card game. Or are you talking about something else? Because TGC, not TCG. Okay, I don't know what TGC is. I'm assuming that's like competitive Pokemon. Just the Game Boy experience. Yeah, well, no, I mean, as I said, that's pretty much what most of my experience with Pokemon is as well. I remember when Nuzlocke stuff blew up on YouTube, I watched a couple of videos of people who go really deep into how to deal with like the Nuzlocke restrictions and the rule set and all that for Pokemon. Let's go ahead and get these guys leveled up while we're here. We'll go with Devastating Attack for him. We don't really need any more toughness. His ballistic skill is solid, given that we're always at point blank range for him. Perception, maybe? Perception or strength? perception's not gonna... We'll go with perception. Give him some more dodge reduction. Jay, you can grab... Resolve stacks of tactical advantage and resets the cooldown. These abilities can only target... I guess. Fellowship... Ballistic skill, maybe? Or agility. Oh, Man, she's squishy. We'll go with agility. No, we'll go with ballistic skill. Let's get everybody leveled up real fast. %3 of their cover or 5 dodge and 5. Yeah, we'll grab confident approach. Already high up on ballistic, so we will grab... Wow, I didn't realize that Argenta's perception was already that high. Huh. No, no. Non-burst range. Yeah, no, that doesn't help us. She's already got... Reduces enemy dodge chance against the character's attacks. Versus... If a character uses a melee weapon, the dodge reduction is equal to half their agility. That doesn't help. See, I should think that strength should also have some effect on recoil or burst weapons, because it would make sense that you'd be more able to control the weapon as you're firing it. We'll just go with perception and further reduce anybody's dodge chance against her. Precognition. Whenever an ally suffers damage that would make them fall unconscious, the psyker immediately gains an extra turn. During that turn, they can use prophetic intervention. Prophetic intervention restores the allies' wounds to the amount they had before the attack triggered. However, the psyker's psi rating is reduced by 1 until end of combat. Can only be used by psykers with a psi rating of 3 or higher. Interesting. Immediately attacks its allies. That's the one we want. Mind Rupture, yep. Perception is good. Intelligence. We're actually... She does gain bonuses from her operative skills for that. Yeah. You know what? Yes, we're going to bump up her intelligence to 40. Give her a little bit more there. Abelard. That doesn't really help. All affected targets suffer 50% less damage from the next attack. Still pretty good. Just straight up resistance. More toughness, I think, for him. Yes, more toughness. There we go. That should be everybody. Alright, now we can move on. Now I can move on. Alright, where the hell do we go next? Loathsome Discovery. Wait a second, not explored. Why is that not explored? This should be the last time we have to travel through this orange one. Oh, god damn it. One of the macro cannon clans has sounded the alarm. The base ventilation systems have brought in the miasmas of some terrible disease that is killing dozens by the minute. Even more horrifying, the dead are rising to their feet and attacking the living, while some of the corpses are losing their human forms altogether, turning into unspeakable warp beasts. It would be suicide for the troops to storm the bay. Only the fearless Lord Captain and his retinue can stop this plight. Alright, let's go. Heinrichs and Marza, you stay here. We're gonna bring Ulfar and Argenta with us. Ulfar will form our front line, and everybody else will fight. Oh shit. Oh yeah, it's a full-blown attack. Okay, pull the enforcers out. They're just gonna get slaughtered. Oh wow, my guys actually set up a defensive position. Isn't that nice? Okay, how many we got here? We got 9 enemies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, good. They're all standing next to each other. Glorious. Okay, Cassia and you can stand here. Ulfar, if you'd be so kind as to stand in front, just in case. Pascal, take up position behind the turret. Irlet. All the guards are... Yeah, there we go. That'll work. And Argenta, set up at the top of the stairs. Though if this works properly, we should kill everything in a single turn. Alright. So firstly, we're going to point of curiosity. Draw everybody closer to this point. Thank you kindly. Oh god, that almost killed them all on its own. Oh, this is going to be glorious. Go ahead and pop that. Go ahead and pop that.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Anything else we can do before I do that? I held in my gaze, yes, on the Plague Bearer, so that sets him on fire. Nobody else would survive that, but we're actually going to use it on him just to... Because that should be... No, it's fine. It's fine. Let's just go ahead and give me another turn.
Not a servitor.
Then we're going to Firestorm.
I'll make it happen.
Glorious. Oh, more of them are coming. Oh, well that's annoying. Oh, it counts as a new turn, and we don't even have to move. Second verse, same as the first. Go ahead and draw all of them to a singular point, please.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Thank you. Can she... Plagued Undead, Plague Bear, there we go.
For the serfs.
Good.
Me?
Extra turn to Sovani.
Lord Captain.
Firestorm.
It's as good as done. Well, next time,
Oh, tell me. Oh, okay. This one doesn't count as a new combat. Oh, the game is game. You okay there? Oh, the Plague Bearer is still alive. Well, that's fine. That just means we can Firestorm again. Oh my god, how many people have I killed so far? Jesus Christ. Oh, the Plague Bearer is still alive. That means we can Firestorm again on top of him. That'll catch.
my gut tells
Oh,
me
target is
it's a
too
bad
far?
idea.
Aw. Well, we can fix that. Run and gun. Move up.
Don't let your guard down.
Oh, man. We might actually summon a demon if we're not careful with this. I don't care. Set everything on fire. And turn. What is left? 2 Plagued Undead, and that's it. You move up as well, Cassia, if you would please. And just go ahead and pop him.
Painted black.
And that's it. Irlet. We don't even need to...
It serves your cause.
Just pop his head, please. Oh, that was glorious. So that was what, like 30 plus enemies? Oh my god, look at all of it. Oh, I love my Pyromancer. Oh, look at all this nice cheap equipment that we can sell off. Very nice. Yeah, that's 15% per armor. That's great. That's what, 10% per knife? 5% per axe? That's honestly not that bad. Gather all that up, please. Did we get everything? Yes, we did. And not a single... We only lost a single enforcer, and that was because of the, cutscene. You see that, boys? You stick with me, and you will be way safer than you'd probably be on any other ship in the Imperium. Oh, that was glorious. That is why I love setting things on fire. Oh, that cargo bay is never going to smell the same. Within the rumor zone of forewarning. Okay, hold on. Well, first of all, hold on. There was... Okay, we need to go to Foulstone. Is there anything else we can build here? Yes, we can finally get holy ammunition. All right. Go ahead and execute that. Janice delivered some more stimulants. I do wish if they're permanently locked because of your choices that they would just remove them from the list so you don't have to worry about it. Payment in organs. We do have a lot of excess people. We could use that from our criminal population. I just don't like leaving it uncompleted, which is weird. That requires more Fellowship of the Void reputation, which I suppose we can work on at a later date. Once we get holy ammunition done... Ooh, then it just becomes a question. A medium-range broadside of macro cannons with 5 shots at 30 damage apiece. Ooh. And it gives us 20,000 with the Explorators. That's the main thing. I really want that. I really want that. 20% minimum damage to their ranged attacks, which is good. But Ethereal Visor. Ethereal Visor. Ooh. And when they're 100% wounds, they deal 5 times willpower bonus additional damage with psychic powers and psychic staves. Oh, that sounds so good. That sounds so good. Fuck. Well, we've got time. They've got some stuff for us. Degree of diligence, sorted good. Nope, nope, nope. Nothing there. We're all good there. Anything else on Vabos? Captive Xenos, which is a -5 security. Jesus Christ, no. I don't care that we're over, that we have enough of it. Like, well, maybe. Hold on. 3, so 2, 4, 6, 7. That takes it down to 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay, okay. Fine, fine. We'll do Captive Xenos. We have more than enough security. Well, we lose profit factor from that. Well, maybe. Nah, we'll hold off on that. They're working on that. Nothing else. So, forewarning. What is forewarning? Because we have so many rumors that we still need to check out. Forewarning. Several ships have vanished in the Litoribium Maledicta. Astropaths from across the expanse are broadcasting alarm warnings to each other about an unknown threat in the region. Weird. The rumor system is a bit interesting. Like, I like it conceptually. There doesn't appear to be anything different here, so... Savannah World already explored, Dead World already explored, Lava World already explored, Gas Giant already explored, and Vabos. Alright, so there's nothing here. Like, I get what they're trying to do with the rumor system. It's to encourage you to go out and explore and stuff like that, but... I don't know. Some parts of it seem like it doesn't work quite as well. Also, I just realized we need to... Why can I not repair my... Oh, whatever. Assault Ceramite Plating, 9 damage on the 4 and 5 points on all other sides. Adamantine Plating, negating 9 points of damage on all sides. Yes. We're also going to add that in for the high crit chance rate. We're going to keep the 13 speed just because the strong acceleration braking is in my opinion, useful enough to justify the 2 difference in speed. On the port and starboard and 5 points of damage on the fore and aft. No. Long range dorsal plasma macro cannon firing 2 shots and dealing 26 damage per shot. Nope, that assumes that both shots hit, and that will do equal to the minimum damage of the God's Bane. So we're actually just going to go ahead and add that to cargo. We don't need that anymore. We're keeping those just in case we need to switch over to long-range batteries. I've never gotten a second thing for the arsenal here, which is weird. And the original is just a plus 10% hull integrity, or plus 10 hull integrity. Like, that's it. That's all it does. It's weird. I'm kind of tempted to throw that on because we haven't, well... 5 times 27. I guess the Melta torpedoes are still pretty useful, so we'll hold on to that. Wait, what? 98%. Wait, what? No, give me that. I want the 90% hit chance with a 20% critical hit chance. Yes, okay, good. We're gonna go drop off that. 15 speed with low. We'll keep a hold of that just in case. And then we'll upgrade our shields. Add to cargo. We don't need it no more. We can use that to upgrade our hull even further. I'm not opposed to. There we go. Takes 860 scrap to get to the next level. Holy shit. Alright, I guess we'll drop off in this world and see what's happening. Why did it say that something was not explored? Already explored, already explored, already explored, and already explored. So, what the fuck are we missing? That's plasteel. Do we need any more plasteel? I don't think we need any more plasteel. No, we definitely don't need 2 plasteel. Ash World? No? I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, no, nothing. Not a thing. Ooh. Within the rumor zone of forewarning. See, not explored. What is it talking about here? I don't like it. That's one thing I do not like about this. Arid world, unidentified beacon. I thought we already went over this place. Oh, god damn it. Disaster. Bizarre warp sorcery has linked a demon, one that has breached the Geller field, to one of the voidsmen from the macro cannon crew. A former faithful servant of the Emperor has now become a heretic preacher, gathering a flock of those bewitched by the archenemy. Madness must be brought to an end. We could use cargo. The rogue trader and his retinue will personally go and face these contemptible foes. Time to go set more people on fire. Alright, what map is this?
Always keep your eye on the price.
Oh, they've just straight up summoned... Okay, well that's going to be slightly more annoying to deal with. Okay, how... Oh, it's Cultists of Corn. The Doomed Fire... Why does it do that sometimes? Just, fuck you, game. You were open just fine a moment ago. Whatever.
What is it?
Irlet, if you'd be so kind as to open us up with a nice, solid beginning. Let me see here. We got 2 bloodletters, Cultists of Corn, Mutant Psyker. Yeah, if you could just go ahead and pop the head off that Psyker. What do you mean no line of sight to the target? Whatever.
Keep your wits about
State your intention.
Irlet, if you would please, shoot him.
Not your Xenos pet monkey.
Thank you. One fewer enemy. Now, should be similar to what happened last time. Cassia here, my guy here, Ulfar up here to block. Pascal set up in cover over here. That gives you a nice wide rain of fire. Irlet will set up here, and Argenta will set up here. Why does that not count as cover? That makes no sense. Why does that not count as cover? I guess we'll put her over here then. Cassia! The usual, if you would please. How many is that? One. There's 13 enemies, and that grabs... Wait, are they already burning? Does that count as a thing that they have? Immunity to toxic damage, manifestation. Whenever the demon enters combat, each party member suffers loss of momentum. But when they die, you gain a bunch of momentum. At the start of each turn, all creatures around must pass a warp power resistance check or suffer horrors of the warp. Oh, Born in Flames. This creature is immune to burning and fire damage. Shit. That's a problem. Fuck. Okay. Well, we still need to kill everything else, so... Can we... I don't like that he manages to... What is he? He's gonna have to move past Ulfar, so that doesn't matter as much. Instead, I want to grab... Yes, there we go. Well... To be fair, I do warp damage as well with it, so hopefully... That will be... Go ahead and immobilize him. Can't do anything else with that. Oh, good. That'll knock him out of the fight. Then we're gonna go ahead and give me that. And we're going to... No, not Orchestrate Flames. It's only gonna catch some of them, but it'll work. Or not. Well, guess we're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way then. Who goes next? You. Can I hit you from here? Yes, I can. That's 2 of them. And then we're going to...
I'll see to it personally.
Aha, so I can cast it on him. It just doesn't do nearly enough fucking damage because it's a warp effect.
Make it happen. Your end was inevitable.
Alright, Cassia. Finest hour.
In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
Firestorm.
You all fall before my
Yeah, immune to fire my ass.
Who, if not
Set him on fire.
me down?
Set him on fire.
You never stood a chance.
3. Where's the... I see 1. I see 2. Oh, there's a marksman all the way in the back there. Dick. Can I hit you? I can't. I don't like that. Okay, so they've taken damage. They've taken damage. Go ahead and cast Inflame. That takes care of him. He's still alive. We're going to go ahead and pop that for the additional crit chance. I'm going to keep casting on him, I guess. Ignite. Yep, Inflame is currently dealing damage. Those aren't going to do anything to him. Ignite again. Ignite again.
Make it happen.
Think I can run and gun for an additional one? Yes, and ignite again. And then orchestrate flames to ensure that he can't turn it off. And then we're gonna zone... Really? Move over here, please. We're gonna Zone of Fear to force him back a couple of steps, which will make it harder for him to get close to us. Argenta. Be so kind. The usual. Rapid fire. Really? Okay, okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. We'll move up here.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
It just occurred to me. If I do that while she's next to that. Oh, well.
As the
Open fire.
I act. This is why I will strike you the threat.
Glorious, Argenta. Glorious. Just utterly eviscerated that demon. And then it's my turn. I get my shit ton of MP that I don't even remember exactly where it comes from, honestly. We're going to run forward a bit. And then set you on fire. There we go. Entire cult obliterated. Flamer, las pistols, axes, some scrap mail. Yep. Very nice. Oh no, there's still some... Yep, more stuff to grab. Doomed Fire Razor. Sting. Psyker didn't have anything, and the Marksman will probably just have a long las on him. Wow, he didn't even have that. He had an auto gun. Dude would have had to have moved forward to actually do anything.
Is there money to be made?
Darkstar, good to see ya. It's been going well. I decided to play some more Rogue Trader today. I was playing co-op Space Marine yesterday, and it didn't... I don't know, like, I felt like if I had been streaming it, I wouldn't have provided pretty much any commentary that was any good, or that wasn't a repeat of what I talked about during the campaign. So, I just decided to play more Rogue Trader, and we'll keep moving here. Bloxton, Plasteel, and a beacon. Have we not been here? Go ahead and quick save. Yeah, we're collecting the Phlogiston. Traces of meteorite we already did. We don't need the Plasteel. But this... Aha! The augurs detect a suspicious zone with an unidentified object at its center. It must have been hidden previously by some force field, but now it is for some reason inactive. Okay, I don't know why it does that. The homunculus' prism that had been kept aboard the ship is activated again. Augurs detect another Drukhari beacon. Only this time, the dark artifact from the homunculi's laboratory establishes connection with it as soon as the ship enters orbit. The prism shows the next set of coordinates, but the beacon on the planet's surface continues emitting its sinister signal. Send a scout team to the beacon. This time around, the scene that scouts face is no less loathsome than the last. Hundreds of those who are undoubtedly at one point humans are lined up in a chain of bizarre geometric shapes, their bodies fused into each other at the hands and the feet. swing steadily, unable to fall. Tortured whales break through their sewn lips and burned out eye sockets gape towards outward from mutilated faces. We destroyed the last one, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we did. Burn the ungodly place with holy flames. Or no, we didn't. No, I'm reloading now because I remember. Because when we removed the beacon last time, it killed them anyways. So there was no reason not to remove the beacon. So we're going to remove the beacon again because I think that it'll do something. This is one of the rare times where I will save scum that because I literally remembered as I was hitting the button that we did grab it last time. Okay, send the scout team. We get the same thing. Order them to bring the beacon. That gets us more Xeno artifacts. The removal of the beacon from its platform leads to a grotesque spectacle. As if the beacon had sent a signal, unseen devices within the mutants activate, sequentially burning out each mutant's innards with a scarlet glow, one after the other, continuing in the chain. The poor soul's bodies slowly smolder and turn to ash. Like, yeah, they die anyways, and knowing the Imperium, our guys used flamethrowers in their choice, so there's no reason not to have to deal, not to have to fucking... At least we get something out of their suffering this time, rather than having to... Okay, so we... Forewarning. How much else is there? Rusa... I swear to God, I made my job harder by frickin' exploring everything beforehand. I swear to God. Chartist vessel. I guess we'll just hang out up Dargonus the Oh God, we need to get back to Dargonus. Oh, is frickin' is fucking... Wow, I've actually forgotten his name. Conrad, that's it. Has Conrad finally made his move? Oh, please tell me he's made his move so I can kill him. Please tell me he's made his move so I can kill him. I don't think there was anything we needed to do. Degree of diligence, no. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go, holy ammunition. I don't think there's anything else. Nope. Janus. No. That just requires reputation, which we don't have. Kiava Gamma, we finally... Yeah, that requires that we already have reputation with them. Same with this one. Otherwise, we go for Sky Barrier. Kiava Gamma will now house workshops that will forge weapons for void ships. We gain a bonus to minimum damage with all attacks, which is nice. I like anything that reduces the swing of damage numbers. We gain a 5-shot macro cannon, which is solid. The 20,000 Explorator reputation, which is really good in my opinion. And the 21 weapons, which is really just superfluous at this point. Or we can hold out, try to get more reputation the good old-fashioned way, and get this. The profit factor and security isn't really the issue. The issue is the ethereal visor and the fact that I think that this is the most rewarding of them, and it would be very interesting to get our hands, or at least some influence on the Adeptus Mechanicus when dealing with the construction of warp technologies, which I imagine is mainly warp engines and Geller fields and the like. Yes, a dangerous, closely guarded secret for the Adeptus Mechanicus. That requires 50,000 reputation. I do wish that we could access... Oh. That's cool. Didn't realize you could actually see all of this. I do wish we could actually just access the trade and reputation thing from here rather than having to go back to the bridge every time. Also, can we repair this? Thank you. All right. Well, for right now, let's land. We need to deal with this. If this is going to be Conrad, I want Heinrichs with me. If it is Conrad, I want Heinrichs and I want Abelard with me. Because Abelard has some words for this asshole. Abelard has some words and a giant chainsword for this asshole. And if it's not him, well, still. We haven't had Abelard in a few missions. Let's bring him with us. And to be fair, the last mission we came with him was just dealing with his family issues. I don't get why it drops you off here rather than in the palace landing platform that's right next to your throne. Like, don't get me wrong, it looks cool. But we're the Rogue Trader. Why are we walking all the way up here? Doesn't matter if this guy's Conrad, I'm gonna burn him alive. I'm gonna build a frickin' pyre. I'm gonna stack him on top, and I'm gonna laugh the entire time. I feel completely vindicated, setting Conrad on fire. I can't wait. Please tell me it's him. Alright, Clementia, what's going on? No? Wait, what? Why does it... Oh, these are one of those things that I have to do in orbit. I'm an idiot. Melting the ice. Ooh, the Rogue Traders turn the sublime minds of the matter may employ the blessed machines of the Adeptus can melt the centuries old of ice layer on a long forgotten would be an unbearable for the commoners, just another task for the servants of the Omnissiah. Sorters offer prayers to the machine spirits they perfectly unorthodox. Yes, we want to do that. Weapons for provisions, we're good on both. Chemicals for plasteel. Actually, we're kind of low on that, so we don't want to do that. Xenotech for weapons, doesn't matter. Profit factor for Xenotech, don't need that. Profit factor for Phlogiston, don't need that. Provisions for Promethium, don't need that. People for provisions, definitely don't need that. And people for Promethium and chemicals. Nope. Alright, so I'm an idiot. I completely forget that these events you just trigger from being in the fucking system by clicking on the damn thing on the top. And I am an idiot. I am a fool. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. An imposter has arrived on the planet, claiming that he is the Rogue Trader. Begin mass executions. Oh dear God. Declare a hunt for the imposter. Put the imposter to the test. So we have... Are we really going to... Hold on. So is that available because we have more than 5 security? Or is this going to cost us 5 security? I do find it kind of hilarious, though. Let's put the imposter to the test. The liar was exposed and exit. Well, that was easy. Okay, I really don't feel like I was needed to handle that, guys. That seemed like a real waste of time. You already had more than enough security to handle that. Why was I needing to come back here and deal with that? Okay, whatever, game. Loathsome discovery, forewarning. There's so much shit I have to deal with. So many rumors. And we have to check, like, each system because I don't know which ones they're in. Hey, first time chatter. A game that I completed on release with a lot of struggle due to Outcat's release style. Look forward to the 24th for another playthrough with the DLC in mind. That is, unfortunately, I might be done by then, and I don't know if I'll play the game again on stream, but I might play it again on my own time. And yes, I had massive issues when the game first came out, 10 win, and I ended up basically saying, you know what? I'm just gonna wait a few months. Like, what I'm seeing is promising, but I don't want to deal with the insanity right now. And so here we are. We've been playing through for a little while now, and we are in Act 4 right now, if I remember correctly. Yes, because we got back from Kamara. Kamara was Act 3, basically. But thank you for checking us out. Thank you for checking us out. And yeah, because I think what people have said is you want to have a new game because they're adding a lot of stuff in the DLC, and you miss some of it if you don't start from the beginning. Alright, Virus with some minor bugs until Act 4, and then the game essentially shat itself. Yeah, I've heard a lot of bad things. I've been making various saves across the board, and of course, if we encounter bad enough saves, I might just go download the Toy Box mod and see what I can do about fixing it, because say what you will about Owlcat's games, they do give the players enough tools that between Toy Box and fan patches, there have been quite a few efforts to fix some things that even Owlcat hasn't been able to get around to. Oh, not again. Oh, God. Fine. But we have not had any major bugs. I think there was... we did run into the one on Kiava Gamma that I got forewarned about as far as making sure you pick the right dialogue option for Heinrich so he doesn't take the opposite of what he did. Oh, not the pink horrors. Well, to be fair, I was using my navigator insight pretty well, and we weren't getting many of these until now, and all of a sudden, We've been getting a lot of these events. I guess Pascal's probably got the best opening fire ability. Okay, so we've got pink horror, 3 pink horror, okay. Go ahead and do that. Set off that thing so that it explodes in his face. There we go. What the? Why is that summoned on top of me now? Fuck you, game. Slowed? Oh, fuck you. There we go. Pull that out of there. Heinrichs, if you could actually start up here and deal with him, that would be great. Argenta. We'll pull you over here. Cassia. You know what? We're going to start me and her up here, so that way we're out of there. Pascal, stay down here if you would, please. Thank you. Alright, the usual bullshit applies. Point of curiosity to draw them closer. Thank you. Then stop him where he stands with a burning attack. Then give me a whole bunch of this. Played the first game. The worst bug I had was the game. Weird thing would kick you out of the dialogue only way. Wow, yeah, I have not run into any of that. Yeah, the ending slides being wrong, I've heard still affects some things, but I mean, I'll know what ending I wanted. If I need to go look it up on YouTube to watch it, then fine. Yes, we'll also freeze him in place. Then we'll go ahead and cast that. Then we're going to Firestorm. That will catch all of them. Glorious. Really, that didn't put a burning on him. That didn't put burning on any of them. That's annoying. Go ahead and incinerate him. Good. We got the AP back, which means we can now use that on him. There we go. And I think that's it. That leaves 1, 2, 3. Yep. Well, if that's the case, as per usual. Finest hour. Go ahead and set him on fire. Go ahead and inflame. Don't care. Go ahead and set him on fire. Go ahead and set him on fire. And then go ahead and move here. Past Pascal, please. Ow. Then we're going to move over here. And we're going to set you on fire. And, oh man. Can we hit him from there? We can't. Can we hit him from there? No. Can we hit him from there? Yes. You look it up elsewhere, but I was lucky enough to get quite overall good endings. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. There we go. These ones are actually kind of more annoying because they don't give any cargo that I can use to boost my reputation anywhere else. Alright, let's get out of here. Cassia, please calm down. You use your willpower to determine your resistances to things. You're like the third tankiest character I have behind Abelard and a goddamn Space Marine. Calm down. Okay, there's something here. Cassia is best girl. I'm not romancing her, so it's less waifu and more like little sister, but... Sorry, took a drink there. The Hulk? Oh, okay. Well, first of all, 10 win. Just be careful. I don't like spoilers, so please, no details. But the fact that you called it the Hulk is already telling enough. I've got a bad feeling about this now. A strange vessel enveloped in a pale orchid mist sails past the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge. A familiar coat of arms appears on its thoroughly dented and ragged hull. The House von Valancius coat of arms. The augur crews report that this is the Light Seeker, an expedition void ship tasked with exploring the outer reaches of the Koronus Expanse. This vessel disappeared without a trace nearly 600 years ago. The telemetry shows that the decks are empty and devoid of all life, with no crew detected. The sight of the ancient void ship causes a throbbing headache, an inexplicable disgust. Where did it vanish for all those centuries? How did it end up here? The worried whispers of the crew are silenced by an urgent alert. The ship is rapidly changing course. While closely watching the Lightseeker's maneuvers, your seneschal becomes certain the vessel's preparing to attack. Abelard has heard a lot about bountiful worlds discovered by the void ship's crew, but he doubts the same brave voidsmen are at the helm now. Whatever dark powers now control this vessel, one thing is clear, it is now a threat. The rogue trader needs to engage this unknown enemy and recapture the property of the von Valancius dynasty. The Voxmaster reports that the elders of her clan told her tales of the Lightseeker. It is a legendary void ship that discovered plenty of bountiful worlds where the most profitable extractiums were later installed for the Protectorate. This vessel brought countless riches to the von Valancius Protectorate in the past, but its sudden reappearance after 600 years of oblivion seems wrong and dangerous. The High Factotum, Janrus Danrock, confirms that the Lightseeker is still a part of the von Valancius fleet. In other circumstances, the Factotum would have insisted on reclaiming the property of the Protectorate, but who knows what had happened to the vessel during the centuries it was lost. The dark powers of the cosmos or even the warp could have corrupted the void ship. Ulfar is adamant that any void ship that has spent 6 centuries beyond the Veil is corrupted beyond salvation, and it must be destroyed. Voxmaster, open communications with the void ship. Vigdis sends one signal after the other, urging the Lightseeker's crew to establish contact to no avail. The short delay is enough for the possessed void ship to assume an advantageous position as it prepares to engage you. Oh, really? Well, we'll see how well that goes for it. I have an escort, I have just upgraded my ship, and I have solid weapons.
Ah, finally! Some real action!
And it is basically just a carbon copy of our ship with a high level of shielding. Alright. How do we want to do this? We move here. That puts it in range for everything, so we're going to move here first.
Engage the engines!
Then we're going to fire the torpedo battery.
Torpedoes away!
And then we're going to... Is he already in range? Almost. We're going to move forward here. Open fire.
Fire at will.
Very good. Shielding is still holding up. Fire the second lance battery. There we go. Then we're going to move here, which will put him in range of our macro cannons. Open fire. Oh, that was easy.
Confirmed. Praise the old Messiah.
Dark Halo, Unholy Amulets, scrap. Well, that was pretty easy. Oh, that wasn't the Hulk. That was just the ship that was hanging out next to it. Oh. Okay. Or, no? Wait, what? Is that all that there was? Huh? Hey, Tenwin, since you've played through this part, is that all that it does? Huh, that seems a little anticlimactic. So I guess we go down to the planet next? Oh no, we've already been here. So that was it? Bothers me, the icon of their power is a frigate, and I don't remember, but I think the game is just bugged and glitched that. Really? Shit. I mean, I did save just before it happened. We could reset it. Hold on. All else fails. We have the power of Google. Rogue Trader, the Hulk event. No, those are people are all talking about. No, they're all talking about the Mechanicus Hulk, which is way back at the beginning of Act 2. So that must not be it. No, it's not that. Oh, Lightseeker? Oh, you're right, you're right. That would be a better way to... Halt Light Seeker. No. Let me see here. Space Hulk remains there. Nah, but as you already did. You did not keep. Okay, so there's no event. It's just the game isn't properly updating the rumor, and that's why it's staying on the screen. Okay, as long as we finished it, I'm fine with that then. Oh my god, does that mean though I'm gonna have to? Oh man, if it ever updates these, because which one was that? Forewarning, I think, or is it a different one? Either way. Because I think that finished off that one. No, forewarn. Oh, good lord. So hold on. If I go back into the system. And it's still there. Is it going to trigger the event again? Or is it going to... No, it just doesn't do anything. Okay. Alright, fine. Yeah, it seems the rumors don't update properly, so... I mean, this is new, at least. I know. We're on the trail of the homunculi thing, which we have been making good progress on, at least. Yeah, I don't know. If this is the worst bug I encounter, which is that the rumor system doesn't update properly, I mean, I'll take it. That there are a billion things that could be far worse. Oh, it absolutely will, Tenwin. Believe me. Believe me. My brain is already like, oh god, which missions have I done and which ones haven't I done? Like, trust me. Part of the reason I waited to play this game on stream is because I played through the tutorial and Act 1 on like 5 different characters because I kept being like, oh, but I want to try this. Oh, but I want to try this. Oh, but I want to try this. Oh, but how would this character do? And I had to stop myself because I just kept save scumming. I probably spent 15 hours just on multiple different characters going through Rykad Minoris, and it was driving me insane. Between the bugs and constantly resetting, I saw the beginning of the game way too many times, and it just drove me nuts. Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do. So one of my things for this entire playthrough when I've been on stream has been limiting my save scumming and limiting my reloads, just so that I don't do that. Yep, and then there's this one where it repeats like 3 times for some reason. There we go. Send the scout team, so it's the same thing. Yep, the third beacon turned out to be encircled by an appalling gallery of grotesque exhibits cobbled together from a huge quantity of mutilated bodies. Massive statues pierced with giant black rods depict the battles of unknown warriors with non-existent creatures. Each of the several dozen such statues is created from quivering flesh and still living bodies groaning in agony. Bring the beacon aboard the ship. Yep, we know what happens with this. Once the beacon is torn from the platform, a scarlet lilac impulse runs across the giant rods that pierce the statues of flesh, and all the unholy figures are gripped at once by blinding blue flames as the air is filled with incoherent screams and the smell of burned meat. I am myself unsure if I will do a full playthrough of a priest. Crime Lord, second playthrough, repeat my old playthrough. Get plenty, probably with bugs, not messing with it. I don't know what I would do. Part of me wants to do what I would call a pure guardsman build, which is literally soldier, frontline combatant, and he only uses a lasgun or a lasgun derivative for the entire game. Like literally just turning him into a guardsman who became a rogue trader, just because I kind of find that idea funny. Plus, like, lasguns don't really get used by anybody else in the game, despite them, some of them being quite good. So it's kind of, it would be kind of funny to have that be like the main weapon that you use. Because like Argenta does either heavy weapons or does the whole sword and pistol concept. Ulfar has a similar build. Abelard is a melee specialist who can occasionally use a shotgun if he needs to. Pascal is either pure melee or pure plasma or melta. Heinrichs and Malarzai are both melee assassins. Nobody's just like a straight up actual soldier. Like the closest you get is Ulfar and Argenta, and both of them do way more by going into heavy weapons or into the melee shoot and scoot style with the sword and pistol. All right, I guess that was it then. Okay, see, that one updated. Now it's gone. So I guess some of them just don't update and others do. Part of me wants to go full dogmatic. I'm doing an Iconoclast run this time around just because I wanted that and because I wanted to romance Irlet. Path of Revulsion. So, was that it? Hold on. Path of Revulsion, because it didn't update anything. Shattered World and Lepidus Mortis system. Yeah, we already did that. So I guess that's the end of that rumor. I'm just going to start making my way to the actual quest so we can make progress. But yes, part of me wants to do another dogmatic run. And just go full-blown, like, not total idiot levels of dogmatic, which, let's be honest, that happens sometimes with the way the Imperium's run, but just full-blown Imperial loyalist. A competent Imperial leader. So that would actually make me probably want to play a Commissar or a Guardsman, just because they would actually be the people on the ground who would know what the hell's going on. Was there anything I could do on Fellstone, or do we just have the event there? There's also an event on Vabos. I didn't realize that. Okay, shit. Oh, God. Yeah, we've been over this. Strange creatures cannot be caught as long as if they sense they're being watched. And yeah, just go with that. There we go. Free experience. Much easier. Yes, the leveling UI takes forever. And on more than one occasion, I have done my leveling in between stream sessions. I've also done inventory management in between stream sessions because the inventory can pile up so quickly. Yes, we need to go that way. We have to scroll to see your talents. Yeah, it's just not laid out very well. The rest of the UI is great. Everything else, like even the combat UI, I think is a definitive improvement over how they handled their Pathfinder games in the past. Like overall, I would love to see Owlcat do another CRPG set in the 40k universe with a different rule set. Like, honestly, after Act 3 and all the writing for the Drukhari, I would love to see a Drukhari-focused CRPG. Like, could you imagine, like, working... all of your companions are various either Drukhari or aliens that work with the Drukhari as mercenaries, and you're, like, establishing a cabal? That would be interesting as hell from a gameplay and story perspective. Especially since it would fully embrace the whole, yeah, you're the bad guys angle that you do get in Rogue Trader. You can absolutely be, like, both a pro-Imperial and an anti-Imperial bad guy. Even an Iconoclast is not a nice guy by any extent. I would go so hard with a Dark Crusade CRPG. Exactly. Do a Chaos one and Chaos Cultist. That would be interesting as hell. Oh, make one of the companions a Blood Pact. Give us competent Khorne soldiers because those are so rare. Blood Pact is one of my favorite Chaos factions, and they don't do nearly enough with them. Because it actually looks at the angle of if Khorne is a god of war, then actually being competent at war would be a good thing, and not just running at the enemy to kill them. You turned into a demon prince? I could see that being one of the endings. But I could also see you playing a cultist who just wants mortal power and doesn't see the reason to, like, take almost an Abaddon approach to it. Like, why would I want to allow the Chaos Gods to seize control of part of my soul when instead I can essentially play them off against one another and have material power instead? Plus, it would give it a great excuse to have, like, could you imagine getting, like, a Night Lord companion? Going her on, exactly. I mean, and technically, if it is Dark Crusade, you could also play a Renegade, which is someone who's against the Imperium, but not necessarily against humanity, which would be an interesting one as well. That would be like that game's equivalent of an Iconoclast run, although to the other NPCs, you'd be a heretic, essentially. Void ship has arrived in the colony's orbit, having returned from a long expedition. Their hold is filled with trophies, and their Prometheum tanks are nearly empty. Sell fuel to them, we gain profit factor. Buy their trophies, we gain Xenotech and lose profit factor, or offer them noble titles in exchange for their trophies. We'll sell fuel. We've got extra fuel. Why not? Yeah. Again, that really doesn't seem like it would have needed my personal intervention, but okay, game. As a Nurgle and Slanesh fanboy, I would love to embrace chaos heavily. Yep. I mean, it's very obvious in this game so far that Tzeentch plays the biggest role because of the whole cult of the Final Dawn and everything, which is fine, And in fact, Tzeentch makes sense for a rogue trader, in my opinion, because of the intrigue and the power structures and all that stuff. So I am definitively not against that. But a different game with a different setup would be interesting to see. And yes, if it was Dark Crusade, it would be very interesting to have, like, it'd be almost obvious. You would have one companion who worships each of the gods exclusively. You'd probably have one character who is apathetic to the whole thing, like an Iron Warrior style or a Night Lord style who just doesn't care. And then you would have someone who was like Chaos Undivided, who just goes all in, probably a word bearer or a cultist who follows that. Should have a bit more presence considering the indulgence. Well, to be fair, a lot of the heretical options do kind of take that flavor to them, from what I've seen. I haven't picked any of them, but just reading the dialogue, a lot of the heretical options fall between either Slaaneshi or Khorne, because, and technically, from what I've seen of some of the heretic options, you can kind of do a heretic playthrough that isn't even against the Imperium. You're just really bloodthirsty and like fully self-interested, which is kind of hilarious. Whereas the more indulgent, I want power stuff does kind of skirt the edge between Slaanesh and Tzeentch, in my opinion. Okay, it says there's a bunch of shit here. I don't know. This Kiavagama event. So Kiavagama and Foulstone both have events that we're trying to get to. Okay. Let me see what's here. Or at the very least, like, I would think Slaanesh's presence should also depend on what you do on Janus. If you deal with Janus first and deal with it quickly, Slaanesh's influence in the area should be reduced slightly because you just took out one of their major cults. Whereas if you wait, it should be more of an issue. If they did a Dark Crusade, should they do Space Marines or Mortal? It should absolutely start with Mortals, because there's just so much more you can do with that, especially as a growing cult or a pirate or what have you. But it absolutely should have at least one Space Marine companion, if not two. But the advantage there with Dark Crusade is that, much like, well, Rogue Trader's a bit different because of the way its stats work, but with Dark Crusade and the Gifts of the Dark Gods, you can justify power ramping a normal human to Astartes levels a hell of a lot easier than you can in most of the other 40k style RPGs. Some kind of event happens marking you special, you get more influence. Exactly. And as I said, the power scaling can work a lot more in your favor. Like, it's a lot easier for a normal cultist, through success and working hard and getting sufficient success in the name of their gods, to reach the power of a Space Marine compared to a normal human in the Imperium finding a way to reach the power of a Space Marine. So it's a lot easier to justify having Astartes companions once you start getting famous as a character, or not famous, but you know what I mean. If your influence starts growing enough, it just becomes easier to justify that as a companion character. Whereas Ulfar, for example, like, you really only get him because you help get him out of Kamara. And the fact that his pack is dead, so he doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Now, what should be interesting, though, when you start running into Space Marines in a Dark Crusade style game would be, how do you keep them from seizing control of your cult? Because Chaos Astartes love to do that, where they'll encounter minor cults, take control of them, kill off the leadership or do that, and then just use it for their own ends. That will be an interesting gameplay dynamic if they go in that direction. Carpet of Black Flowers reveal hundreds of Imperial supply bases amidst the melting snow broth. They are practically untouched by time. Yeah, no, we paid all the price to get this stuff uncovered. We're taking it. Wow, that's it. Quick firing las pistol. Decreased by 1 AP. First attack with the weapon in combat does not set attacks on cooldown. That'd be really great if I had anybody who used las pistols. +5 bonus to fellowship, increases result by 1. That's really useless. And some mobile extractiums. Chaos Marines pop up, deciding to take over. The cult has a small civil war. You end up taking down the Marine leader and they kneel to you. I would even go so far as to say you take down most of the Marines, even if it, like, loses you a lot of followers in the course of it. Oh yeah, we can now just extract weapons from here. Oh, well, I mean, we don't really need it, so. And then you would probably have 1 or 2 survivors. The best way to do that as well would be to have the Marines themselves be from different legions, so they're not, like, working as a cohesive unit. Like, have a Black Legionnaire, a Word Bearer, a Red Corsair, and, like, a couple of other, maybe 2 or 3 other Marines, and you play them off of one another in order to help ensure that they can't take over your cult. And then you pick and choose which ones live, and or you can lean on 1 or 2 of them that might be the most sympathetic to you, and they will end up joining the cult rather than helping you fight against it. Or you can be a total asshole, have to fight all of them and get a harder battle. You don't get any of them as companions, but now you don't have to worry about anybody influencing your cult other than you. Yeah, going full Latara Sarin, just backhand the Space Marine and shoot him in the face. Ooh. Having already studied the surface of this planet. Yep, we found that. Is this more of it? Yep, augurs have detected a container with unidentified cargo on the planet next to the Chari beacon. Many kilometers around the zone are filled with huge, likely dangerous Xenos life forms. Very strong emission of unclear nature radiates from the beacon itself. The cargo can only be taken from the planet by force with the help of an assault squad. Send the assault squad then. Expecting resistance, the assault squad disembarks some distance away from the beacon. To the soldiers' surprise, the gigantic mutants surrounding the beacon turn out to be incapable of moving. They are carpets of formless chunks of flesh. These groaning, bleeding creatures cover the earth for many kilometers around it. Something unseen brings them unbearable suffering. The emissions of the beacon, previously detected by augurs, turns out to be a cruel trap for the assault squad. Damn it! Acting on the soldiers' mind, sends them horrible visions of brutal deaths and excruciating torture, preventing them from coming close to the beacon and the cargo. The images of such abominable fates appear directly in the brain and have brought ecstatic pleasure to a Drukhari. But even those warriors tempered by battle can scarcely withstand them. Well, then why don't we just send out Marazai? He'd be able to handle this easy. Hell, he'd see it as a vacation for a few hours before he blew it up. Yeah, Abelard, get on the Vox and remind these soldiers that humankind is capable of fighting off even the most terrible of Xenos threats, provided they find the inner strength not to yield to it. Guided by the Lord Captain's words, delivered by Abelard, of course, the soldiers resolutely advance upon the beacon. The rogue trader's speech helps them withstand the beacon's horror and remain sane. By activating a switch on the beacon, the soldiers finally turn off the torturous emissions. Bring the beacon and the cargo aboard the ship. The removal of the beacon from the platform proceeds as planned. Nothing happens afterwards. The gigantic groaning carpet of mutants continues lying where they are, neither exploding nor burning up. The Voxmaster reports that the prison of the homunculus laboratory shattered into a myriad of needles, flew apart in every direction with a loud snap, gravely wounding several crew members. Because of course it did. This is 40k. Diamond, welcome, welcome. The pain grip. All the wearer's melee attacks inflict bleeding. All bleeding effects inflicted by the wearer have their power increased by 2. Oh, okay. I don't really think that works with how I have Marzai built, but that's not the worst. Do I still have the... Yes, I do. Oh, okay. So suddenly that makes a lot more use. So we can put that in place of the Bloodthirster. And then give him these. Oh, but that's... still... No, actually, yeah. I'd rather keep him how easy is. I don't have the things to actually make him useful for that. But that is interesting. You could do a whole bleed build with Marazai. And I can see that doing a lot of damage if properly set up right. Also, I am going to have to take a quick break right now because I really need to use the restroom. So I will be back in 1 moment. Let me just leave a note in the chat here real fast for any lurkers or anybody who comes in. So go ahead and take, everybody else, take a 2-minute break if you need to. Grab something to drink. Go use the restroom. I will be right back in a moment. Just give me 1 second. Okay. I'm back. Really needed that. Sorry about that. Sorry about the delay. We already got all of that, right? Yep, Prometheum weapon. Yep, that's not what we're worried about. We've got plenty of extractiums. We've got plenty of resources. Yeah, see, this just doesn't update, which is unfortunate. Oh, wait a second. No, Sam. One-way road. Homunculus prison. Yeah, see, it doesn't update them. Jesus Christ. That's aggravating. Yeah, we already did this. Alright, fine. Whatever. Where were we going? Right, we needed to go to Foulstone real fast. Then we needed to go to Kiavagama. I also will admit, I'm not the biggest fan of the individual movement. I would really like to be able to, like, select, like, Kiavagama over here, and then the game would just be like, you go here, then you go here, then you go here, then you go here, without me having to do it every single time. That would make things a little bit easier. I mean, if an event happens, then yeah, trigger the event. But especially when I've upgraded, like, the main warp routes to be green so that they don't get events, so I can travel between my planets easier, I should be able to just be like, okay, I want to go to Kiavagama, and then it would just link through the green paths there, so I don't have to do every single trip on my own. Alright, let's get in here. Sundays are my long days for anybody who hasn't been here before, so I like to do slightly longer streams on that. Most of my other days I can only do a 3-hour stream. That's on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but on Sundays I like to go a bit longer. So we still have plenty of time. Oh, the cult of the Final Dawn has poisoned the colony's water supply. All who drink from the tainted sources turn into mindless animals. Empty the water tanks, investigate the incident, lose its profit factor, servitorize the inflicted. No. Usually if we have... Huh, weird. Usually those options are the better ones because they actually require you to have something on hand. Why does it require people? That doesn't make any sense. Empty the water tanks. Decision will cost millions of lives, but mass poisoning will be... Oh, wait, what? That's not what I wanted. Why would you... Game? That doesn't even make any sense. I wanted... Take it. Take the way it was reading, I thought we were emptying our ship's water tanks to assist or something. I didn't realize it was empty the water tanks of the colony and kill millions of people. Fine game, fine. That was my bad, I guess. That was my bad. I still don't get why all of these events require... Yeah. Travel to the colony system, explore what's happening. Yes, we've done this. I don't know what else it wants me to do. Oh, distress signal and a landing event. Okay, I guess we'll hit Kiavagama next. Speaking of which, hold on. Was there anything else that we can do here? Yeah, fuck it. I mean, allies increase their wounds by lore and period divide by 15. Why not? Let's do it. There we go. The only other thing we can do is dirty bureaucracy, which I guess... Yeah, I mean, it doesn't affect anything. Do it. Was there anything else we could do for Janus? No, we need more Fellowship of the Void experience for that one. Anything we can do for Kiavagama? I'm still having to decide what I want to do there, though. Thank you for the grenades. I mean, I could just do this. We lose people, we lose complacency, but we gain efficiency and provisions. I mean, that doesn't really matter. Genetic mercy. The genetic purges will be stopped. Unfortunately, we know for a fact that there was both a mutant uprising and a gene stealer uprising. So quite frankly, I'm not going to stop that. Like, we actually need to keep this planet under control as far as looking for mutations and shit goes. So I'm not even... I don't want to know if this would cause something else to be triggered. Although I say that, but I did make warp guides here, which is literally just using unsanctioned psychers. So maybe I should shut up. Mark your calendar for Frostpunk 2. I still need to play Frostpunk 1. I've never been a big fan of the city management genre, but I've heard so many good things about it, and I picked it up a while ago. I just haven't played it. Again, I am not much of a city... Oh, there we go. There we go. We got that handled. I don't think anything else popped up because of that. Nope. All right. I need to play Frostpunk 1 if I'm going to play Frostpunk 2. I need to play Kingdom Come Deliverance because I've heard good things about that, and I want to be, I want to have that ready for... No, there's nothing there, and there's nothing there. For Kingdom Come 2 coming out, I think, next year. So I've got plenty of choices. I've got plenty of choices as far as what I want to play. There we go. I'm thinking of playing Wrath of the Righteous on stream as well, because I've never finished that. I've gotten through most of Act 2 and Act 3 in a previous save, but I had the same problem there that I had with the beginning of Rogue Trader. A combination of bugs, glitches, and then just, oh dear God, too much decision paralysis. Way too much decision paralysis. I ended up making, again, like 5 or 6 different characters and playing through the first 2 acts of the game over and over and over again. What am I doing? We don't need to do that. We need to pull this up. When I played Frostpunk the Ixion, I knew why. Not parsing that quite right, Diamond. Are you saying you knew why what? Like why you wanted to play it? Ugh, sorry. Needed to stretch. Heresy rears its head on Kiavagama, remnants of vile forces causing compulsion in workers and technomats. That requires execution. Order that a cure to the compulsions be found. Declare the victims martyrs. Oh, you knew why people love these games. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, no, I've seen reviews of Frostpunk. I've seen gameplay stuff. I haven't seen the full story of what happens in Frostpunk. But I know it is a very grimdark universe. It is very, like, it has quite a good story beat to it overall from what I've heard. And that's good, because if I'm going to be doing a city management game, I need something other than just, hey, you want to build a cool city? Like, I was never big into the whole Sim City or, like, cities, skylines, stuff kind of stuff. So Frostpunk having an actual story and having actual world building is very important to me. Plus, there's not much voice acting, so I can continue to pad out my stream time by constantly having to read everything for everybody involved. Oh, we have plenty of profit factor. Go ahead. Order that a cure to the compulsions be found. The tech research for me to get rid of the compulsions. The colony's habits continue to suffer their onset. Oh, that's unfortunate. But that was pretty much the iconoclast option, so... And again, why did that require my personal intervention? You could have just sent a frickin' text message. The fall of Santiel's pride. Oh, good lord. Tackle of disturbing news from the Navigator Sanctum. This is a new one. Over the last few days, allegedly there's a vast shadow following the void ship through the depths of the Sea of Souls. Mere hours before emerging in real space, the vessel shuddered and an unidentified leviathan emerged from the roiling warp, wrapped its tentacles around the ship and started squeezing, trying to crack the hull like an egg. Pray for salvation from the warp beast. Or the warp trap. The void ship crew did everything they could to release the vessel from the nightmarish creature's grasp. The bulkheads groaned and snapped, entire chambers were depressurized, and the screams of people left alone with the warps made Vox operators go mad as their hair turned gray. At last, the Navigator executed emergency translation to real space, and only the opening of the escape portal made the unknown aggressor retreat. Damn, 60 damage, and that was on a yellow path. What the fuck, game? Supposedly there's something here. Oh. Oh dear. Lord Captain, ne'er-do-wells from the Augur crew are reporting that we've reached the Nolum Septum system, or a Prometheum refining hive. Santiel's pride is low... What in the... Oh, yeah, I just noticed there's no sun. Bend my mother over the golden throne. The transmission ends abruptly and resumes with a loud click several moments later. Emperor preserve us, Lord Captain. The entire system's darker than the inside of a grok's ass. The local star, it's... gone. Yesterday you started a replay of Inquisitor Martyr with all the DLCs. Could have been more... Are you referring to the loss of the star, or you're referring to Inquisitor Martyr there, Diamond? Sorry. As I said, I own Inquisitor Martyr. I played it back when it first came out, and I just... Because I really just wanted a 40k game at the time. Oh, Justin, welcome, welcome. Hello. We've been going for about, little over 2.5 hours now, so we're doing it. Yeah, the loss of the star. Yeah, could have been worse. Yeah, sure, could have been worse. How many billions of people were on that Prometheum refining world? But yeah, Inquisitor Martyr, I don't know. I've considered maybe doing maybe a one-off stream or something just to see if I want to play it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. What is the other one that I was looking at? Chaos Gate, I think is what it's called. The one with the demon hunters is one that I also want to look at. It's like an XCOM style game. I would like to see how that would play out. If it has a decent story, I wouldn't mind doing that on stream. At the same time, I don't want... I mean, I know my viewership has gone up from playing Rogue Trader and doing a lot of this, but I'm not just a 40k streamer, so... I'm hoping that I can entice some of you to stick around when we switch over to something that isn't 40k related, but I understand if you're only here for that. Chaos Gate is a must-play game. Okay, I'll definitely have to give that one a look at, Diamond. I'll definitely have to give that one a look at. Alright, where were we? What nonsense. Stars do not just vanish from the sky without a trace. Abelard, you were literally with me on Rykad Minoris when that exact thing happened. Sir, please... What? But unless my eyes are deceiving me, Lord Captain, Santiel's pride is an object of strategic importance to the Korda dynasty. It alone covers the Prometheum needs for nearly the entire Protectorate. Well, that's not true, because we've been making a lot on our own, but continue. It is not difficult to figure out what happened. The damned Xenos had their work cut out for them, but by the throne they succeeded. This does not mean that we leave the important strategic assets for them to plunder. I suggest we do Incendia Korda a favor and salvage the remains of her Prometheum. Another system missing its star. You hear a quiver of outrage in Heinrich's voice, followed by a deep exhale. We need to see if there are Xenos on that frozen world, and should our suspicions be confirmed, we must exterminate them. Hey. I have got to lower the sound on that. Thank you, Tenwin. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. We are one step closer to getting affiliate status. I think all I need is to get to 50 and we'll be good to go. If you disagree, let me remind you that the protectorate of one of the rogue traders of the Koronus Expanse has just lost several billion of its subjects. Can you be certain that the same would not happen to Dargonus, or any one of your worlds? Oh, forgive me, Shireen, but I refuse to believe that among the billions of Korda subjects, that wasn't at least a handful of desperate souls still trusting in the Exalted One's providence, clinging to life. Who will become their salvation if not you? Oh, spare yourself the trouble of hoping that there is anyone left to save on a doomed little world. All of the Monkai were either taken to Commodore or disemboweled on the spot. Marazai's voice trembles with sudden excitement. However, the lackeys of the pathetic Archon who sent their cabal here... Oh, who could it be, I wonder? I eagerly await a chance to meet them, personally. Thank you for your comprehensive report, Ravor. Vigdis takes over the channel, her vexation showing only in her face, with which she clicks her vox. And the force with which she clicks her vox. Apologies, Lord Captain. As the esteemed Master Helmsman just stated, the Augur crew is troubled by the anomalous absence of the star at the heart of the system. As for the Hive world, I'm afraid it is forever lost to the Imperium, along with its billions of its children. Alright, let's repair us, because holy shit, we took a pounding from that event. Ice World, Prometheum. Lots of Prometheum. From the sound of it, Korda's going to need Prometheum, so we got plenty of extractiums. We're going to start extracting the excess Prometheum. And hopefully we'll get an event or a contract that will let us sell that off and become... You do quite a good Marazai voice. Thank you, Tenwin. I try. I wonder if we had gotten here fast enough if we would have been able to save those refugees, but this game is really iffy with its travel times, so yeah, I'm not surprised we weren't able to do that. Alright, we're gonna quick save. Let's go deal with these Drukhari. Yeah, I think I do a decent range of male voices. I've gotten a few compliments from the chat on that. Cato and Ptolemy usually bring it up. I don't think they're in chat right now, but they usually have complimented me on it.
Our faith will be tested.
Yeah. Of course, they blocked off the best fucking position I had. But I can't really do female voices. Excellent voice actor in the making. Thank you, Justin. Thank you. I mean, I don't really see it, but I really do appreciate that you guys have been so supportive with that. Okay, hold on. Talon Kyrix frigate on the left, Talon Kyrix frigate on the right, and another one behind us. You know what? We're going to fire off the torpedoes now, because they're probably going to move past us. We're going to swing out on this side. There we go. Move. Then we're going to open fire.
Lance batteries. Volley.
Yeah, we're not going to deal too much damage to them. Well, we do have a pretty good lance
Fire at
battery.
will.
Fire both forward lances. Good. If we bring ourselves alongside here,
All hands, prepare for acceleration.
and then we're going to... All damage dealt to a weak point is increased by 35. Yes, we're going to go ahead and pop that on him and pray that we're able to kill him.
Let them taste
Come
our
on.
fury.
Oh, so close. Damn it, if I had my warp channel ability, I'd be able to one-shot him and take him out of here. Ah, fuck. Oh well. Yep, he moves forward. Leech torpedoes, interesting. Good shots, good shots. Alright, good. He moved far enough, so he shouldn't have to worry about those torpedoes. Yep, he's gonna fire. Shields took the damage, no problem. Second one's coming in. Really? That one didn't move at all. Well, that's kind of annoying, but I guess we can do that. Go ahead and move the melted torpedoes next to the target. Detonate them.
The dark void
Good.
will erase their colors.
Why am I unable to move? What the fuck? Why am I unable to move? He must have used something to hit me, and we're gonna get hit by both of those torpedoes. Are you kidding me? Okay, hold on. Turn us. Oh. No, wait. What? That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense at all. Okay, whatever. Can we get around these things? Yes, we can. So hold on. Open fire with the dorsal mounted cannon.
Volley.
Then we're going to... Let me see here. Is there any way... No, if I do that. So we're going to want to move here. No, not there. Give me a new heading. Give us a tight turn, Abelard. I need a tight turn. Yep, that'll work. That will get us,
Engage the engines.
hopefully, tight enough that neither of these torpedoes are going to be able to hit us this turn. Go ahead and give me a vulnerability scan on that target. And then give me a full broadside.
Salvo. Proceed.
Good. Then we're going to end turn. Alright, those are going to move. They're going to try to swing around and fail. He's going to head our direction and open fire. Yep. Our frigate is going to have to turn around. The leech torpedoes. Yep. Good. We were able to get in underneath them. Very nice. Now, hold on. 1, 2, yes, okay, so we're going to arc auger. Open fire.
Let them taste our fury.
Good damage, and then we're going to warp wave.
Burn in the fires of retribution.
Oh, that is such a good ability for finishing people off. Now we just need to... If we move here,
Helmsman, take us in.
and then we use... Nope, nothing else we can do there. So then we're going to... No, we'll just stay here. We should be out of range of all of them. Yep, that's going to try and turn around and then explode. That's going to try and turn around and then explode. And then he... Ah, damn. We actually took some damage there. Oh well. We made enough scrap that it'll repair that, but I was really hoping to get through that without having taken any damage. Still, that was 3 Drukhari frigates down. Admittedly, I can't do anything with the Void trophies now that I think about it, because we've already maxed out our reputation with them. Oh well. Yep. Frozen Hive World. New information has arrived. Lord Captain, we managed to detect a residual heat signature on one of the continents of Santiel's Pride, but there is no clear indication of origin. The crew is waiting for further instructions and praying for the souls of the deceased with extraordinary zeal. No, we're not going to do that. Tell the crew to get the shuttle ready. Let us not delay and begin exploration. Start Promethium extraction immediately. We'll exploit the world's remaining potential while it's still remaining in orbit. Oh, okay. To be fair, like, this couldn't have happened more than a few weeks ago for the planet to freeze over. It's going to have a fairly stable orbit for a while, like, until something bigger gets closer. Its orbit should be mostly stable for at least a long enough period of time to extract its resources. Dispatch rescue teams. Try to find survivors. Order is clear. Rescue shuttles have been dispatched to the suggested evacuation points and likely locations of hidden bunkers. Anything else? Tell the crew to get the shuttle ready. Let us not delay and begin exploration. The esteemed helmsman's sour voice fills the Vox channel. You're so eager to freeze your esteemed arse off, Lord Captain. Who are we to object? Well, Marazai did ask to be given the chance, so if we run into any Jakari, we'll bring him. Abelard, you can take a break. Keep the ship covered. Yeah, we'll go with our usual shake-up team. We'll go with Iralet for long-range support, Marazai and Ulfar for debuffs and melee combat, Pascal for skills, Cassia for skills, and myself for heavy damage. I like this team. I have read all of the comments about Ulfar just getting competitively worse as the game goes on, unfortunately. So I'm going to get as much use out of him while he's still useful as possible. Yeah, there's something grimly dark. I literally was about to say the word grimly dark. Oh, God. About having... There's something very ironic about having a poster saying survive next to a whole bunch of frozen dead bodies. To be fair, Tenwin, there's been quite a few events where I thought he was going to do that, and then he didn't. So I've been kind of getting a little disappointed with that. But rest assured, I will bring Abelard along more. I just know that from what I've heard, Ulfar's ability to survive pretty much disappears after, like, a chunk of Chapter 4. So I'm just getting my use out of him as I can. Then we'll be back to using Abelard as our front line. Speaking of which, I do not like that it keeps screwing this up. There we go. That'll do.
I did it.
Thousands of bodies have merged into the frozen snowdrift, covering streets as far as the eye can see. It is unclear whether the formations occurred naturally, or if somebody purposely piled the corpses up.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Jesus Christ.
As it should be.
A delicate young woman lies curled up in a snow blanket like a living statue, her thin hands clutching a silken blanket. Jewelry. Crumpled writ. Writ of passage to the Pulchrimus family. Arrival at Footfall. Huh. A gold pendant with a silver inscription. To my darling S from D. Inside are hand-painted portraits of an elderly man, his wife, and daughter. Oh boy, I have a feeling the game is really going to hit home with the tragedy on this level. What about Ulfar doesn't carry to late game? Reki, from what I remember reading, the main problem with Ulfar is, one, you get him with like half of his levels already predetermined, so you don't have much control over how he is built. Two, while his armor and equipment is initially very good, his inability to use a lot of the items that other people have and only having access to Astartes equipment severely limits his utility as the game goes on. And finally, because of the combination of those two factors, he never hits as hard as an Arch-Militant Argenta, and he can't take hits as capably as a tanky Abelard. So he ends up being worse than either of them. He also can't take advantage of cover, and he's a really big target, which means he tends to get focus fired really, really easily. It's just kind of the way that is. Now, we are on a lower difficulty, so he has been more useful, and indeed might remain useful into the late game. But I have read people playing on core and higher difficulties where they literally never use him because he is too much of a liability in combat. He's very clunky to move around, yes, because he takes up 4 spots, which does make him awkward on some of the maps. So as I said, I'm taking full advantage of what he has here. His best attribute late game is going to... Yep, because he has so much health. He has so much health. And I think he has 2 talents that let him get back up from 0 health, which I have given him. I've also given him an item that gives him another way of standing up when he hits 0 health. So he literally, I think that means he has to be knocked out 4 times before he's out of the fight. That right now is his best usage. I also given him a bunch of items that allow him to put perplexed and staggered on people. So he doesn't do much damage on his own, but he debuffs the hell out of anything he hits, and he's capable of taking a hit, which is pretty much the best thing I can use him for. Let me see here. Oh, wow. Yeah, we've got a lot to explore.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Lord
My
Xenos.
success was inevitable.
The snow clearly shows the trail of a body being dragged and reveals several pairs of footprints. Judging by their shape, none of them belong to a human. Interesting. Eldar feet, as far as I know, don't look too much different than humans, so it's a bit weird that you'd be able to tell that easily. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's a trap. Oh, Beastmasters. Shit. This was a proper ambush, wasn't it? Yep, it's a proper ambush. Fuck. What have we got? What have we got? I'm a Chimera, Cabalite Sharpshooters. Cabalite Sharpshooters, Cabalite Blade Master, Chimera, Beastmaster. Alright, this is going to be aggravating. Damn, I wish we'd gone the other way. No, wait, that doesn't connect to it. We had to come this direction. Shit. Alright, well, we can't move anybody around. Luckily, Cassia always goes first, because fuck you, game. Can she even reach? She really can't. If I cast it there, that'll draw the 2 of them to that position.
I'll show you the real pain.
Then we're going to held in my gaze on him, because we can see him.
Your skill is
And then we're going to held in the gaze on him to prevent him from moving. Then we're going to buff. You made Cassia into a nasty sniper. I mean, I can see how you can do that. And in the early game, her having a backup like las rifle is not the worst because she just doesn't have access to her abilities. I've just gone full in on her navigator abilities because she's the only one that has them. She uses just the basic buffs that she gets as an officer and bring it down so that I can then go. Then we're going to firestorm these 3 assholes and they're dead. And then we're going to set... Can't move just yet. How do we want to do this? We're going to pop run and gun. That gives me a little bit of movement. If I can get here, will that allow me to... No. Okay, hold on. If I move here... No. Can I... No, I still can't hit him from there. God damn it. Alright, fine. Just move up here. Get us closer. Then we're going to...
I'll see to it.
That's going to deal 0 because he has the ability with that. Then we're going to inflame. There we go. He's down. We can't deal that, so we're just going to pop Revel and Slaughter to get the improved crit hit chance. Then... Yeah, we're just going to end this. Finest hour. Cast that on me. I get a shit ton of movement. I can now move up here.
Risk is my second nature.
Fire on you. You're almost dead. Fire on you. You are dead. The Chimera gets a move, which is unfortunate. Then we're going to inflame. Then we're going to cast again. Which, really, that... Okay, he's supposed to fucking die. What the hell? He's supposed to reduce damage to 0 every other time. Just get out of the way. I don't care. Cast it again. There we go. I don't think we can reach this guy. We can run and gun again. It gets us a little bit closer, but I don't think it lets us... No. So we can end our turn. Cassia ends turn. He's a melee guy, so there's no reason to go looking for him. Can we hit him from here? No, so we're just gonna wait. Really? Okay, fine. I'll come to you, asshole. Really? Are you... Are you fucking serious? Why can I not touch him? Thank you. Maybe move closer. Set him on fire. In flame. And he's dead. Thank you. Sorry, Marazai, but they did ambush us, so I didn't really get a chance to let you go to work. What could my twisted kinsman possibly be seeking in this island? I mean, come on, Irlet, you know damn well what they're looking for, which is more people to kill. Although, we blew up their ship, so now they don't exactly have a way out. More equipment. Good. Cabalite Blade Master, you got anything for me? Reinforced Cabalite Armor. I don't think any of that is better. No, he's got the Incubus Blade Armor. It's better. Pascal. Ooh, bunch of stuff. Data conduits. Nice, 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 nice. Alright, let's head back over to the other side. I might have to increase the difficulty again because my Firestorm combo with Cassia is pretty unstoppable as far as damage goes. May the faithful partake of the Emperor's immortality and find solace in his crimson embrace. Spread the word, brothers and sisters, the feast has begun. Oh, dear God. There's going to be cultists here, too. Oh, boy. Warning. Harboring traitors to the Imperium is punishable by death. Yeah, no shit, game. I guess I should... Should I double back? Let me see here. There's a lot of dead guardsmen, which is not a good sign. Since that means the Drakari didn't have time to capture all of them, which is usually an indicator that something else happened. May the faithful immortality... Yeah, we've seen that one. We've seen that one. What else is going on here? There's more to this than just the Drakari. Lasgun we don't need. Frag grenades we'll take. What have we got here? Gervas, may the immortal emperor guard you with his grace. I've done everything I possibly could. Grab Agnet and Jolanta and flee this cursed world as soon as possible. I left the writ of passage and some savings in our secret cache at the Spire of Pride under one of the wanted posters. May the Master of Mankind bless Actius for his assistance. I still have unfinished business at the department, so we will reunite on footfall. Your loving brother, Lamprecht von Groten. And we're gonna have to take a trip to Footfall and find these people's families, aren't we? Ooh, clear the ice. Does that lead to the next zone? I don't want to go to the next zone. There's a lot of shit that I still need to do this. Yes, it does. Okay, so we will come back here in a moment. We've got way more shit to explore down here. But in regards to what you said, Tenwin, I do just have Irlet, and she's been pretty much my main long-range combatant. She does a good job. I was honestly... A lot of people were saying, like, oh, she doesn't do that good. Okay, some of the dialogue lines when you select people are way too long. But Irlet has done well for me, and I guess I kind of get it because again on unfair difficulties and the really high stuff I could see how she'd be a problem. But right now she usually either kills things in a single shot or takes them down by like 90% health, which is more than good enough. My precious Victa, Sister Brigada from the Orders Famulus, whom you have introduced us to, is a real sweetheart. You must have noticed how many new guests started showing up at our soirees after the darling stayed at our estate. Joffrey, whatever, is extremely fond of Briganda too. Our heir has finally started showing an interest in something other than the exact sciences and taking a liking to theology. May the Emperor bless your insightful wisdom. Come visit us today with the 8th Klaxon. My husband will be at the club with his friends. Forever yours, I.L. Oh, Order Famuloso, or the Order Famulus. That's interesting. They're the order in charge of basically internal security of the various noble families by keeping an eye on them and helping raise their children, if I recall correctly. Irlet might play became a hardcore long-range sniper with the right ability. She did insane damage. Of course, Argenta became the main damage dealer. Yep. I have heard all of the stories of how you can build Argenta into just a unstoppable room-clearing machine.
Skardas, you went too far. The Monkai will be off to his ancestors now. I granted him 24 non-lethal wounds. You will have time to enjoy his suffering. No, kill me, please. Please end me already, I beg you.
Okay, we need to deal with that. Is there anything over here? The chapel's massive doors are sealed by ice. The pale bodies of priests can be seen under its glacial surface.
I always keep my options open.
Okay, so hold on. There's... Oh, Medusae. Shit, I hate how it does that. I'd really like to be able to see their abilities, game, but fine. Multiple Medusae. Multiple Medusae. Kabalite Warrior. Okay. Let's start this off strong. Irlet, if you would be so kind. They're kind of spread out. I'm not going to be able to pull my usual shit with Cassia right off the gate. Go ahead. Minus 50% aura value, but plus 10 lethality. Go ahead and do this. Yeah, target him. Oh, that didn't count as a... shit, I thought that counted as an attack. Fine, fine, game, fine. I want to be a pain in my ass. No, not there. Irlet, here. Cassia, here. Marzai, over here. Ulfar, over here. Pascal, take cover here. And I will take cover here. Alright, the usual shit goes. Rule of thumb, if Drukhari invade a world, the best idea is to jump into a vat of molten metal. Yep. Because that would make sure there's no revival nonsense going on. Yep. And hey, if you manage to grab one of the Drukhari on your way in, they won't be able to get revived either. Sucks to be them. What would be better? Oh, that could be difficult to hit, but it would be the best choice. Go ahead and cast that there. Alright, we got 3 of them at least. Go ahead and freeze that one in place. Good. Freeze that one in place with the Sybarite, because he's actually got a rate. He's actually got that. I don't get why it burns on some of them and not others. That must be something I have equipped to her, and I'm not sure what it is. Actually, can I... Oh, if I do that... No, it's not going to push him in the right direction that I need, so it's not kind of pointless. Go ahead and give me the additional turn. Go ahead and Firestorm on his ass. Glorious. Then we'll go ahead and Firestorm on... Yeah, they have to have some kind of resistance. Natural... Oh, they have natural armor, first of all, which is already going to cause a problem. Interesting. That's all they have? I'm surprised. Eye Burst. Deals mental damage. Ah, and if you fail a willpower test... Ah, okay. Oh, and it's a massive AoE. Alright, that makes sense. So yes, set him on fire. Oh, good. We got our AP back from that. So, then we can set you on fire as well. Glorious. Oh, we got our AP back again. I love that. There's an item we have that gives me a 20... Or no, it's an ability? I can't remember. Where we get our AP back for that. So, then we are going to... If I can move here, can I get... I can get him. That'll work. Good. And then we use our final point on Inflame. Glorious. Oh, those Medusae are still not taking much damage. Okay, we're going to have to deal with that. And I know exactly how. Finest hour on my guy. And then we're going to set you on fire. And then we're going to move over here and set you on fire.
This is intriguing.
Good. Then we're going to pop Revelant Slaughter to get the additional crit chance. Abelard first played by this point in the game. I got him to kill 78 enemies in one turn regularly through rushing momentum buildup and absurd hardcore melee damage with two-handed sword. Exactly. I think I've got him with a two-handed chainsword for lighter targets and a two-handed power thunder hammer for anything that has heavier armor. His main thing though is just getting close to anything and forcing them not to move, because between Firestorm for AoE, Pascal with his plasma, and Irlet with her sniper rifle, that takes care of my damage needs. Although I do like that Abelard, the warrior's heroic that literally just maxes out their AP and movement, is so useful for when you just need a single target to die. Alright, where was we? Right, Inflame? Inflame. Good, extra damage. Then we're going to... Yes, we're going to Incinerate, which should do more than enough damage to break him down, because he'll take the extra damage from him. There we go. And then we set him on fire as well. Glorious. Nice and quick. Go ahead and disarm that for me, Irlet.
A trivial task.
fact, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and I really feel like I need to do this. I don't want to adjust any of these skills. We'll go ahead and drop the party momentum modifier. Go ahead and full cover hit bonus. Yep, half cover hit bonus. Minimum damage, we'll go ahead and drop that down. Minimum damage dealt to enemies, we'll go ahead and drop that way down. See, the main thing I don't like is I don't like giving the enemy bonuses. I feel like if the design encounter requires the enemy to just get stat bonuses out the ass, I don't like it. Skill tests, I don't want to change. Enemy wound modifier, 0. Damage dealt to the party, we'll go ahead and set that to 0. Damage received for new injury. Space combat difficulty is exactly where I want it. Minimum damage, so yeah. I mean, it's not much, but why did it just reset that? Or no, it didn't. It didn't. Okay. My brain was not looking at that properly.
Is there money to be made?
Save your jests about fur fleas and marked territory. I heard enough of them back
Full
on
las gun, Cabalite armor. Elite blast pistol, that might be better than what I have on Jay, so we'll add that to the inventory in case we can take advantage of that. Why does it say that... Wait, what? Oh. A strange meaty growth the size of a human head is clinging to the skull and neck of a... man? The emaciated face, at least, the part that you can see from under the pulsating alien flesh, bears no emotion, and its cracked lips hang slackly open. Savane di Firenze, do not look! Irlet's shout is the last thing you hear before darkness flows into your mind. Your vision grows dim. You have a sinking feeling in your chest, but you're still alive. You're trying to open your eyes. Dark figures dash about in the twisting shadows cast by the fire. One of them is standing in front of you, casually tossing something from one hand to the other. You slowly turn your stiff neck and dumbly stare at the stump where your right arm used to be. The figure comes closer, tosses a frozen hand onto the ground, and breaks off the tip of your nose with a little crunch. Why haven't you died with the others? Why are you still alive? Frightened, cold, hurt, aching to flee, but these feelings are not yours. You concentrate your will and begin to shrug off the unbidden emotions, and the compulsion recedes. You once again see a man caught in the clutches of a disgusting parasite. The illusion is gone, but the inexplicable anxiety still lingers in your soul like the aftermath of a particularly bad nightmare. I'm trying to do a dramatic run, but still use Drukhari weaponry. Well, I mean, if it's your player character, you could just not get the Drukhari proficiency. If you're really playing dogmatic, technically. I know there's a version for Wrath of the Righteous that kind of does that. There's an appearance mod that lets you change out how your characters look no matter what their appearance are. I don't know if anybody's made a version for Rogue Trader, though. Frequently is so good. I mean, true. At the very least, it tends to be better than most of the baseline Imperial stuff, though I've noticed a lot of the Imperial stuff that has special effects tends to be slightly better than the Drukhari. Maybe not in damage, but in debuffs and things like that. Pascal's voice synthesizer crackles in agitation, and a needle glints on its mechadendrite. Neural overload detected. Protocol to render emergency aid activated. Examine the creature. The thing before you is a Xenos parasite that Magi biologists would call a Medusa, or Medusae. These creatures latch onto the brain and nervous systems of their victims with dozens of tendrils, assuming control over the body of the host. Their nature is yet to be fully studied, but the prevailing hypothesis claims that Medusae are capable of absorbing strong feelings and emotions from their environment, although the question of how and why is still a matter of debate. How does warp possession work? So, usually it depends. There's two major versions. There is what I would call warp possession, and then there is demonic possession. Warp possession is usually what happens when someone fully gives in to being a heretic and just decides to start using the power of the warp. Warp possession is less possession and more amplifying a person's negative traits. So someone who is already bloodthirsty will start screaming about skulls to the skull throne and causing blood to seep from the walls. A follower of Slanesh will suddenly have ecstasy pumped literally into their veins and start formulating ways of summoning up demons and things like that. A Nurgle cultist who allows the warp in might suddenly spontaneously develop mutations and diseases that start emerging from their body. This is the more general cause because most cultists don't have the actual ability to summon a actual demon or call a demon. And most of the demons don't care because a regular cultist is, well, small fry for them. The other is demonic possession, but one sec. Is it okay if I mention something happens if you have another companion here at the moment? It would be too spoilery. I'm assuming if we had Heinrichs with us or something, they would be willing to say something, but as long as if it's something that we're not going to see anyways, Tenwin, go ahead, you can let me know. If it would have happened here and it's just not going to happen because the character isn't with us, then sure, by all means, because we're never going to be back here again. He will be muttering, "Why am I saving the Lord Captain every time he says something?" Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. But Kato, back to your question. The second version with possession is demonic possession. This is usually what happens when a psyker specifically taps into the warp in such a way that it draws the attention of a demonic entity. In which case it becomes a battle of wills, which unfortunately in many cases the psyker loses. In which case the demon will literally, quite literally, crawl inside of the psyker's brain. And what happens from there can take a variety of forms. The demon can fully possess the body and work from within the body and use it as the psyker would. The demon can force the body to open a warp portal within itself, thus turning the psyker into a warp portal. The psyker violently explodes and begins expelling demons out of the bloody viscera that was once their body. In rare occasions in which a heretic is able to subdue the demon, the person will actually subsume the demon within themselves. It doesn't kill the demon and it doesn't dispel them, but it essentially allows the person to tap into their power and use it to enhance their own. This usually also results in mutations. The Tzeentchian followers use this method fairly commonly, where they will purposely bind demons to objects or to their person. That also, however, increases the risk of things like turning into a chaos spawn and whatnot, so it's very dangerous. And finally, technically, you can also create a demon host in which someone forces a demon into somebody else while properly binding them. The radical members of the Inquisition will occasionally use this in order to gain access to incredibly capable combat troops, psyker assistants, or to gather information from a specific demon that they want bound. So there's a variety of issues that can happen with it. Unless the psyker is killed by other means, the psyker essentially is destined to be eventually dependent on ability. Yes, there are exceptions like Malkador. Well, to be fair, a sanctioned psyker is much less at risk. They have a much higher chance of resisting the possession. They have a good chance of that. The main problem is that most, even sanctioned psychers, are usually accompanied by minders, usually from the commissariat. And the commissariat does not take chances. They're not going to wait for the psyker to see if the psyker can shrug it off. They're just going to put a bolt round in the psyker's head to make sure it doesn't happen. That's just how it is. Fundamentally, there are like Space Marine librarians and certain high-level psychers, if they've been sanctioned properly, who can go their whole lives without a demonic possession. But even they will be the first to basically say like, hey, yeah, if I'm about to suffer a demonic possession, don't wait, just kill me. Like Space Marine's standard operating procedure, if you've ever seen the Astartes cinematic, when the Inquisitor Acolyte or the Inquisitor full-blown, I don't know if they ever specified which one he is, when he gets possessed by the psychic Xenos entity, the response from the Space Marines is literally knock him to the ground and then put bolt rounds in his body until there's nothing left. That is standard Imperial operation for any attempt, for any sign that a psyker is being possessed. Theoretically, it is possible for a psyker to go their whole lives fighting off that influence and to die a natural death later in life. It's entirely possible. It's just so incredibly rare that it's a true statistical anomaly that it happens. Malkador is one of the few examples we have of where that actually happened. He burned himself out on the Golden Throne, and that was as close to a natural death as he gets. One of the reasons Adira doesn't survive the event on the ship. Yeah. Adira, like, you have to talk down your crew to keep Argenta from just blowing her away with the heavy bolter I have her equipped with. Though Adira is sort of the does come to the same conclusion via a different route when you complete her companion quest, which is basically like, yeah, I will most likely go out in a blaze of psychic energy, but that just means that I'm another tool for you to use, is kind of how she phrases it to the rogue trader. Like, I'm going to eventually die from this, so you better make my death worth it. Which in a lot of ways I can respect. She isn't sanctioned, and there's no way to get her sanctioned now because we're cut off by the Chiatrix Maledictum. And technically, as a full-blown psyker, fully awakened, I don't even know if the sanctioning process would work on her anymore. You're honestly kind of in the wrong. The fact that you let her even be near you is an absurd thing. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If you're playing a raw dogmatic run, there is literally no reason to let her live after she gets possessed in the cargo hold. There's literally none. that would be the moment if you're playing a dogmatic character to put a bolt round in her head. Because that is exactly the kind of warning signs that everyone in the Imperium is taught. If you see this, kill that person, because the chances of them unleashing quite literally the apocalypse on whatever planet they're on has just increased astronomically. Like, don't get me wrong. There's a reason the Imperium gets the whole tagline in the whole Grimdark speech about being the most cruel and bloody regime imaginable. But people make the mistake of thinking, well, that makes everything the Imperium does stupid. No, the Imperium does do a lot of stupid shit. But a lot of it is also informed by, if we don't do this stupid shit, even worse things are going to happen. Even if she recovers Bolter Shell now. Yeah, as I said, theoretically, a strong enough Psyker can resist in perpetuity. It's just that, again, that is such a statistical unlikelihood that the Imperium, and indeed most, even non-Imperial factions that deal with Psykers, don't take that risk. Because, to be clear, it is absolutely a risk every single time. As a sanctioned Psyker, we're slightly better off. The main thing that sanctioning does is reduce your likelihood of being possessed, and also gives more time for anyone to kill you should you come under the possession, because the sanctioning process does make it harder for demons to operate within your flesh. That is a straight up bonus. That is a straight up advantage. But again, the Imperium doesn't take chances. Just about the only group that will is the Inquisition, and that depends entirely on the personal feelings of the Inquisitor in charge, as well as their own personal feelings of Psykers. Inquisitors who happen to be Psykers tend to be both more forgiving and also more paranoid about the thing, because it could happen to them. More forgiving in that they acknowledge that somebody with high enough willpower can resist it, but also more wary because, well, they know exactly what could happen if it actually goes down. Let's do this next check. The parasite appears to be tightly and permanently attached to the victim's head, or so it seems. You spot a certain pattern in the location of the tendrils upon the host's body. Making a few incisions here and there would probably allow you to separate the creature from its unfortunate bearer. Let's see if we can. Pascal's, you've got the highest medical skill. Oh, after a few well-placed cuts, the parasite's meaty body convulses, making the thin tendrils go soft and unable to maintain their grasp. You dislodge them from the other, and soon the parasite releases its host of its own volition. The creature twitches its appendages in its death throes and goes limp in your hands. The man's body collapses into the snow. We'll take it. Even dead, the parasite is too valuable to leave here. The small, lifeless body will be delivered to your ship and will serve as a specimen for experiments or trophy. I mean, we can give it to Pascal after this. I'm sure he'd love to take a look at it. Long silence is interrupted by the groans of the rescue man at your feet. He's still alive. Take the man to the void ship. It's a Medusae. It's a basic parasite. It's not like warp corruption. He should be fine. And if not, we'll deal with it. Dawn of War Chaos Rising, the librarian character gets corrupted after the fight against the demon and laughs, saying he will just regenerate his flesh. You realize that the librarian resists him, confused why, and one of the characters mentions you can't get rid of him, but he can let us, he can't get rid of you, but he can let us kill him. Exactly. It's very rare that a demon can actually expunge the person's soul during a possession. They're essentially puppeting them. It's just that, again, statistically, very few Psykers have the willpower once possessed to continue to resist. Most of the time they just go insane, and if the demon is ever removed from them, either their body explodes naturally or they're just irreparably insane. Report a mutiny. Get extra rations. Yeah.
Yes.
Come on, let me loot. Thank you. Yeah, just some regular shit. Modified splinter rifle. Yep.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh. Is that not a... Nope, that's not a box. Yeah. Again, it makes for a good narrative when in games like this where you're playing a Psyker, or in games like Dawn of War 2 where you have a Psyker companion, but in general in the Imperium, it is such a statistical anomaly that there is a reason that Imperial standard operations is shoot the Psyker. Okay, this seems to be its own thing, so we need to double back real fast and go explore that other site over here. I want to make sure we get everything. Or wait a second, wasn't there a... Hold on. Aha, there is something down here. Hold on.
Skidna, a failure.
Failure? What? What did you do? Did we seriously... We did. Are you kidding me? Oh, this is a completely new zone. which has the whole idea that Marines get possessed by a demon and then have to excise them of their own will, which is both insane and metal beyond insanity. It's implied that the exorcists get help from the Inquisition, because that's the only way to explain how they still exist. And my assumption is that the exorcists are basically serving as a guinea pig for the demon hunters faction of the Ordo Malleus to figure out how the Grey Knights work. Because even though the Grey Knights are the chamber militant of the Ordo Malleus, they've never really gotten along with all of the Inquisition anyways, so it wouldn't surprise me if some members of the Inquisition are working with the Exorcists so they can fully understand how all of that works. Which again is the only way I can fathom how the Exorcists either haven't run out of people to induct into their order and haven't been found by the Inquisition and killed. The empty Prometheum canisters bear a child's bloody handprints. Oh boy, we're getting back into the depresso espresso time.
I've read about this.
The pipe is emitting a barely noticeable heat signature which leads further into the hive. Charred bones stick out from a massive pile of ash. Some bear scratches that may have been left by blade or by teeth. Yep. Part of a woman's face and several delicate fingers are still frozen to the cold generator. Someone shattered the rest of her body. Its shards now crunching under your feet.
Always keep your eye on the price.
The box is filled with rubbish and frozen bones. Letters, decrees, and torn propaganda posters have been used as kindling. That's true. I'm actually shocked that there's anything like paper left anywhere here, that people didn't burn it. The door doesn't give. Something's blocking it from the other side. Oh, don't tell me that this leads into the same place. This does. This leads into the church. I didn't want progress. I wanted to explore more, but fine.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh dear. Frozen servitor. What do they have? Self-destruct protocol. Oh, I hate that. This is going to be aggravating. I can already tell. All right. Who's here? Oh, that's a lot of them. Actually, that doesn't really make sense. Why is it just servitors?
What is it?
Okay, hold on.
I need to find the
They
answers.
fear to look at me because of my
You
appearance.
interrupted my thoughts.
Irlet, just go ahead and take a pot shot at them.
Pet monkey.
Your arrogance will be your
All right.
downfall.
This is the usual bullshit. There's 8 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, wait. Are they frozen armor? This creature has more than 50% wounds against 40% armor, 6 MP, but may only attack once per turn. It also has self-destruct protocol. When frozen armor is inactive, self-destruct protocol becomes active, and the servitor will explode at the end of its turn. Well, time to set everything on fire then. They're tough beasts and can take a lot of punishment. I mean, that's sort of their point. It's why the Mechanicus uses them as literal meat shields in a lot of their engagements. Set myself up here. Ulfar. Marzai, you're going to be pretty much useless in this because while Ulfar, I think, could take an explosion, you definitively cannot. All right. Let's just do our usual shit. Point of curiosity. How many of these guys can we get? We can get 4 there, 5 there. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and do that. Very nice. Then I want you to freeze that one, or to immobilize that one with a burning effect. Then we're going to immobilize that one with a burning effect. Well, he's not going to get the burning effect. Fine, fine. Then we're going to buff Mechanicus 2. I still need to play Mechanicus 1.
If I may,
I just, when that came out, I just did not have time. I did not have time. I played through some of it, and then I just ran out of time playing the rest. But I do need to.
Not a servitor.
Alright, what have we got? Firestorm. That hits all of them. Good. They're on fire. He's on fire. Cast that on him. Then we're going to do that on him. Good. Then we're going to inflame. Nice. That brings us down to 2. Set him on fire. Guess we could run and gun and try to see this guy. Yes, there we go. Set him on fire. That ends my turn. Cassie can't do anything. Iralet, finish this guy off if you would, please. Really? Can't see him from there? Alright, how about over here? Yes, there we go. Okay. So move here. And then go ahead and pop... Where is it? Aim for the opening.
If it serves your cause.
Da-da-da-da-da.
I am not your
We'll go ahead and
pet
pop the other
monkey.
bonuses she gets, just to
If
make
I
sure that
must.
she's got... She starts with 143 base lethality. That is so good. So very good. Analyze
If it serves
enemies,
your
make sure that we get
cause.
the additional hit chance. Then go ahead and deadeye him and hopefully kill him in a single shot. Perfect. No problems.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
What else have we got here? Some items there. Oh, what was that? May the faithful partake of the Emperor's immortality. Oh, we've seen this already. Somebody is killing people here, and it's not Drakari. Even as ice sculptures, the faithful continue to beg the Emperor for salvation. Yep. Fortunately, none came. What is this? Playing the recording produces quiet whispering, rustling of clothes, noises from the footsteps of dozens of feet, and someone deep measured breathing. When the silence settles, a sonorous male voice delivers the opening sermon of the liturgy. Glory to the divine creator that sits on the golden throne of Terra, whose will created sky and earth, light and darkness, stars and galaxies. That's a bit weird. It's not common for the Emperor to be considered a creator deity. In most cases, he's just considered a protective deity or a vengeful deity. Very rare, because the Mechanicus and the Administratum and whatnot at least inform people enough to know that, you know, other planets exist in the Imperium and other things belong to the God Emperor. He's usually not portrayed as a creator deity. Glory to the guardian of humanity who shields us from the terrors of the void, madness of heretics, and malice of the enemies of the Imperium, for we are created in the God Emperor's image to carry his light and his will and his word into the galaxy both in life and after passing. Glory to... Okay, none of this is any informative at all. It's just an Imperial hymn. Alright.
I always have a backup plan.
Pop that open for me, Pascal. Ooh, boots. Where are these boots gains? Plus strength percent... Parry while wearing light armor. It's really not that useful. Most of your light armor wearing melee combatants are going to be wanting to use agility and special abilities to increase their damage rather than just raw strength. The golden statue of the Emperor is covered with twisted symbols and decorated with a garland of 2 small skulls. Oh god. Great, great. Dead children. Always fun to see. Always fun to see. I don't think there's anything else in here. We couldn't do anything with the servitors. We're going to run back out through the back door and see if we can pass that athletics check and get some bonus experience out of it. And hopefully Ulfar won't fuck it up. I didn't think I would have to put points into athletics for Ulfar, but here we are, having to boost a Space Marine's athletic ability to climb up a goddamn Valkyrie bomber.
Was that
There we go.
supposed to be a challenge?
Much better, much better.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Alright, now let's get the rest of this place done. We need to explore over here. Maybe that does link up over here, but I just want to be sure.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Yes, we split off from here, which means we can go this way now. Does this lead anywhere? No, that seems to be blocked off. Yep. Oh, another journal. Notes on the Life in the Hive by LG, historian and traveler. The world turned out to be completely different from what I imagined. My distant home of Alviartani. Though swathed in black sands, it's nowhere as hot as this stone cocoon. Even the force field cannot shield us from the embrace of the local star. It was really funny seeing people reacting to the chair. Oh, yeah, I saw that too. Oh, I saw that too. People just like, what the fuck is that? It's like, yeah, this is the Imperium. Don't worry, only most of the cherubs are purpose-grown lobotomized babies. There are some that aren't, and are actual human children who were taken to become cherubs. Don't think too long on that. Good luck. Yeah, but most people don't realize the servitors are actually people either. Also, cherubs just as an eye catch are more noticeable than random dude with metal bits sticking out of his head. Considering that there are a bunch of tech priests walking around who are essentially dudes with metal bits sticking out of their head anyways, and they aren't servitors. Mostly. In the daylight hours, staying close to the outer walls would be insane. A person would either suffer heat stroke or boil alive. The surface does not have time to cool after darkness comes, so living here is like being encased in a steam barrel. Rome be praised, the upper city has cooling zones that provide relief. Despite the predatory prices and absolute disdain the locals have shown towards my quickly lightening purse, the glacial gardens remain my favorite place to relax. Despite its austerity and piousness, the hive is crawling with lawbreakers. I've been robbed thrice and almost killed twice this cycle alone. Procuring up scroll ridiculously simple. Not that I have tried it, of course, but the crooks on every corner literally shove it in my face. Another thing that surprised me is the city's incredible work shift. The planet turns on an axis once every 38 hours, and 25 of those are usually spent in the manufactorums. Another 5 to 7 are dedicated to mandatory public service, like cleaning streets, attending sermons, and patrolling floors, so only 6 remains for rest and domestic chores. I've been blessed by the Emperor when Justice Greybergen invited me to stay at her truly magnificent estate. The view from the top of the Spire of Glory is fantastically beautiful. One cannot hear the din of the overflowing streets or smell the stench of refuse, and yet the taller the spire, the crueler the star's scalding kiss becomes. Justice Greybergen calls it a divine blessing. I'm not going to argue and will just quietly take my leave. The hints that a few of them are still alive. Yep, the Mechanicus's lobotomy process is not very reliable. And that's just counting the ones that they intended to lobotomize, and not the servitors that are intentionally left unlobotomized so that they suffer while they're doing their tasks. The once majestic bridge for ritual procession was damaged when a civilian orbital shuttle collided with it. Yeah, that would do it. I think the other one I saw was in one of the rooms on the battle barge. There's like thousands of candles, and someone was just like, does someone literally have to go around lighting all of these candles? And people's comments were like, yes, in fact, that's probably a revered job aboard the battle barge that has been done by generations of serfs who are very honored to spend their entire day lighting candles that run out and replacing them over the course of over every single day of their lives. It's like, in fact, by the imperial standards, that's considered a pretty posh job because, well, it's not very physically taxing at all. That quest still makes you uncomfortable. We see that on football. Oh, right. Yes. The pirate ceremony. Though to be fair, I ended up resolving that one where the servitor sacrificed herself to save the grandchild of the pirate that she had fought. And I ended up giving all of the guy's wealth to her, which formed an alliance with her and her family. So I took that as a good option.
You're far too much of a rush. Hold back your wrath and make the next prey suffer longer.
Yeah, about that, buddies. What do we got here? Hold on. Blade Master, Tormented Captives. They're not going to be too much of a problem. Cabal Specialist. This is far more useful. So, Irlet, if you would be so kind, go ahead and move over here. I know you don't. Now take that guy's head off, please. Or at least try. Yes, the quest with the inheritance. Good first shot. Good first shot. Cassia here. Me here. Marzai, I want you on this flank. Ulfar, you're over here in case they try to move. Pascal, support Marzai and Irlet, please. Alright. We all know how this song and dance goes at the beginning.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The Drakari leer and think that they've got a chance at this, not realizing that I'm about to set everything on fire. Ooh, we can draw them towards here, and that'll get them close enough to that. I should be able to draw them all in. So we're going to set it there. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Now go ahead and put him on fire.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
And then we're going to go ahead and give me a new turn. Yes, I like the quest with the inheritance. On my original playthrough, which as I said, I only got through portions of Act 1 and Act 2 on that. I ended up pissing off his crew and having to fight most of them. And then I just said, well, the servitor can't inherit it, so I'll take it, but take care of the servitor and like try to see if you can servitorize her. Never found out if that ever comes up again, but I doubt it does.
Don't let your guard down.
Let's go ahead and move here. Let's go ahead and firestorm. Oh, glorious. I love how the Drakari have no answer to warp damage. It is amazing to me. How did I not see him? There's nothing between us there. Well, I'm going to run and gun so I can try to get a little bit closer. We're going to move over here. And then we're going to set you on fire. And then we're going to inflame. Oh. Oh, that's not good. Shit. That's really not good. Well, again, those guys aren't really that valuable, so we're going to set you on fire.
Your end was inevitable.
And then we're going to... Really? I can't touch any of them? Fine, set him on fire then. Line hunting candles would be a posh job. It wouldn't be surprised. Also involves relatively nice clothes for efficiency as well as being very safe. And the Ultramarines are also one of the chapters least likely to kill you. Exactly, exactly. By Imperial standards, that man's living large. That man's living large, especially on a battle barge. Are you kidding me? He's doing fine. Okay, Cassia, we have a problem. This is definitively a problem, so we're just going to go ahead and give me another turn. Because fuck you. You don't get to ambush me like this.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
And we're going to set you on fire, which kills you. And then we're going to set you on fire. And then we're going to set you on fire. And then we're going to set you on fire. And then we're going to set you on fire. And then we're going to inflame again.
I'll make it happen. Well executed.
I love pyromancy. Call me Roy Mustang, because I'm just snapping my fingers and everybody's falling over. Oh, glorious. Heavy great swords, Cabalite. Dark Lance, don't need that. I don't have anybody who can use a heavy weapon and use Drakari equipment. Oh, detox, motive force conductor. Yep, just take it all to the cargo. Same with all of that. I do love that the Drakari are so valuable with, the Xenos artifacts are so useful for getting the Casbolica and the Followers of the Void stuff up. Yep. Yep, all good. God Emperor silently gazes upon the once teeming streets. So yes, there was no way up from here from the looks of it. Oh, maybe. Might be reached with private climbing equipment. Wait, what? There's no way in hell. Where do we get climbing equipment? Oh, whatever. Let's level everybody up real fast. The only problem is that compared to a hive world, a serf on a battle might be allowed much in any form of private time or personal freedom. Sure, hive worlds don't have a good track record either, but on hives... Well, actually, I would say you're right that the... luxuries as far as actual, like, yeah, bars, shops, and things like that might not be. But I actually think personal time would be fairly common just because knowing the Astartes and knowing the Sons of Gilliman especially, they probably have enough serfs on board that they can actually take, you know, breaks and proper work shift rotations. Because if any chapter is going to notice, like, you know, when we work 2 serfs for 6 hours apiece, we actually get more done than if we worked 1 serf for 12 hours. They would be the chapter who would figure that out. Plus, they would also probably be like, well, we can have 1 serf do the candle thing for 6 hours, and then that same serf can go do something else, like help a Marine clean his armor for a while, which is very low intensity as well, and just, you know, just follow the Marine's orders and put the oil on the armor. Like, if anything, yes, it would probably still be pretty bad, and there would be fewer luxuries, but you would be even better off as far as, like, the intensity of the work you would have to do. Again, still the Imperium, still horrible beyond all imagining, but, you know, by the standards of everything else, not too bad. Did we want to grab any of these? Resolve is increased, while degradation is lower. Burning blood and fire within are not very good. Don't really want any of the stuff from Bounty Hunter because it's completely useless. The first time they get +1 to resolve, +1 to reflection. Hymns of Hatred. Critical hit scored by anyone within the Psyker's line of sight, including the Psyker, increase their critical damage by 1. That's pretty good. We will go with Eternal Glory to get further buffs every time we get maxed out on that. And then, I don't think we need any of these. Suppose we could grab... Even be above, as the armor of a space marine is very holy. No, you're right. So maybe not that to that extent, because usually Marines have serfs assigned to them specifically who will handle armor maintenance. And it usually tends to be either serfs who were former aspirants who survived but weren't able to be fully inducted, or something to that degree. Or it's people, or it's serfs who come from a long line of people who are able to do such a thing. Those that have the oldest and most knowledgeable of things. I'm going to go ahead and grab... Well, maybe. Hold on. Was there anything else we wanted? We'll go with Hymns of Hatred. Just get even more critical hit damage. I guess we'll just... It's really not that good. But nothing else is really good for her either, because I don't use any of her shit there. Indeed. We don't need any of that. Yeah, we'll go ahead and grab that so that she has that topped off. I don't need anything from him. Tech use and demolition, Whatever prey is not being trilogists killed by an ally gains an extra turn with half their AP and MP, but cannot do that. Scores a critical hit, the armor is reduced by 9 plus the target's difficulty tier until end of combat. More debuffs, always good. That's weird. Base skill. Oh, we already got that one for him. Okay. Nothing else I can do there. Intelligence, ballistic skill are both good on him. We will go ahead and grab... We'll go ahead and grab base skill. Where's the other one? Logic, because he's good at that. Who do you think polished the Emperor's armor, Custodes? That seems like a waste of their time. They might look over his personal weapons, but not his armor. I imagine it would be like a specific family of serfs. Probably some who have had like their eyes blinded or something, so they have to do everything by touch so they don't gaze upon him or something. It's also entirely possible, knowing how the Emperor was still a bit of a hands-on dude during the early portions of the Great Crusade, that he just polished his own armor. And then that got written into the Lectitio Divinatus as something like, oh, look at our Emperor, he's so humble, and really it's just the Emperor being like, there's no way in fucking hell I'm letting any of these assholes touch my shit. Carmine Whisper, create an opening. Our side is closest to the assassin, deals direct damage, the enemy must pass that or become slowed. That's honestly pretty good. More abilities for him to hand out debuffs is always appreciated. Bolter weapon, chain weapon, characteristic training. He doesn't need either of those. Heavy armor and heavy weapon proficiency. Las weapon proficiency. Power weapon. Oh, swift movement. More movement points. Yeah. That's pretty much what he did towards the end of the liberation of Terra. Like, he was spending a lot of time working on the Space Marines and the Primarchs. Like, that was all he was doing. By that point, the Thunder Legions were handling the conquest itself. He didn't need to be present on most of it. Or Desperate Measure. The Archmilitant gains +1 and plus 10% damage on all attacks until end of combat. Archmilitant attacks do not expend movement points. That's probably a good idea. Then we'll go ahead and grab Flamer, Grenadier, Heavy Weapon Proficiency. He doesn't need that. Nimble. Power Weapon? He doesn't even have a Power Weapon, though. He has Chain Weapon, which I'm pretty sure we already grabbed. Oh, no, we didn't. Oh, screw it. Yeah, we'll grab Chain Weapon Expert. Whisper deals an additional +10 base. The Hemorrhage effect deals an additional damage. And reduce the target dodge. No, I'm assuming that's a shitpost of a video or something on YouTube. I'll have to look that up, Tenwin. No, that doesn't help. No, that doesn't really help. Attacks an enemy, the assassin gauge dodge reduction minus target's dodge divided by 2 lethality. Yes, more lethality for Irlet. More lethality. Bolter, chain. We could grab that for perception on her. It's probably the only one I can think of that would really help. Yeah, go ahead and grab her 5 more perception to further reduce an enemy's dodge. Alright, so we're done here. We need to go back up here. Oh, so much to explore. Though I was hoping we'd find more. Still, we killed a lot of Drakari, and the Xenos artifacts will be most helpful, and that's weird. It shows that there's goods over here, but not... Something's up. Somebody scribbled a few words on top of the propaganda poster. Level 5A, Block C, cheap.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh, some grenades.
What
I'll take
happened
that.
to you was just, Marajai. There is no pity in my heart for you.
You are beginning to see the true nature of things, outcast. Pity is the province of the powerless. So continue to give me your pain and despair, just as you did before.
I do kind of find it funny that Irilette is the only one who doesn't dispute you bringing Marazai along, simply because if she did, she'd have to basically be throwing herself under the bus because of the bullshit she pulled. Seriously, there's a thing that says there's something
Rise to
here.
the top, or get left in the dust.
It won't let me grab it, though.
Don't waste my time.
Oh, whatever. It might be glitched. As an animation, someone added someone reading a Tumblr post, but now humanity invented lemons, and it just sounds so mankind is awesome that it fits it perfectly. Yeah, I could see that. I'll have to check that out. Definitely have to check that out when I get the chance. Oh, are we gonna get ambushed over here again? Or did we find everything? The faded inscription states the gate leads to the temple quarter, but the rusted mechanisms and seals on the locks reveal this entrance hasn't been used for many years. Interesting. That means it was already closed off before the
keep my options open.
Drukhari showed up. Oh. Rejoice, for in 10 turns the immortal emperor will bestow his grace upon us and embrace our brothers and sisters to serve him on Holy Terra. The celestial burial ceremony will commence at dawn. Full accordance with the tradition, remember to pay the fee so your loved ones do not have to wait for the next cycle before they can join the emperor. Additionally, on this holy day, the number of work hours will be reduced by 1, so the blessed denizens may take part in the solemn march from the emperor's spire to the spire of stillness. Sounds like this world had a solar religion that used the planet's sun as a symbol for the emperor, which probably did not help things when that disappeared.
Let us not dawdle. Do I need to point it out for you?
Thank you, Marzai. Not much of value. We'll take it. The flying Xeno device emits an unnatural light. Strange forces are making it float freely in the air.
What is that?
Oh, looks like the Drukhari have set up a full-blown outpost here. That's interesting. That's strange for them. Just some Mechanicus stuff. Got a rack. We've got some Kabalites. They're really spread out, though. This is going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. Froze in a huddled pose, the corpse stares at his icy, shattered limbs in disbelief. There's no point in Irilette even opening fire on this because of the way this is set up. I can't even get a shot from on this side. Oh, there's going to be a lot of dudes here. All right, let's do it.
Your kind has no right to exist.
Okay, we've got 8 targets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are Blade Masters, so we won't have to worry too much about them. Cassia, go ahead and be here. I will take up spots next to you. Pascal, I want you up here. Irilette, I want you up here. Ulfar, take up position on this flank, if you would please. Marzai, you'll be here. Okay, so thankfully there's not many of them up there. We just got to deal with how spread out they are. So we're not going to be able to deal with this as a single attack, most likely. Alright, that's probably our best bet. We're going to use that. Draw them there. Set him on fire. And then we're going to set you on fire, prevent you from moving. You heard the voice clip of the Drukhari voice actor talking about lactose-free latte? No, but that also sounds like something I need to investigate. That sounds hilarious. Yeah, I admit, I know you complimented me on the Marazai voice before, but the guy who actually does the Marazai voice does such a good job for a Drukhari. I would love to hear him do more voice work for those kind of characters. Is there anything else we can do? No, so we're going to pop that on him. And then we're going to Firestorm. Okay, we have to move first. Shit.
It's as good as done.
Fair enough, fair enough. I'll move, I'll move. Go ahead and move here. Then we'll Firestorm on him. Glorious. That's 2 of them down. We can also... Can't Firestorm him. Can't Firestorm him. We can firestorm him, though. Or not firestorm, but ignite. Good. And then we're going to inflame. Good. That was 3 more dead. Oh, that's an incubus. That's why he didn't die. Fair enough. Alright, Cassia. Go ahead and give me another turn.
Why navigators are feared.
He's on fire. He's on fire. Don't have to worry about that. You are not on fire. And now you are. And you're dead. Then we're going to move over here. Cast that on the... Oh, fuck. Well, I deserve that. I should have known something like that would happen. Set you on fire. Then we're going to set the incubus more on fire. And then we're going to inflame. And everyone's dead. Oh, I love this combo. I love this combo. This pretty much means I can take whoever I want for story and skill purposes, because my character and Cassia on their own are capable of dealing with all of this. No, that's worse than that, so we can just send that to cargo. I realize how Monkai really is just... Yes, it is. It's why I've actually... Okay, so even in game, they pronounce it monkey. They do. I purposely pronounce it Monkai, because the last thing I need is someone from Twitch coming in and being like, why is he calling people monkeys? At least with my pronunciation, I have a slight, difference there. Monkai, rather than just because of the extra letters in there. I feel more comfortable saying that because, as even other people pointed out, you can't just go around calling people monkeys. Like, just don't do it. That's a bad idea, especially on a platform like Twitch. It's where, yeah, you did exactly what I did with a bigger focus on the GH. That's why I do Monkai. Like, it's adding like a k sound at the end of it. How silly it sounds when it's actually spoken. Yes, like, it makes sense for them. It does make sense for them, don't get me wrong. But
is there money to be made?
It's very much something from the lore where it's like, Games Workshop never intended this to be read out loud. They never intended it to be read out loud by people. But I ain't gonna say no, because it still works for the Drukhari. I'm just very careful when I'm having to read their lines. I do not need that. We'll keep the grenade, though. Well, of course they are. What is the meme? It's like, the Imperium is casual racism, the Eldar is amateur racism, and the Necrons are professional racism. Or something like that. It's competitive, right? It's the Imperium is casual racism, the Eldar are competitive racism, and the Necrons are professional racism.
Rise to the top or get left in the
Everybody
dust.
does it. And then you have people like the Orcs who don't even acknowledge it as a concept while still being assholes to everyone. The shapeless mass of crooked bodies sticks up in the middle of the camp, bound by a single spiked chain. Yes, the Eldari is posh racism. They cover it up with their own language. Freeloading is a straight route to the Underhive. Oh, wow. Surprisingly straightforward for them. Okay, I guess that's... Was there anything else in the spire? I don't think there was. It's weird, because I feel like there should have been something else here. We were finding all those notes about, like, a cannibal cult. But maybe it's only here if you show up early enough and the people haven't frozen to death. Or not all of them have frozen to death. Yes, the Orc is completely open to respect an opponent who can give them a good fight. At the same time, it's very hard to actually earn that respect. I mean, it took Yarrick beating them in an entire WoG before they even were just like, okay, that Humi's pretty good. We want to fight him again. Most of the time, they just beat the crap out of humans and are like, wow, those Humis sucked. Why would we fight them again? Oh, because there's a lot of them. Okay. Yeah, no, there was nothing else in here. So... the only thing I can think is that maybe if we had showed up here really fast from when we first got the quest, there might be something different. But unfortunately, warp travel is not reliable and not easy to handle when you're trying to get from point A to point B quickly. So I guess we're done here. That's all there is to it. Let's get back to our ship.
I always keep my options open.
Guys are probably going to be very happy to get the hell off of here. Oh, wait, did we... Oh, okay, we get a nice little scene of this. Yeah. Go back to whence you came or I shall cut you in two. Me approaching, having slaughtered like 15 Eldari already, confused why he thinks he's superior. Yes. I mean, with the Drukhari, it's hilarious. They have an almost Skaven, like, personality to that, where it's just like, it doesn't matter that just means that you killed a bunch of weak Drukhari. It doesn't mean you're actually going to kill the Drukhari who's currently in front of you. They just have that kind of self-delusion that they hold on to. Whereas with the Craft World Eldari, it's very much a front. Like, if we keep staying confident, then maybe the Monkai won't be totally horrible to us. Which usually doesn't work out for them either. And Lord knows my character is much less approaching having slaughtered them and more approaching over the burnt piles of ashes that used to be a dozen Eldari soldiers. Is there anything else we can do here? No. Okay. All right, that's it then. We're done here. Let me see here. We still have to go back to Footfall for both of those. We still have to go to Footfall for that one. Oh, I completely forgot to talk to Abelard. And then that's on Footfall, and... oh, that's Mars. Wait, what? How did I... apparently I forgot to talk to a lot of people. Was there anything else down here that we wanted to deal with? There is. The Siege of Euphrates 2 is something we have to deal with. We've seen that one before. We're also going to... yeah, let's get in system first. Yeah, no, Tenwin, if you get the chance, I have the VODs on my YouTube channel, which I think is either linked somewhere on my Twitch channel or it's just Sovani, which is the first part of my username from Twitch. It doesn't have the underscore VT. It's just Sovani on YouTube. Go back, and if you can find my fight to get out of Kamara where you have to fight the Ymiris, Marzai's sister, I think I managed to completely obliterate her in 2 turns. Thanks to this same strategy that you've been seeing me using, where Cassia starts my turn, gives me a bunch of bonuses, I set things on fire, I use the Heroic Act, give me a full turn with all of my abilities, and then proceed to just burn everything on the map. She had 1,000 health, I used my abilities, I knocked her down to half health, she full healed, got a free turn, moved up, knocked my character down to like 10 hit points with a single attack. I then got my full turn, and I proceeded to set everything on the field on fire, burn her multiple times, and then kill her. But hey, if the game designers are going to design encounters around, like, you have to eliminate priority targets as fast as possible, I'm not going to feel bad about dealing unstoppable fire damage at all times. Lord Captain, our augurs have detected active combat operations in orbit of the surface of Euphrates 2. We have tried to contact explorators on the flagship of the Cognizance fleet coordinating the siege, but received a strongly worded demand not to interfere under threat of armed retaliation. Really? Vigdis, give me details on the combatants. The world is besieged by a squadron of the Cognizance fleet, supported by joint armada of vessels from across the entire expanse. Among the latter, we are registering vessels recruited by the Lord Inquisitor to defend the sector. They are opposed by the Final Dawn scum, led by the blasphemous traitors from among the ranks of the Word Bearers. I love the idea that Ghazghkull is chasing down Angron because he killed Yarrick. Absolutely, we've received no confirmation of that, but it's amazing headcanon. And I honestly, if Games Workshop isn't going to tell us who killed Yarrick, just don't touch it. Because the headcanon of Ghazghkull chasing after Angron because he thinks he killed Yarrick is exactly the kind of shit an orc would do. Why is it so important that Euphrates 2 is worth fighting over? The sacred Forge World has always been closed off to the lay people. I believe that it was only at the threat of having it utterly corrupted by the ruinous powers that the explorators begrudgingly accepted their profane allies setting foot upon the blessed world. Who's winning? We are detecting rough parity of forces between both parties, employ conservative strategies with the aim of gradually achieving positional superiority. Tactical prognosis suggests that the impasse will persist for a while longer. It is a Forge World. Both sides would be interested in gaining control of it without damaging too much of the infrastructure, so it actually makes sense that they would be doing this. And why are they refusing our aid? If I may interject, their reaction is the result of reasonable wariness, your lordship. The agent network of the Cult of the Final Dawn spans entire worlds across the sector, and has proven its effectiveness time and time again. I presume the tech priests are afraid of letting a treacherous vessel into their comrade ranks. Happily attacking, killing Imperials because they set foot on a Forge World that's a bit too sacred? Oh, absolutely. More than likely, given how this is described, it's very likely that any Skitarii forces and Imperial forces are kept explicitly separated to prevent that kind of thing from happening. It would only take one trigger-happy Skitarii to be like, that Imperial is 2 inches too close to that sacred relic of a Manufactorum, I'm taking his head off. And then everything would just fall apart. Especially if it was caused by cultists showing up, because they would absolutely do something like that to purposely cause a friendly fire incident. So it's no surprise that the Mechanicus is being very careful with that. Emperor's Miracle. I guess we'll check this out while we're here. I think it's the only system it could possibly be in. Let me see here. Yeah, Ice World. Points of interest. Prometheum. We got plenty of that. Okay, hold on. Before we do this, because this might be something we have to land. Let me go back to the bridge. We'll talk to Marzai and Abelard, because I completely forgot to do either of those things after we did their personal quest. Actually, I think Marzai's was because of the possession, which I still didn't address either. Come on, let me on board the ship. Thank you. Abelard.
Lord Captain.
Ooh, it's voiced.
Allow me to express my gratitude once again for your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention, my entire family could have been executed on false charges. I could have lost them all. I never imagined the Viserians would be so vulnerable while I serve as seneschal to the Lord Captain himself, far from home.
To be fair, Abelard, based on what I saw, you never did your family any favors by telling them not to engage in the politics of the noble houses. Like, don't get me wrong, I get why you told them that, but they needed to at least be prepared for someone to use that against them. You focused a little too much on your family being just hyper-competent that you forgot that, well, the nobles of the Imperium don't give a shit about competency 90% of the time. Their biggest evil is they do not give a singular crap about the individual. They feel something is more important for the Forge World or the Mechanicus. They won't hesitate to make someone into a servant. Oh, of course, of course. The Mechanicus has a lot of the same issues as the Imperium, just dialed up in certain areas. They are better in some ways. They do tend to take more practical options when they're dealing with more mundane threats pretty well. It's when they run into things like certain Xenos tech, Necrons mainly, or when their Magos Biologos are investigating certain Xenos threats, Tyranids usually, that they tend to make really stupid decisions because they're absolutely convinced that they've got the right idea and they might be 1,000 miles off from what the actual solution should be. And that's not even getting into what happens when one of them gets corrupted by chaos and turns to the Dark Mechanicus.
To tell you the truth, Lord Captain, this whole situation has got me thinking. As patriarch of the Viserian family, I have a responsibility to my bloodline. Yes, it is my duty to serve as seneschal to the rogue trader, and I have no intention of relinquishing that role if you find my service as satisfactory as did Lady Theodora. However, if I could be more involved in my family's affairs and still serve the von Valancius dynasty.
Abelard, what is it that you want? Speak plainly, my friend.
Under Lady Theodora, I served as steward of the Trade Protectorate on more than one occasion. In that capacity, I was based on Dargonus, rather than traveling with the rogue trader on the flagship. If it would be possible, after the immediate need for my presence is over, I would like to return to that position. To oversee the Trade Protectorate on the capital world, while at the same time presiding over the Viserian family, and using my authority to help elevate it.
I understand your desire, Abelard. The traditions and old ways I did tell you would need to change with my ascension. I will allow you to return to Dargonus after the immediate crisis in the Expanse is past, to serve as my personal representative, and to help your family.
Thank you, Lord Captain. Under my watch, the Trade Protectorate will remain safe and prosper, in service to you. Well then, Lord Captain, it is time I return to my duties. Is there... Lord...
Yep. Space Marine 2 rings a bell, still hoping we eventually get Dark Mechanicum on the tabletop. It would be nice. At the very least, with the way 10th edition is phrased, they could just include a detachment in the Mechanicus book that is themed around being the Dark Mechanicus, and it would at least be a bone to throw to people who want that kind of play style. I don't think we're going to get him as a full-fledged army, unfortunately.
Rogue trader.
Honestly, before 10th edition threw so much of the Horus Heresy models into Legends and made it so you can't use them in 40k, you can only use them in 30k, I honestly would have thought they'd do Dark Mechanicum, because then they could cross-pollinate with a lot of the older tech from the Horus Heresy line of models, and maybe the Dark Mechanicum would be more based around those older pieces of tech, just demonified, you know, demonically possessed and whatnot. But ever since they started cutting all the Horus Heresy models out of 40k and making it so you couldn't take them, I think the idea of a Dark Mechanicus army has actually become more, less and less likely. Which is a shame. After what happened on the Officer's Bridge, how are you coping with the warp crossings, Marazai?
Dare to ask me that question? Every time this barge pierces the veil, I am left alone with all the nightmares of she who thirsts. It costs me all my fortitude and strength to fight them off, and there is never anyone at hand with whom I can indulge myself. Only cold walls and a sealed airlock.
Yeah, sucks, doesn't it? Having to, you know, actually utilize that supposedly advanced and capable Eldari body and mind to, you know, resist the f***ing effects of the Chaos Gods. Yeah, funny that, Marazai.
Since the first time, I've been slowly acclimatizing to voyaging through the Veil. Only Monkey could have conceived of such a suicidal method of galactic travel. However, it is novel and exhilarating. At least now I know what I'm facing, and consequently, I will find a way to withstand it.
Yeah, no, my character's iconoclast through and through. My guy's like, yeah, I'm not throwing away a resource like Marazai, but I'm also not going to let him kill my crew for no reason. Fuck that.
And now it is time to learn what is happening with the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, leaderless and abandoned to the mercies of Kamora. The survivors will probably be driven into real space to fall prey to Silent Thresh. You must find them. If we encounter the remnants of the Cabal in this dimension, I will want to speak to them.
Interesting. That's very interesting. Group of heavily damaged Xenos ships has been sighted in Langren's Belt. Well, I guess we know where we're going next. Speaking of which, let's drop off with Janris real fast. We need to send out some orders. The Void's people would be most useful. Oh yeah, look at all those Xeno artifacts. They're the only ones who still want those, right? Because I already maxed out the Casbolica. And both the Explorators and the Drusians don't care about them. So yes, we can turn all of that over to them. Good. They'll be very happy with this. Very happy with this. Anything else we need to drop off? Probably not. We can save the rest of that for other people. Glorious. Go ahead and grab me that. Imagine the Rogue Trader deciding he'd be interested in marrying one of Abelard's granddaughters. Yeah, I think he's on granddaughters or great-granddaughters at this point. How Abelard react. Imagine the Rogue Trader approaching Abelard, asking him for his blessing out of pure formality. I mean, personally, my headcanon is that even though my character is romancing Irelet, marrying one of Abelard's family would make the most sense to secure our position and to prepare an heir for the dynasty in the event of our death. That would actually make sense from a political standpoint. As it obviously isn't something Abelard could override. Yes, but it would be hilarious to actually go through the motions and actually ask Abelard for the hand of one of his family members in marriage. Is there anything else I want to give them? I really don't. Well, how much do we need to get to the next level? 500? 500. Do we have jewelry? We do have jewelry. Go ahead and give them that. And then we just need 200 more, so we can give them ship components. There we go. Deathworld Body Glove gives plus 10% dodge against ranged attacks and plus 2 movement if they're from a Deathworld, which I don't think anybody is. Grab those. Now, Explorators. Keep that. We'll go ahead and hand over the Mechanicus creations. Go ahead and hand over the ranged weaponry. We'll keep 2. Hand over the armor kit. We'll keep 2 of that. Provisions and miscellaneous. Especially as you interact with some of them during the ball at the end of chapter 2. Oh, absolutely. Although it looks like his youngest great-granddaughter is already interested in the guy from House Caprak, and he interested in her. So obviously we wouldn't want to do that unless you wanted to be an asshole and upset all of that for the sake of your own happiness, which would be, you know, pretty fitting if you were playing a dick. Melee weaponry, yes. We'll keep 2 on hand in case anything calls for that. Same thing with uniform kit and armor kit. And we'll hand over 2 of those. Very nice. Notes on weakness. Might give that to Irlet. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Scout armor. Might be good on Argenta. Yeah, we'll keep the rest. I do wish there was something we could do with these, because this is maxed out, and I've got a bunch of these now hanging around. But we'll see how that goes. We'll see if maybe there's going to be more unlocked later, but I doubt it. Alright, was there anything else? Yep, we need to find that. Footfall, footfall, and footfall. I guess it's time we make our way to the Lord Inquisitor's headquarters. After we find, what did he say? Langren's belt? Where the hell is that? Oh. Oh, right. Wait, hold on. I completely forgot. We entered the system and then I immediately jumped to the bridge. Forgot that there's shit here. Promethium, which we don't need. I swore. Wait, really? Have we not been here? The Holy World. Wait, what? Hold the phone.
What do we have here?
No, we haven't been here. Holy shit. Admit I was flirting hard with the wife of Lord House Sarba. Are you... I mean, on the one hand, I did think it was hilarious. On the other, my brain immediately was like, oh, absolutely not. First of all, I'm not going to cuck somebody, even if he's... especially if he's into that. And two, that entire family was sending off alarm bells. And I'm glad I didn't, because it turns out that... spoilers if you haven't seen it, but I've played through it, so I'm going to talk about it, and it's my stream. Is the fact that she turned out to be the traitor who was trying to kill you and to frame the Wissarians. Or at least she's part of that. She said she believes Conrad's take on things. Okay, why is no one able to I'm pretty sure he's got the highest demolition score, 110. Yes. 110 versus 85 versus 75. Okay, yes. So Ulfar, please, if you would.
A space wolf never fails in their duty. Centuries of service and
Always
practice.
keep your eye on the prize.
By the nature of the injuries, it's clear that the head of this man was literally wrenched off, unscrewed from the body. Oh, something big is here. What happened? Yeah, we'll take that. Find it more funny. Headcanon was the by character was sending a bad vibe, was flirting to hide his assumption as well as playing with his prey. Fair enough. The lasgun batteries are depleted. These people fought to the last breath. How did I miss that there was a Chaos Marine standing there? And he's a word bearer. Of course he is. Bodies are dressed in rags and armed with faulty weapons. You notice many handmade aquilas and other symbols of faith. Yeah, they were probably militia that got completely, brutally massacred by these guys. Quick save.
State your intention.
He's the only one here, but that cannot be the case unless this guy just has a shit ton of health. But Irlet, if you'd be so kind as to start us off with a sniper round to the head, that would be great. Oh.
Surrender to the dark powers.
Okay, hold on. We need to take a look at this. Okay, all right. We've got a shit ton of cultists. I'm not too worried about them. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, 10 of them. Chaos Marine melee armed with an axe, plus some 2 cultists over here. Chaos Marine with an axe over here. And that looks to be... oh, and another one over here. And then we have this dick. That is a goddamn hellbrute. Eternal Hatred. 50% critical hit chance. Holy fuck. Melee attacks deal fire damage and inflict burning for 2 rounds unless the target passes an agility test with a -50 penalty. Combat Master, Demon Engine, Ruinous Blessing, Boundless Malice. Each time he suffers damage, okay, so we need to kill him as fast as goddamn possible. Death Blast, and when he dies, it deals impact damage to everyone in a 2-cell radius. Oh, okay. Alright. Cassia, here. Me, here. Ulfar. can't even move through that area. Are you kidding me? Brutally massacred is an understatement. No shit. Did that seriously trigger a trap because there was a trap in the area that I could deploy? That's bullshit. Marzai, guess what? You get to be the melee front line up here for a moment until we can figure out how to get Ulfar around the goddamn corner. Pascal, in cover. Irlet, in cover. Oh boy. My only advantage is that from this distance, I really don't have to worry about these guys. They're going to either have to move up or their chances of hitting me are abysmally low. Or at least they should be. Watch, I'll check their stats and suddenly they've got... No, their ballistic skill is just a standard 50. Like, deals plus 10... That's a plus 10 base damage. Okay, that's a problem. Creature gains immunity and gains 1 stack of dark... Wait, 1 stack... Oh, each time it suffers warp damage. I thought it was just gaining them naturally. Okay. That's bad, but still. Creature becomes a chaos spawn. That would be horrible, but we'll just have to deal. Alright, start battle. Okay, well, it's going to be the same shit as usual. We've just got a major goddamn problem. Alright, firstly, we're going to use Warp Curt. Seriously, he's out of range? Are you fucking... there's no cover anywhere. That's great. Also, you can actually read these people's names upon the founding of Dargona. Okay, so that's obviously an asset. That's honestly an asset rip from Dargona's. Yeah, that's the pulpit that shows up in our room. Okay. Okay, whatever. Warp Curse unleashed on him.
Accustomed to being ordered around.
Then we're going to buff...
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Space Marine too fat. Yeah, if I'd known that, I would have moved... Because I'll bet you he can move through there normally. When we're just walking around. And if I had gotten him over here, he'd be fine. A really bad fight in Chapter 1 which had like 3 cultists turned into spawns vaguely the same time. Yeah, that sounds like what can happen because you run into a lot of them towards the end of Chapter 1. Okay, do that. Then we're going to give him a turn.
Insist, Lord Captain.
Please tell me I'm close enough to hit him. Yes. Okay, good. So, we're going to set him on fire. 25 damage. That's all I did. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. He has 12 deflection and 95% armor. Okay, we have a problem. Molten Beam? Molten Beam. Can that hit him? That should hit him.
It's as good as done.
That better hit him. Good. 200 damage. That's what I'm talking about. Now we're going to inflame. Everyone takes additional fire damage. He took more damage, correct? Yes. We've got his armor down to 71% already. Chaos Marine is taking damage. I can't go any further. We did not get enough to trigger this, unfortunately. We are going to use the immobilization ability on him. We've got immobilization as well. We're going to use it on him. Oh, momentum increased by 50. It also gives them temporary wounds, armor, and deflection until end of combat. Go ahead and pop that with the Seal of the Inquisition. Now we're going to use Finest Hour.
Paint your death in colors.
Okay, so he's on fire. He's on fire. Who else can we set on fire from here? We can't reach him. Son of a... I don't want to have to move up, but I might not have a fucking choice in the matter. If I move here, then he can set him on fire.
Ready for whatever comes.
All right, this is going to suck. All right, he's on fire. We're going to deal more damage to him. Good. We're going to deal more damage to him now. Glorious. 120 damage. Keep going. Don't stop. Good. Next, we're going to Molten Beam. Hit him for... Oh my god, this might actually work. That's another 358, and then we're going to Inflame. He's dead. And so is the Chaos Marine there. Fuck you, you didn't even get a chance to f***ing move. That is the power of a f***ing beta class Psyker when he actually goes all out. And then we're going to set him on more fire. Oh good, we got our AP back, which means we can set him on fire again. Yeah, Adira fucking herself over is exactly why I don't bring her.
Make it happen.
Then we're going to run and gun to get one more attack off. And that should finish this asshole off.
He never stood a chance.
Fuck your dark gods and the power of the warp. I wield fire incarnate.
I'll make it happen.
And then why not? We're just going to drop Word of the Emperor on everybody to give them a buff. Glorious. Cassia can't do anything else. That's 2 of the Marines dead. The Hellbrute's dead. Oh, endure, sure. Buddy, you go right ahead and do that. Yeah, here they come. Can they even take a pot shot at me? Yes. Yes, they can. Unfortunate. Yeah. Come on. Finish your turns. Ulfar. Good. You might actually be able to get over here and help. Oh, I know for a fact on core they're brutal because the game gives so many bonuses to the enemy on core. It's why I don't play it. I'm here to enjoy the story and occasionally have fun in the combat. I am not here to have to rack my brain for 40 minutes before I make a single move. Or, alternatively, for the people who use the absolutely broken builds to do literally nothing as they use Argenta to clear the entire map. Go for the throat. Knocked them over. Smacked him. Go ahead and swing on him. Glorious. I don't think he can get any closer to anybody, but we can try to take him out. Glorious. Alcat and their difficult balance. Yeah, to me it's like, if your only option is, yeah, we just increase the enemy stats until it's insane that like a normal cultist has the marksmanship of a space marine, or a space marine hits harder than a custodes, like that's not balance. That's just not. That's just making the game aggravating. Can we dash? No, there's no real point in that. We're just going to end turn. Yep, they're going to go here. They're going to take pot shots at Ulfar.
Chaos guides me.
Besides, it's not like there isn't challenge. I know the way that I've built my party, I can't take a hit very well, but it allows me to do cool shit, so I want to do cool shit. Actually, there's no point in even her moving. We're going to go ahead and pop that, pop this. We're going to throw and analyze enemies on him. Then we're going to... What else can we do? Poised to strike. Minus 12% armor, minus 8 deflection. We want that because he's got a shit ton of deflection. So poised to strike on you. Then we're going to... Is there anything else we can do before we attack? We already have an opening on our side. Next non-area attack inflicts the intimidated on the first target hit and all enemies in a 5-cell radius. Damage dealt by intimidated operatives is reduced until negative effect is doubled by enemies with less than 9% armor. Well, that doesn't matter, so none of that's going to help. Nope, we're just going to use Killing Edge. Deal as much damage as possible to him. Good, 308 damage. Then we're going to Death Whisper. Inflict hemorrhage on him. Good. Most likely, yes, because the main running theory is that he was from the first settled peoples in Anatolia. If I recall correctly. Nothing else we can do there. We're going to go ahead and mark him in case she gets another turn on that guy, if he's still out in the range. Pascal, you have a problem, because there's no way I can get you to anything that even resembles cover. And your chances of hitting people are extremely low. What can we even do? I'm not sure. Well, what we can do is mark that guy, because he's the closest. Then we'll go ahead and analyze enemies to improve your shot. Then we're going to go ahead and perfect spot, because why not? And we're going to precise attack. And then we're going to overcharge and hopefully vaporize this guy in a single shot. Thank you, Pascal. Then we're also going to use Call the Bounty and try to pick off some damage on him. Good shot, Pascal. Thank you. Marzai. You, however, can move up here and then do nothing and sit in cover and hopefully draw fire. Actually, that's right. I did give you a backup weapon. Go ahead and fire a Dark Light Blast at his face. There we go. Perfect. He's almost dead. Switch back to your melee weapon. Who dared put cream in my recap? Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. It's glorious. We shall summon the milk demons. He will be unable to do anything. Alright, how do we want to do this? Well, I can definitely kill him. So we're going to go ahead and move up undercover. Then we're going to set you on fire. Oh, look at that. You're dead. Then we're going to set you on fire. That kills 2 of them. Then we're going to set you on fire. That's 2 more. Then we're going to set you on fire. Funnily enough, this build becomes so much less efficient when the enemies can be killed by a single incinerate or ignite, because then I can't put burning on them and then I can't use AoE abilities. Kind of sucks, but we deal. And that's all I can do. Cassia, is that guy visible to her? I think she is. So we're going to go ahead and
I'm not accustomed to
buff
being
Irlet
ordered
real
around.
fast, and then we're going to give her another turn.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
And then we're going to Deadeye this poor son of a bitch.
If I must.
Pop! There we go.
Your style of combat deserves nothing but contempt. Even if you were not Xenos, such a cowardly race would still have no right to survive.
Which one is he talking to?
How ugly you are on the inside, monkey. Nothing but a bloodthirsty monster. A curse your people inflict upon more enlightened races.
Also, Ulfar, if I remember correctly, the Space Wolves do employ lone wolves as part of their operations when a Space Wolf has lost all of his pack, who tend to specialize in things like long-ranged combat and strategic asset elimination. Many of them operate as snipers. So please shut up, Ulfar, because you're making yourself actually look stupid. Bodies of the defenders seem to have exploded from within. Well, yes, that is what happens when a bolt round hits people. Is there anything down here that we missed? No. There was probably a mine, but Ulfar set it off with his fat ass when we had to move him down there. Body gloves, auto guns, nothing of any value. We definitely don't need 4 las pistols. Just drop those off, please.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Well, again, like, I get that Ulfar doesn't like the Eldar. I truly do get it. It's just kind of stupid how he was using it to describe her combat style when I know for a fact that the Space Wolves have used snipers in the past and do use them for strategic asset elimination. How does a toxic flamer work? I think it literally just loads the canister with something other than promethium, because I've run into a few of those. The former warehouse of the plant's defenders, the crates marked provisions are empty and the weapons are simple and of poor quality. Well, that sucks. Crack grenade, a whole bunch of regular shit. Yeah, the toxic flamer I have as my backup weapon. Flamer attacks also inflict toxic. To be fair, we picked this up in Kamara, I'm pretty sure, so it might have just been some sick homunculi experiment with an Imperial weapon.
Is there money to be made?
Oh, we have another T-pose. The man is attempting to T-pose for dominance and failing miserably. Oh, is this guy alive? Nope, the pulpit is almost intact. It was no doubt fiercely defended. Nearby lies the body of a preacher. It was from here that he recited his last prayer. Also, I've just noticed, why can I not loot the Space Marines? That is bullshit. That is bullshit. At the very least, they should have some kind of trophy or something on that I can take for cargo as a heretic trophy. Sure, I can understand not getting their, like, weapons and armor for obvious reasons. Ulfar would quite literally kill me if I tried to tell him to equip a piece of armor from a Chaos Space Marine. Power Flame's toxic. What is the smoke generated even more toxic? Well, I mean, again, it was found in Koronus, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's exactly what it does. The only other thing I can think of is that it uses a fuel other than promethium that actively causes, like, damage to the person's lungs as they're breathing it in. The other thing it could be, however, is that the fuel the fuel itself is toxic. So the fire gets on the opponent, burns them, which exposes skin and nerves and everything and burns away armor. And then the actual substance itself that is adhering to them is also toxic and is now getting into their bloodstream and muscles and whatnot and causing additional damage. That would be my guess. Since the main weapons that use the toxic effect in this game are all the splinter weapons, which inject the toxin directly into the target when it hits them. There we go. Tearing Vengeance. Ooh. Let me guess, though. It's not a Space Marine axe, so he's not going to be able to use it, is he? That's going to suck. The Power Axe deals an additional 1.5 times the wielder's strength bonus plus the wielder's toughness bonus in damage. The first attack each round against a bleeding target restores 1 AP to the wielder. The wielder suffers 6 damage every turn. Tiny, sharp, toxic shrapnel in the flame. That's also a possibility. If it was like ground up like toxin, like if you took the shards from a splinter rifle, ground them up into like a fine powder and mixed it in with the promethium so that they didn't burn but adhered to the target as they were firing, that would make sense. Boots of Decay. Every time the wearer uses a major psychic power, all enemies in their line of sight lose 30% of deflection until the start of the wearer's next turn. That's actually really good. So, clearly being prepared for some kind of hideous ritual. Well, it's a good thing we stopped them. Can Ulfar use that axe? Because I'm going to be real disappointed if he can't. Oh my god. It's practically made for him. He has super high strength, super high toughness. He can take the damage each turn. But because it's a normal power axe rather than a Stardy's power axe, he can't use it. That is bullshit. Like 25 to 40 as the base damage, and he'd be getting an additional 16. Ugh. That perhaps pisses me off. Like, sure, it may not be size, but it's a large power axe. He'd still be able to use it.
Rise to the top.
That would be tiny. Oh, you mean for my pyromancer? Yeah, that's why I have it as a backup. It still deals burning damage. Like, Flavor's attacks inflict toxin at the same time as burning is inflicted. It's still decent for a ranged attack. It's just that my capability right now is good. How big would a power axe have to be usable with a mortal or a space marine? All it would have to be is a two-handed axe, because he would be able to use a two-handed axe in one hand. Oh, you meant the Boots of Decay. Where are they? Where are they? There they go. All enemies in the... See, the problem is it's major psychic power. And the issue with that is that Ignite is a minor psychic power, if I remember correctly. Though I do use Firestorm, so it's not the worst. I actually have to double check. No, Firestorm is also a minor psychic power. Orchestrate Flames is a minor psychic power. I would have to use either Molten Beam or Incinerate. I mean, still not the worst. So I'll probably equip it. But not nearly as good. Like, I think it does better for Sanctic, because Sanctic likes to spam their high-end abilities a lot more commonly. But it's still not bad. No, it's pretty good, especially since deflection is one of the few things that can really fuck us up as far as ability to deal damage. And it looks like it stacks, so if I am able to pull off multiple major psychic powers, that's pretty good. The other one I could think of is maybe Adira, because a lot of her telekinesis abilities are major psychic powers, so I could see how that could work. Plus, it fits into her role as a debuffer. What's the difference between minor and a major? Usually it's the effect, but it actually tells you when you mouse over it. So, like, hold on. Features. So, like, if I right click here, it says minor psychic power, veil degradation increased by +1. And that's the case for most of these. Orchestrate is a +1. Firestorm is a +1. Word of the Emperor is a +1. But Incinerate is a major psychic power and it increases veil degradation by +3. Usually, the more powerful the effect, it's classified as a major power. versus a minor power. Like, I think Heinrich's has a similar... Yeah, Enfeeble is a +1. Hammer of the Emperor, though, is a +3. So, and Shield of the Emperor is a +1. It's just depending on what the game labeled it as, whatever Alcat chose to mark as minor versus major. Oh, so that rumor actually updated. We don't have to worry about that one showing up still, at least. Xenos Skirmish. Why is there a Xenos Skirmish over there? We've got a little more time before I have to get off. Oh, God, another one? The officers on the lower deck stopped providing status reports. 3 days passed since the Vox system broadcast anything other than subdued moans and wet slapping noises. Ugh. An enforcer squad sent to investigate reported that the denizens of lower levels had regressed to animals and succumbed to depravity. The connection with the squad was shortly lost. The High Missionary of the Adeptus Administorum aboard the ship became flushed with fury and condemned these as the designs of the archenemy. The hotbed of heresy was cleansed with fire and prayer. So we lost an entire deck to a bunch of people who were acting like animals, which means the plapping sound was probably exactly what you think it was. And now I don't need to think about that. Yeah, we've seen that. The deranged mutant hunter was graciously allowed to proceed with ending his life in the desired manner. Yep, seen that. I'm not going to reread ones that we've run into before. Malfunction in the Geller field. The lift the ship explodes. According to the Enforcer report, something did manage to get in the ship is now prowling the dark quarters of Loading Bay 5. I think I remember this one. We isolate the chamber until the vessel leaves the warp. Part of the ship was isolated from the rest until it left the warp at the end of the journey. After the vessel emerged from real space and the chamber was unsealed, it was intact, with the exception of the crew who had barricaded themselves in the far corner of Loading Bay 5 and bravely resisted the unknown assailant for as long as they could. Their remains have been safely disposed of. What it actually was that someone had just bought Prime subscription to a certain site. Oh, I see what you're saying. It took me a second, like, wait, what are you talking about? I get it. I get it. Bloody Slaaneshi corruption. We've got a long way to go. Where is... Langren's Belt, I think is... Yeah, that's the one that Marzai wanted us to go check out. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else there. Xenos Skirmish. Interesting. We don't have anything waiting for us right now, do we? Thank you for the extra grenades and the stems. Unforeseen event. Okay, I guess we'll check this out. Yep. Arid world. Unforeseen events. Prometheum. Yep. Oh. Go ahead and repair that while we're... Ah. An officer of the Augur team reports that this world, covered in thick forests and steep mountain ranges, is of no particular interest except for one fact. A fierce battle unfolded between a group of Xenos. A multitude of small ships are concentrated around one area, some of them heavily damaged or outright destroyed. Around the cluster of ships, scanners detect a plethora of xenoforms employed unidentified weapons and technology. Marzai supposes that in this location, the remaining warriors of the Reaving Tempest could engage their pursuers from the other cabals that crave their deaths. The Xenos is determined to land on the planet and meet with the Drakari from his cabal, or unceremoniously barge into the battle, whoever the enemies may be. The Xenos demands that the Lord Captain's best warriors set out with him. I've thought about it, and technically isn't Khorne the most insidious corruption setting? Khorne corruption can happen from doing something as simple as defending your home. Oh, absolutely. The others tend to require intent to a certain extent. Yes, it's literally pointed out several times in the lore that Khorne should be the strongest of the Chaos Gods, because any act of violence empowers him. It's just that Khorne tends to lack the strategic foresight to take advantage of that. It's even why there are some cults in the Imperium whose battle cry is blood for the Emperor, skulls for the Golden Throne. Like, the Inquisition has had to keep a very close eye on a lot of more militant-centric aspects of the Imperial cult, precisely because Khornate corruption can so easily slip into it. They might even bring this up in the DLC, considering the new companion we're getting is from the Death Cults. The Death Cults have been notorious for producing essentially Khornate corrupted assassins. Sometimes unwittingly. Watching the Sisters of Battle a bit too zealously. That has been another one. Though, as far as we know, again, no sister has intentionally fallen to chaos, except for, I can't remember her name, Sabathiel or whatever, who fell to Slaaneshi corruption, who purposely chose to fall. But it has been noted that in cases of extreme duress, some sisters turn to what could easily be interpreted as a bit cornate in how they interpret the Emperor's will. Cut each other down to collect the spoils, send an assault squad to planet, destroy the Xenos, acquire the belongings, destroy the Xenos with a well-placed shot from orbit. Fine, Marzai, take your troops and go in. After several long hours, Marzai's shuttle finally docks with the Rogue Trader's void ship. Of the group that was sent to the planet's surface, only the Xenos returned, covered in blood from head to toe. With a smug, snake-like smile on his face, having evidently enjoyed what happened, Marzai hands the Lord Captain a blood-soaked trophy. Archaeotech fusion gun. Deals an additional 60% damage to burning enemies. Nice. And some Xeno artifacts. Yeah, I figured he was going to do that, and I figured the soldiers weren't going to survive. To be fair, their survival chances, if I had sent them on their own, would not have been very high anyways, so I'm willing to take that if it keeps Marazai on my side. And it looks like none of the Cabal were willing to join him, so that's one problem taken care of. I'm peaking my mic pretty hard right now, so let me know if the audio settings need to be adjusted, guys. Langren's Bell, is that the one? I'm pretty sure that's the one. Oh. Black creatures appearing all over the witness accounts claim they emerged straight from the shadows, and it was your pet Xenos Marazai they were interested. Oh, great. The fucking mandrakes are here again. Several enforcers perished in the battle, but we managed to avoid significant casualties. Your Xenos took out the aggressors. I would not be bothering you with this if we had not determined how the creatures got onto the ship. Until we know for sure, we won't be able to stop future incursions. Okay, good. Just wanted to double check. I've noticed it been peaking more often than usual, and I just wanted to make sure it was still coming through all right. They were mandrakes. They could have infiltrated the ship literally through any shadow. A pregnant pause fills the Vox channel. In that case, guarding the decks against every shadow will not be possible. We will strengthen security details at key points on the ship and hope the incident does not happen again. To be fair, if Marazai is managing to kill the mandrakes, well, the mandrakes aren't stupid. They will eventually give up. It's just a question of how many of them have to die before that happens. Bodies disposed of, delirious workers. Yep, seen that event. Langren's Belt. I'm pretty sure this is where it said to go. Suspicious ships, yes. Isn't the old GW lore that feels a bit 80s, 90s because Sister Battle falling to Slaanesh because that is hot? Well, again, there's two very... The example I'm speaking of, I'm pretty sure her name is Sabathiel, is the only known case of a sister choosing to fall to corruption. What usually happens is Chaos has to essentially corrupt everything around the sister, and then the mutations set in and the sister loses her mind and dies, or loses her mind and is no longer a sister. Sabathiel is the only Sister of Battle we know of in the lore who purposely chose to accept corruption and has thus become a corrupted Adepta Sororita. And actually, I think there's more examples of Cornate and Zinchian corruption among the sisters than anything else. Zinch loves playing deception games with the sisters when they can't see through his illusions. And of course, as I mentioned, the Bloodlust angle often gets Khorne brought into the equation. Surprisingly, there's not as many Slaaneshi cases. That's much more of a fan creation. Although, yes, the few cases where it does happen tend to get played up. Because it's the easiest. And yes, the angle is that it's hot. Because of course it is. That's just how people are. I mean, hell, I think the only piece of official art of Sabathiel has her with like a 3-foot-long tongue coming out of her mouth. So, you know, make of that what you will, as far as Games Workshop's intentions towards her. On the edge of the system, a few crippled Xenos ships, barely visible in the darkness of space, huddled together. Not displaying any of their usual hostility, the Xenos are stuck in inactivity, actively ignoring the Rogue Trader's presence. The Augur team has detected a number of damaged voice ships, each affixed with several system failures and bearing a few dozen living creatures. An attempt to identify their drive signatures is met with failure, but the scanners pick up an exchange of data between the ships along an encrypted channel. Marazai recognizes the vessels as those of the Reaving Tempest Cabal by their silhouettes and markings. The news that his Cabal warriors survived their insatiable kin's bloodthirst fills the Xenos with a grim resolve. Marazai turns to the Rogue Trader with a demand to leave the detected ships unharmed. The Xenos yearns to meet them in person. Oh yeah, it's still nothing crazy. It's still nothing crazy, but it's still kind of obvious that yes, the only known purposely corrupted Sororitas is Slaaneshi. Like, it's kind of obvious what they're implying there. Personally, if it was me, I would have rather us gotten a Cornite corrupted one who could be the 40k equivalent of, oh shit, what's her name? Oh, I can't remember her name. She's in Warhammer Fantasy. She was a Chaos Warrior, a female Chaos Warrior who essentially got turned into a Valkyrie of Khorne. And she shows up at battlefields to, yeah, Valkyria the Bloody. That's it. I knew it sounded like Valkyrie, but I couldn't remember exactly how it was. I would have preferred a sister of battle like that. That would have been cool, especially if she still kind of somewhat believed in the Emperor and thought that by sending people, like, embraced both Khorne and Emperor worship in some, like, twisted manner similar to the Blood Pact. That would be cool as hell, in my opinion. Destroy the Xenos. Nope, let Marzai fly to the ships. Let's see what happens. The shuttle carrying Marzai returned so quickly to the Rogue Trader vessel that it is possible to tell whether the Xenos took part in failed negotiations or participated in a violent and impetuous duel. Sexually harassed by a keeper of secrets who took his face to shield. Exactly. Took one look at Slaaneish's corruption and was like, bitch, please. I'm gonna wear your face as a shield. Offering no comment, Marzai turns to the Lord Captain with a categorical request. Help the survivors and let them go. Oh, now see, this is different, because I figured if he landed on the planet, those enforcers were dead anyway, so I didn't mind it. And he ended up killing all the ones down there anyway, so that wasn't much of a problem. Really shouldn't. These are Drukhari. Helping them for no gain will actively make them dislike us more, because they see that as pity. We will agree to help the Xenos in exchange for a generous reward. Officers sent to oversee the trade alongside Marzai report that the exchange was successful. Some uncooperative Xenos were against it, but Marzai's deadly hand took their lives before the arguments gained any weight. Good, and that culled their numbers further. Alright, fine by me, Marzai. You can have your tiny little bit of power. Was there anything over here? Or we've been here. We've been here. I'm not going to deal with that shit. I know we've been here before. I think I did an online roleplay where I played a Khornate sister battle the dual-wielded axes and had bat wings. I mean, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I have not done tabletop RPG style stuff in a long time, unfortunately. All right, I think that's it. We just got to go to Footfall now. All right. Whoa, what? Space combat is available. Wait, what? Why is there space combat available? No, there isn't. Game, you're lying to me. Stop it. The rumor system really needs to get looked at because this is just not working. Yeah, we've seen that one. People whispering to them in their sleep, yada yada. Game evil snickering. Yeah, it seems to be what it's doing. It's pissing me off. All right. It's been a long time since we've been on Footfall. I can't imagine that the Kasbalika mission has been very happy with Lord Inquisitor Kalgazar setting up shop here. Oh. I don't suppose we could... Actually, we have max reputation now. I don't suppose that changes the dialogue with these guys. Nope. No, it doesn't. Surf down in the hold. Yeah, I remember that one. That was kind of funny. I will admit, that one's kind of funny. Yeah, they don't want us to come close. Alright, Footfall it is. Let's see what the Inquisition's doing. Lord Captain, we have received Vox message from Footfall. The Inquisition has declared martial law on the station due to the threat of the Malleus Extremis. Docking will require special permission, and even most of the asteroids have been cordoned off. The station's custodian, her ladyship, Inkendia Corda, sends greetings and invites your lordship to disembark at the docks with a small retinue. Her enforcers will meet you there to escort another chamber for a private audience. The Vox cackles with static, and Jay's honeyed voice fills the air. Victus. Hold on, I gotta slip back into the accent. Shireen. Victus, the salve for my heart. Forgive the intrusion, but I have important business with the rogue trader. Oh, Shireen, I simply wish to remind you about my numbskull crew who got themselves captured by rival Ashmax. Vladim is too occupied with his schemes, and besides, Inkendia Corda has already put him in his place, which leaves only Falco. May the Agi tear his soul to pieces. Footfall is straight ahead, and I would rather not waste precious sand still left in the hourglass of their lives. I do too. Once we uncovered her true story, I'm a little more lenient towards it because I actually like the concept of an Imperial commoner just bullshitting their way to the top. I actually do like her backstory. I just think that, I don't know, she's just not very interesting within the context of Rogue Trader. She's unfortunately just not. Like, even Argenta, who's a pretty one-note character, I find more interesting just because she's had so many crises of faith already since we found her. And, of course, the fact that we found out she's the one who killed Theodora. He threw a wrench into the works, making my trade network fall apart like a badly assembled chrono.
No income, no profits, only damages. All because my right hand is chained up on one of Footfall's asteroids. How about we pay Falco a courtesy visit, and I'll make sure your imposing vision will loosen his tongue. And maybe, just maybe, untie the hands of my crew. Like, I've grown on her, but my main problem is she doesn't fit into any of my combat strategies, so I've barely used her. Yes, we'll go and deal with what happened to your crew. I did give you my word. Shireen, have I ever mentioned that you are the most fragrant rosebush in the entire blossoming garden of the Koronus Expanse? Is this all you have to say? The Voxmaster unceremoniously boots Jay from the channel. Apologies, Lord Captain. What will be your instructions? Do we have any other options for landing on Footfall? None, Lord Captain. The augurs are reporting that all docking gates not watched by the enforcers are locked and rigged with explosives. Very well. Let's take a new look at Footfall's hospitality. As you wish, Lord Captain. She's a bit too oncoming in my first playthrough. Felt as if I had to fend her off with a broom. Oh yeah, to be fair, again, having discovered her backstory, I can at least somewhat understand that. She sees the Rogue Trader as the ultimate meal ticket. Even if when you play Iconoclast, you can kind of earn her loyalty so far, she's still very much looking out for herself. So it's actually kind of understandable that it's that. Like, not only do you help her with all... Okay, we're going to leave Marazai behind for this one. We're going to bring Abelard and we're going to bring Argenta. Yes. Wait, do I need anybody? We shouldn't need lore for Xenos. Do I want to bring Heinrichs? Because the thing is, I do enough damage. I don't really need to bring Argenta anymore just for her heavy weapon. Because I've got more than enough firepower. I would rather see Heinrichs' reaction to this. I want to see what he has to say on the station. Now, Jay is also the other option as far as, shall we say, securing the future of the dynasty, because she's the only other romanceable companion who is a baseline human. So, like, if you are playing Dogmatic or Iconoclast and you actually want to roleplay the whole, like, establishing a dynasty angle, she's the only romance option that actually makes sense. Unless you're playing a female Rogue Trader, then Heinrichs is obviously an option. Move you, put you here. We'll go ahead and put Pascal in the back, because Jay is still a closer ranged character. We shouldn't have to worry too much about anything. Do we need to... We can't leave, can we? No, we can't. Oh, Zeta. Wait a second. The tech priest who sports an explorator emblem on his scarlet robe directs the unblinking gaze of his augmented ocular lens at you and says in a hissing voice, Tell the DLC you can apparently romance the assassin. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I don't know if I'll get all of the events and everything related to it because I'm so far into the game now, but hey, I mean, maybe she'll be an interesting companion. We'll have to see. Or she'll just be an Imperial flavored Marazai with an obsession with death. Salutary functioning initiated. Glory to House von Valencia's trade terminal Zeta 42-33 Mu, property of Adeptus Mechanicus Explorator Cognizance Fleet. Ready to process incoming requests. State your request. Glory to the Omnissiah. Who exactly are you? Identification request accepted. Acceptable response found. Hear and heed. Units identifier. Trade terminal Zeta 42-M-33 Mu. Designated purpose, processing trade and information requests and offers made to the Adeptus Mechanicus Explorator Cognizance Fleet. State your request. Glory to the Omnissiah. Where is Opticon 22? Information request accepted. Acceptable response found. Hear and heed. Unit Logis Opticon 22 instructed to leave the location Footfall. Head to strategic location Euphrates 2 in order to provide support to Explorator Cognizance Fleet. After standard rites were performed on Trade Terminal Zeta 42-33 Mu, it was deemed an adequate functional replacement and received blessing to process requests at the location Footfall. State your request. Glory to the Omnissiah. Why do you keep saying glory to the Omnissiah? Information request declined. Acceptable response not found. For following reason, hear and heed. Request falls outside processing trade and information requests and offers functionality. Try restating your request. Without missing a beat, the tech priest adds confidently, Glory to the Omnissiah. Sees romance is very romantic. Her clumsy approach. Oh, absolutely. If I wasn't romancing Irelet, I absolutely would go for the Cassio romance because it is. It gives me Tally vibes from Mass Effect, from the Mass Effect original trilogy. Very much that just
not quite fully aware of how horrible the world can be while also having her own, like, views on everything. Is that a tech priest with Sath? A little bit. A bit of religious sass. How are you working under Inkendia Corda's rule? Information request accepted. Acceptable response found. Hear and heed. The unit Rogue Trader, Inkendia, Bastal, Corda, and the specified unit's actions have no significant effect on the operation of the Explorer, Cognizance, Fleet, mission. Since the specified unit has no jurisdiction over Adeptus Mechanicus or any asset thereof. Glory to the Omnissiah. I'd like to make a deal. Failed to pass request. Are you seeking access to trading interface? Glory to the Omnissiah. Requesting access to trade interface. Oh, good. We did manage to pick up a couple of these. Temporary wounds from combat stimulants. The first use of any combat stimulant per turn costs 0 AP. Very nice. Some stun grenades. Is there anything we can give them? Mechanicus Creations. We got some spare ranged weaponry. We've got some spare armor kit. We got some spare holy gifts. We've got some miscellaneous. We got provisions. Should we hold on to the provisions? Nah. Go ahead and hand those over. Go ahead and grab the deadly precision rifle. Alright. No, nothing else here. Who's over here? Oh, Acolyte. Unwilling to die, the bar patrons made their last stand right here. Patrolling Confessor. Interesting. Eminent Lord Captain awaits you in the square, your lordship. The man in front of you is scrutinizing a data slate. The insignia of the Holy Inquisition hangs from his chest. Yeah, Corda's not wasting any time with this. Where ends the turn, Warner? Oh, we've got that from a long time ago, I'm pretty sure, but it's kind of... Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's Jay. Uh-oh.
Well, Shireen, what do we have here? A cowardly ashmag who wants to get his paws on my certificate without even working up a sweat. Considering the circumstances currently affecting footfall, the only fitting place this filth could be hiding is in the sewers.
Jay's nose wrinkles at the very thought.
A nasty spot with a powerful whiff about it, that is true. But I swear to you, Shireen, you won't come up with a better trap for Falco. I know these tunnels like the back of my hand. And the most delicious part of all of that is that the ashmag chose to go in there. Oh, he'll wish he hadn't. Of course, that's only if the Ashi don't mess things up for us and everything goes to plan, and if it doesn't...
Not even the Rogue Trader wants to mess with Mechanicus, which... No, I mean, absolutely. It's the same case with most Imperial organizations. Piss off the Mechanicus and suddenly nothing works. It takes dozens of tech priests just to make a small ship function. If they decide to fuck off, you're shit out of luck. Jay breaks off, her shoulders sagging under the weight of her doubts.
If it doesn't, then my gang are dead, Shireen. One wrong move, one wrong word. Ah, thrown damn that ashmag, why is everything so difficult? Perhaps I should have given him the Mercatum Tabulae Officiae. Falco's not a complete idiot, he wouldn't risk such a valuable payoff, he'll hold up his end of the deal. Give me Tehora and the others.
What exactly is your plan?
The gist is that we need to go down to the sewer tunnels of Footfall, connect a tank of sleeping gas to the old ventilation system, and direct the airflow into whatever hideout Falco has. And of course, pray to the Exalted One, that the ashmag's jackals don't spot us.
Territory, quite a big deal. Technically, Kiavagama, if I remember correctly, was considered an industrial world, which is always a bit of an iffy case, because you have both a planetary governor and the head of the tech priest there, that Cubus Delphim guy who we ended up having to kill at the end of the Kiavagama quest. Industrial worlds are a bit iffy because they never fully specialize in nothing but industry the way a Forge world does, but they have enough manufactorums on them that the Mechanicus has a vested interest in that planet. But yes, it does speak to the Von Valencius that they actually had a manufacturing world in their dominion. Maybe not a full-blown Forge world, but a manufacturing world nonetheless.
It's true, Shireen. It's going to be a little trickier than it seems. Falco is desperate. He's bound to have his thugs patrolling the tunnels. If we go crashing around in there, he'll know something's afoot. And when Falco feels jumpy...
Now, Jay's nostrils flare with impotent rage.
Heads will roll.
And where exactly are we going to get a tank of sleeping gas? Jay stares at you, trying to decide if you're joking or being completely serious.
What do you take me for? I've already acquired it. Don't worry, I have everything covered.
See, that's my main issue with her, is she waffles between I can't take her seriously and she's probably one of the most competent people we've hired. Alright, how do we get into the tunnels?
Most of the passages have been sealed off by Corta's hounds, I'm sure, but there is one they definitely haven't gotten to.
Jay visibly perks up and winks at you. Time to pay a visit to Octi and the Adeptus Amasecus, Shireen. Alright, let's go to the sewers. To the Amasecus we go, Shireen. Or do you have other pressing business to handle on the way there? We can probably take a detour to go deal with that when we get the chance. The sweet rotten odor and its scent of incense mix to make a thick, nauseating stench.
Magos, are you certain that this Nomus is not an abomination that requires immediate destruction? A creature from a cogitator that has taken over a mobile machine. It is only the absence of your approval that is stopping me from taking immediate action.
Nomo should be studied. If it makes the unit Van Calox feel any better, I can broaden the study scope to include research into methods for killing the unit Nomos.
To be fair, wouldn't surprise me if Pascal had already been doing that and is just offering that up as a token offering to ease Heinrich's mind. Would not surprise me in the slightest. Oh, okay, yeah, we're getting a full... Yeah, Corda has gone all out with this shit. I mean, I'm sure a good chunk of this is also the Inquisition, but it really does seem like Corda has had her own. Yeah. At the same time, this many dead bodies, this much despair, they better hope they're able to keep everything under wraps, because this is exactly the kind of environment where you get a bigger cultist presence showing up. Anver. Oh, come on, I thought we dealt with all of them. Away from servitorization, but one of the patrols confirmed that I wasn't at the scene. Interesting. Yeah. That does lead me to believe that I was right with my initial assumption that the Anvers were actually controlled opposition by Vladim to keep an eye on things, and that us killing them didn't really matter. If there's still so many of them that the majority of those who have been strung up. Stinking mass of charred, partially incinerated corpses smolders under the weight of fresh bodies. Alright, Hieronymus, how are you doing? Hieronymus's gaze is alight with awe. He breathes in the smell of burnt flesh and promethium, turning to speak to you. Oh shit, I gave this guy like a vaguely Russian accent, I think, when I speak for him. Yeah, but it was like high-pitched. Oh god.
Behold, noble Sovanni de Firenze, as footfall transforms before your very eyes in the wake of your toils, this den of depravity will once again become a testament to the Emperor's greatness, as was its original design. Does it not bring you delight?
I don't even remember what I talked about this. That seems very nice. Yeah, that's the thing. Hieronymus, by Imperial standards, is a very pragmatic, very generous ecclesiastical figure, and he's the head of the local ecclesiarchy, which is really saying something. More Italian than Russian? As I said, I'm not very good. Also, it doesn't help that we've run into Hieronymus. Like, I did his voice mainly back in Act 2 when we first arrived in Footfall, and I really haven't talked to him since, so I really don't remember what the fuck I used for his accent. Also, if it is Italian, still kind of fitting. Crazy Catholics and all that. I was raised Catholic. I'm allowed to use that joke. Where were we? Dinsborough. Wasn't this the inheritance event? I could have sworn we went over this a long time ago.
It is. Over the course of his life, that reprobate had burdened his soul with many vile and egregious acts. His confessions were akin to a grand catechism listing humanity's eminent vices and infirmities. It was all the more painful for him to realize that of all the heinous acts that he had committed, not one had been forgotten by the Emperor. Jens Bellardo was afraid of death and that which would await him in the hereafter. He had hoped to atone for his misdeed, yearned to convince, if not the Emperor, then himself at least, they had more than a conscious speck of malignant mold his entire life.
I suppose everyone deserves a chance at redemption in the eyes of the Emperor.
It is true for miscreants above all others. The greater the transgression, the more miraculous and wondrous the repentance.
I'm honestly surprised he doesn't have more to say, because a lot of this we've gone over, and I don't suppose... Ah, we did manage... Wow. Okay, I don't know why that's all coming in, but I guess it must be related to something. We'll go ahead and grab that. We wanted to keep a hold of some things in case we run into events. We can give him some of the fuel we've got. We can give him the melee weaponry. Uniform kits, armor kits we want to keep. Jewelry. We've never seen any events that require that, so we'll go ahead and hand that off. Ooh, Power Maul and Cursed Boots. If the wearer did not spend MP during their turn, they double their cover efficiency and gain immunity to the force movement effects until the end of the wearer's next turn. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, that was the inheritance of it. Yeah, I could have sworn we were over with that with him last time we were here, but I guess not. Nothing we can do up there. A bunch of servitors patrolling people over there. Can we get up here still? We can. This area is blocked off by the Inquisition. Yep, looks like they're investigating back here too. We can't get past. Understandable. More servitors. I imagine most of these servitors are fresh, shall we say. Someone shoved a flamer down the throat of this Corda soldier and burned his entrails. Okay. That's a mental image I didn't need. I set people on fire from the outside, thank you very much, like a proper civilized servant of the Imperium.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Blasphemy. Heresy. Oh boy. Piracy. Heresy. Oh Jesus. Piracy. Dissent. Yep, this is... I do love that we've gotten to this point where it's like, if you were under any illusions that portions of the Imperium are somehow nicer in the Koronus Expanse, this part of the game will completely show that it's not. Indecent exposure wouldn't surprise me. Though that... something tells me indecent exposure is much more of the will servitorize you rather than will crucify you in the public square. How was I supposed to not violate it? After slaving away for 3 watches in a row, you could use some extra hands, but you burned them all. Blasphemy. Interesting. So, blasphemy, I guess that makes sense for Corda. Blasphemy, heresy, and piracy are getting actually crucified. The Anvers are just getting strung up by the street lamp. Kind of makes sense. Patrolling confessors. Yep. Jesus. What am I... Are these just all... Oh, wait, there's loot back here. Go back, go back. Where is it? There it is. I will not leave any loot behind. Thank you very much. I feel like I'm... Hold on, what is it? No, so that's the Anvers that are being hung up. Okay, so we've already seen those then. Oh, hold on. We did want to get back here. How do I get back here again? It's over this way. Okay. Oh dear. Oh shit, she's gone full...
Have mercy. Our families are starving. We only took a couple Nutribars. Lies. I see clearly with my naked eye the corruption that has engulfed your nature. The cleansing fire can absolve you now. Guilty.
And the soldiers turn and open fire, because they're standing right next to them with flamethrowers. Okay, for a second I thought the game was going to screw up the animations. Yep. There we go. Yeah, she's gone full cuckoo. Whoa, what the... This fire cleansing enough for you, you crazy hag? Oh, shit.
The Emperor protects me. Guilty. Burn him.
Where the hell did that guy get hold of a plasma gun? I mean, it is footfall. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that the remaining criminal element have armed themselves as best able. Yeah, smugglers. Exactly. Kendia Corda is absorbed in reading a long strip of parchment. Her left hand is holding a silver spoon, with which she is carefully scooping up brain matter from the open skull of a man contorted next to her. Okay, I'm sorry, what? Which she is carefully scooping up brain matter from the open skull. Okay, I'm sorry. Corda, I assumed you were just regular Imperial crazy, but apparently you've just gone full-blown dipshit. Oh, I forgot to read that.
Savane de Varenze von Valencius. I was informed of your arrival.
Her exhaustion is marked upon her features with a crisscross of lines and deeper furrows, her cheek forever twisted in a continuous nervous tick, her eyes ablaze with indomitable resolve. A dazzling aura of power and righteousness surrounds her like a mantle. She gracefully brings a gold-plated inhaler to her lips, takes a deep breath, and the fire in her gaze flares like a plasma thruster. Oh, so she's also drugged out of her ass. That's great. Look closely at Inkendia. One look at her full dress uniform shows that she has not changed in many days. The collar is greasy, the braid trim stained with sweat. The air is tinged with the smell of an inhaled stimulant that is used to give serfs the ability to work multiple watches without rest. If I might ask, dear Incendia Corda, what is that? Incendia sinks her silver spoon into the man's brain, slowly consuming the revolting morsel. I must know the taste of the criminal's thoughts. It is how I learn to recognize their patterns. I almost wish I had Ulfar with me. He'd probably be laughing his ass off at this. Like, oh, she thinks she has an omniphagia. The dumb bitch. What the hell is wrong with her? Oh, Jesus Christ. No, we're going hard iconoclast with this. We are done with this bullshit. This entertainment of yours reeks of corruption. Incendia does not bat an eye at the man's death. A laughable accusation. Do you think yourself capable of detecting corruption? Well, I mean, I have an Inquisitor with me. And I also have a Psyker on my ship who can read minds. And I also have a Space Marine on my ship who could literally smell out corruption. I mean, do you want me to get them all down here? I can bring them all. Please, let me. This is hilarious. Let me bring everybody here. We'll see what happens. When you go this far to Zealotry, you essentially go 180 into Chaos. Yup. Exactly. Something wild sparks in her pale eyes. You know not the first thing about perceiving it, of sensing it, of peering into people's souls and seeing the heinousness within. You do not know what it's like to look at their faces and see the brand of their impious deeds writ upon their flesh. I know it all too well. None of them shall escape my wrath. I've got a bad feeling she might be like the one NPC in the game to actually remember that I'm a psyker and suddenly lose her fucking mind over it. I've encountered sanctioned death cults that practice cannibalism as part of their way of praising the Emperor. A surprisingly large number of them harbored heresy. You have suspicions of me? Fair. It is your duty to suspect, Interrogator. But do your eyes see any trespass here? I have committed no malfaction against him on Earth. Or on Terra, sorry. We don't say Earth. Him on Holy Terra. What manner of slaughterhouse have you turned this place into? Some atrocious travesty of the Emperor's justice. Incendia jerks her chin up and responds haughtily. This is true justice. Unprejudiced, inescapable, equally merciless to all. The Lord Inquisitor has bestowed upon me the honor of bringing order to this cesspool of pirates and heretics, to rid Footfall of the corruption that has fettered its limbs and turned this once glorious Imperial station into a hotbed of free-thinking inefficiency. I will not rest until all have been judged. Incendia studies you with a predatory smile. It must have been the Emperor's providence that brought you to my court. It would be my pleasure to indict you for the crimes you have committed. I will admit, every time I see one of these, I'm like, I gotta do a heretical playthrough at some point. I have to. I just have to. At some point. To be fair, Heinrichs likes us, but at the same time, we've also done enough bullshit that I don't feel comfortable asking him that. That would be a bad idea. We'll go with this one. Lady Incendia Corda, I have just broken out after being held captive by a veritable horde of Xenos in the dark city of Comora. I have butchered my way through scores of enemy of humanity against the Xenos, the heretic, the traitor, and the mutant. Tell me, am I truly the greatest enemy of the Imperium that you in all your wisdom have been able to find? That you are loathed and feared by the enemies of humanity does not make you pure in the eyes of the Emperor. Perhaps he saw fit to set you upon a different path, one of righteous genocide and blood-soaked redemption for your faults. I would never dare to gainsay his will. I mean, there's a reason I didn't bring either of them. One of them is my waifu, so shut up, Tenwin, and the other one is useful. Plus, he's killed almost as many of his own kin as I have, which honestly is a net positive, all things considered, given that they're Drakari. So, you've taken control of Footfall now. Indeed I have.
When the Lord Inquisitor enacted proper martial law upon the Expanse, I offered him all of my house's support at once. Footfall was chosen as the Lord Inquisitor's headquarters, and the position of Footfall's liege was abolished temporarily for the duration of the emergency, or perhaps longer than that. All authority was transferred to the station's warden, to me. While the Lord Inquisitor is preoccupied with the matters of strategic planning, I have been tasked with overseeing security and proper order. And there is so much to do. Pirates and smugglers, apostates, cold traders, deserters, outlaws, every one of them warrants my attention. Cracking her neck stiff from many hours of reading documents, Inkendia again dips her silver spoon and scoops out brain matter from the open skull of the poor fellow now already lying dead next to her. Figured I'd change the wording since we already shot him. Everywhere you look, servants are buckling under heavy stacks of new denouncements, warrants, and hundreds of other documents. This better not have removed my ability to use that iconoclast option. I just wanted to hear more of the dialogue game, god damn it. And who exactly is it that you're judging? All of them. Thieves and smugglers, pirates, heretics, traitors, deserters, abettors, harborers, cowards, perjurers. Any who has ever trespassed the laws of the Imperium, who has ever protected a miscreant, kept quiet of a crime, all will be condemned. With obsessive determination, Inkendia starts going through the papers before her, seemingly no longer aware that she's even doing so. The rogue trader in the shower later. I just wanted the rest of the dialogue. It shouldn't take me away from the things that can finish the conversation. That's just poor design. More and more convicts are being arrested, granted the great boon of undergoing servitude in perpetuities, and having rid themselves of their reprehensible consciousness, serving the Imperium free of doubt, free of weakness. Footfall will once again be a bastion of law and righteousness. I will eradicate all heresy, preventing the faithless from ever giving themselves over to the good of... that prevents the faithless from giving themselves over to toiling in his good name. How long have you been sitting here, Inkendia? Inkendia seems slightly perplexed by your question. She starts moving signed sentences from one stack to another, then says uncertainly, 3 weeks. Yes, the court carries on day and night. My sense of time eludes me. There is nothing just about your actions, Inkendia. Your accusations are largely contrived, their purpose simply being to turn the entire population of Footfall into nothing but pliant automatons. You think I find enjoyment in this? Looking at vileness upon vileness, listening to one excuse after the other. I loathe this and despise every malefactor I have found. If I were weak of will, I would have simply obliterated this station with nuclear fire. But here I am, to offer each of them the right to be judged in his name, and the chance to return to his fold properly renewed. The universe is a terrifying place, surrounded by the arch-enemy's machinations, the Xenos scum who deny us our right to exist. Inconceivable threats. Human weakness will not help us avert it. If a man is weak, I shall rid him of his spinelessness and his feebleness. I shall endow him with a sacred narrow-mindedness and eradicate all that prevents him from utilizing his self in the service of our Emperor and Imperium. She is not lying. You can tell by her eyes, by her voice, trembling with earnest faith, that Inkendia genuinely, truly believes in every word she has just spoken. What makes you think you are entitled to govern this place as you see fit? Such is the law of Footfall. Any rogue trader who arrives here assumes the right of absolute authority. Surely it is not that thug Takara who deserves to rule this station. He will soon be hanging from a noose, as will every one of his Caspalican henchmen. And so will those Anver firebrands whose outrageous activities brought this station so much grief. She looked at you with a gloating smirk. Once you hindered my efforts to subdue this station, and yet here I am now, dispensing justice to the wicked. I only regret that I am unable to begin sooner. Takara's troublemakers would have already been crushed instead of lurking in the cargo bays and the maintenance tunnels. Regardless, I will deal with them soon enough. I can tell that you're quite popular with the locals. This attempt was mediocre, far from the first. My enforcers and my throne keep me ever safe. Inkendia pats the armrest and smiles. Its refractor field is nigh impervious even to a tank shell. That thief Takara had this sacred Drusian relic stashed in one of his storerooms.
Where is the Lord Inquisitor?
He is within the League's chambers, coordinating the proper defense of the Expanse. His attention is focused on matters of vital importance, and he's not seeing supplicants.
A soldier standing next to her wearing Inquisitorial armor echoes Incendia's words. I'm afraid your lordship cannot see the Lord Inquisitor now. However, he bade me inform your lordship that he will summon you later, when circumstances permit. We shall see whether Footfall will thank the Emperor for your reign, Incendia.
In due time, I shall weed out all the taint that was bred here on Footfall. Pious fear, loyalty, and devotion will once again become pillars of the station under his watchful eye.
No, I do like Takara. He's about as practical-minded as you can get, although it's very obvious that he's playing his own game. But he's also very much in favor of the status quo, at least so far as it favors him, which, again, makes him more intelligent than 90% of the people in the Imperium. Okay, so if that didn't close me out from this, I should be able to do this. What happened between you and Winterscale?
Winterscale is a traitor! The Expanse burns, ravaged by heretics and unhallowed Xenos. He abandons his duty completely. He had the nerve to ignore the Lord Inquisitor's call to battle. My servants are capturing his worlds, his ships, and he hides from his reckoning, indulging his basest urges. Soon enough, he too will stand before judgment.
Have you and Caligos lost your minds? I've already dealt with him. I've already had to deal with his insane bullshit. The Expanse is in a calamitous state, and here you two are busy settling scores and riding off into the hereafter with no thought to what is going on. Cease this at once.
Negotiating with that mad dog is off the table, and you know it. He will laugh at your talk of reconciliation and execute your envoys. For too long has Caligos reveled in impunity and believed himself king of his own world.
Well, it's a good thing I've already dealt with him, and hopefully he'll show up to assist me at some point, considering we saved his fucking life. Twice. In a row. Turn to address the crowd. To the people of Footfall, those of you who acknowledge me, the representative and head of House von Valancius as your sovereign, are viewed by the law as subjects of House von Valancius and the von Valancius Protectorate, and therefore will be exempt from Corda's judgment. You are welcome aboard my flagship. The hopeful crowd in the atrium begins hysterically clamoring their oaths of fealty to House von Valancius. Not one of them thinks twice about clutching at the lifeline you have offered them. Oh boy, here we go. Incendia wearily leans upon the armrest and looks at you with contempt.
Take this pitiful gaggle of miscreants then, Sovani di Firenze. If you so desire, my trial does not end here. I have the whole of Footfall to judge.
If I try to attack her, 1, it's going to be one hell of a battle. 2, she does still have the support of the Inquisition right now. We need to get her away from this place before we try to negotiate with her, and right now we don't have the ability to do that. Enough words. Your accused await, and so do my duties.
Wait. You have a duty to the Emperor that you must see to. Vladim Tokara, deplorable rebel who once ruled this station, has slipped from my graft. He incites the people to revolt. He kills my servants. He hides from my wrath with the dexterity of a void rat. But I have informers who claim he often appears in that den of unrest that bears the irreverent name the Adeptus Amacecus. We have made several attempts to arrest him, but he has evaded capture every time. The Reverend Hieronymus has gone there to convince him to surrender, but his efforts have likewise been unsuccessful. In the interest of Footfall's integrity, Tokara must be apprehended. As the rogue trader in authority, I order you to aid me in bringing him to justice. The asteroid where the Amacecus is located has been cordoned off, but my enforcer will take you there. I want you to lure Tokara out of his hole, seize him, and allow him to stand trial before me. Do this for the sake of Footfall's liberation. Pave the road that my justice will tread.
Yeah, that's cute. Yeah, you think I'm going to help you with this? This woman is insane. You've already pronounced Vladim a criminal.
Why wouldn't I? Vile rogue's infamy is known to all. He patronized thieves, smugglers, pirates. By his leave, heresies and unholy cults flourished. That he has evaded punishment this long can only be described as gross negligence, which I intend to rectify in short order.
Well, we know the last part is wrong because he specifically was worried about heresies and cults before, and he did do everything in his power to deal with them. Thieves, smugglers, and pirates, I mean, yes, but we're rogue traders. We do that literally every day.
Why did Hieronymus go to the Yamasekas? Reverend Hieronymus headed there where the rebels were seen most often, to preach to them, to sway them to repent. Alas, he still cannot see the difference between those who have erred and those who are beyond any hope of redemption.
Some of the people you wish to execute are useful to me. I gather valuable information and equipment from them.
The scoundrels and thieves will be replaced by honest suppliers. Even degenerates such as the Kasbalaka can be of some use in the coming crisis, but their leaders must be replaced with more pliable and trepidatious successors. That is the only way for us to protect ourselves from being stabbed in the back.
As you wish, Lady Corda. I swear that I shall drag Vladine before this court.
Your cooperation noted. Sovani, differenze. But remember,
Incendia's eyes flash maniacally.
None of the rebel leaders are allowed to die before trial. I expressly forbid you to execute them without my leave.
Sure. Whatever you say, Corda. Mesoplatter plasma gun. Is that actually better than the one he's got? No, it is not. Alright, to the cargo bay with you. There is some stuff over here. We've got about 25 minutes left before I'm going to have to get off for the day. So let's try to make the most of that and get any more of this taken care of. Why does it still say that there's... Oh, there's stuff over here. Okay. Hello. What is this?
I bet that as soon as we come across something interesting, the greedy hunk of junk will crackle on about the privileges of the Adeptus Mechanicus and try to lay his hands on the spoils.
I am judging and disregarding the statement of the unworthy thief who has disrespected the privileges of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
I don't know, Pascal. The fact that you said that you were judging it and disregarding it is a bit of a contradiction, my friend. Judging by their injuries, the aristocrats were subject to a long and enthusiastic beating before their execution. I'm assuming, yep, by order of the Lord. Yep, the Legion's palace is permanently closed to outsiders. Understandable. What have we got over here? Rusian preacher. Nope, nothing of any value. Let's get back up this way. It still says there's loot over there. I don't like that. Why does it still say that? Contorted human remains are smoldering on top of a pile of books on architecture. The sign reads, Gordai Skatov, spy for the Xenos, took notes on the Stotian structures for the purposes of sabotage. Oh, they killed Gordai. But I never got a chance to finish finding where he... Oh, man. Well, there was nothing we could do because we couldn't finish his quest until now. And, well, I mean, maybe we could have come sooner, but then we would have had to not been sooner on other things. Yeah. There's nothing we could have done. Soldier's limbs are twisted at a natural angle. Someone broke every bone and left him to die. Is that a... Oh, no. For a second, I thought the thing on his shoulder was a shoulder pad and that he was one of Caligos's men with the red uniform, but I guess he wasn't. Traces. Who was behind the sabotage? Where are the explosives stored? Okay, so they're still investigating that. Bomb exploded here. Most likely an improvised one. Man in front of you. Yeah, we've already seen that. Nothing we can do here. Weapon of strange make you've not seen before. That's weird. It looks like a hell gun, but I guess it must be something different. Alright, hold on. Hold the phone. Get back over here. It's still saying that there's loot over here for some reason. Oh, because there is. Somehow I missed that. Okay. Sweet. So how the hell do we get... Do we go back this way? I'm assuming? To get out of here? Yes. Okay, good. Oh, okay. Go ahead and grab that. Head to the Martyr's Endurance. Yeah, cross his fingers behind back. Exactly. Exactly, Tenwin. Does this take us right to the bar, or does this take us to just the general area? Oh, it takes us right to the bar.
Wait, it's his lordship von Valencius. Thought it was another of Corda's dogs with another inspection. Stand down. False alarm.
always keep my options open.
Why is that? Where does this lead? Wait, what? Barrels exude the smell of cheap fuel, which the owners must be using to power the bar's generators and quite possibly to dilute their rot gut. Okay, but seriously, where does that one lead? Why is it... That says to the rest of Footfall, and that doesn't make any sense. Why is that even there, then? Oh, this leads to the sewers. Oh, this leads to Jay's shit, doesn't it? Okay, I guess we're doing this first. Whoa, what?
Welcome to the kingdom of thieves, killers, and smugglers, Shireen. All the finest goods on Footfall, every last one of them have passed through these tunnels.
Jay throws up her arms in a theatrical display of reverence.
As I said before, Falco's jackals are patrolling every nook and cranny of this ashy, cursed place. See the scumbag over there? We need to avoid them and not draw any attention to ourselves, or else we might as well dump a pile of grok shit all over the plan. Now, we are going to follow the plan. If you will allow me, Shireen, I will refresh your memory. Avoid the patrolling scum. When we reach the sewer canal and follow it to the east almost until the very end, we connect the gas cylinder to the special intake. Ironically enough, it was previously used for cleaning the air. And then we need to turn the valve in a few spots so that the gas reaches the correct chamber. I wish I knew exactly where that ashmag was holed up. Finally, with all the rest the regicide players, Shireen, we find the service cogitator and send the gas along the pipes. And I'm sure I don't have to remind you that we must do all of this in complete silence. Not even the sewer rats must notice us, let alone Falco's lot.
A game of regicide is not won on the final move, but with strategy planned in advance. You can barely hear Heinrich's disgruntled muttering as he surveys the tunnels. This whole operation is the opposite of that. Jesus Christ, we can just blow the plan right from the beginning. We shall work quietly and quickly. I understand.
May the Exalted Emperor light our path.
Okay, so in a game with no stealth mechanics, they want us to be stealthy.
Rise to the top.
I have a very bad feeling about all of this. Okay, did we not just see somebody walk that way? So how the fuck do we do this already? Okay, guess we're... I might save scum this. Is slightly notorious. I can imagine. This is a game with no stealth mechanics and now we're being told, oh, don't get noticed by anybody. There's no visual indicators of sight lines. There's nothing that you would have in any kind of game that would tell you what in the hell you're supposed to do or when you can do it. Look at that! Who would have guessed? Jesus goddamn Christ. Well, this might be what we're doing for the next 20 minutes until I inevitably have to end stream, both out of frustration and because I need to actually go do stuff today. So what? Do I wait for him to go? Because I can't see anything from that side and those guys are standing there.
Keep your wits about you.
No, he's... Oh my god. Is he... No, wait. We can't see him if we do that. Okay, is he going the other way? Yes, okay. Quick save. Yeah, I don't know who was in charge of designing this quest, but they're an idiot. I'm just going to say it straight up. Okay, get over here. Let's pass the agility check.
That's how it's done.
Okay, it doesn't look like there's anybody over here. We're going to quick save again. I should probably be making hard saves at some point because this is not going to go well.
Is there money to be made?
How do we get over there? Why can't we get over there? What the fuck? There we go. All right. Pick that up. This is where the gas cylinder goes, hidden in plain sight. Yep. Okay, now we need to open the valves. There we go. Valve A and 1. Okay, so now we have to go back the way we came. So we're going to quick save. Then we're going to jump across.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Then we're going to quick save again. I'm going to go this way. I don't see anybody.
Let us see what I found.
I don't see anybody down there either. That'd be good. Quick save. Oh, shit. Thank God for that. Okay, stop.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Okay. Disarm with tech use, thank God. Because I just realized I don't have anybody with demolitions in my team. Thank God Pascal's able to use tech use. Fucking hell. Okay, I can't take this anymore. I was gonna do this after stream, so I didn't do it now, but I can't stand that sound effect going off every single time. No. Don't care. The resolve is increased by fellowship on it. That's actually somewhat useful for her because it... Yeah, because it actually... She has a good fellowship bonus. She's got all of that. No. No, she's good on those. Shit. So hold on. Any character uses a heroic act for the very first time in combat that use any ability of their archetype for 0 AP. Gains +5 fellowship when they all use a we'll go with heroic inspiration. And then we'll grab ready to serve. There we go. Come on. Defensive stance now has a -10 penalty for attack opportunities instead of -20. These attack opportunities deal an additional 8 damage. Counts as full cover. The Vanguard gains 3 plus Vanguard's toughness bonus % parry. That's actually really good because he can use that with other melee people. And then we're going to grab... So already got strength and weapon skill. We'll go ahead and grab toughness. Hymns of Hatred. No. I wonder if that stacks. If you could make a whole party of humans with the Stronger Together feat, would that all stack? Because that would be a +30 across the board, or a +30 to the same characteristic as was chosen for humanity. I guess that wouldn't be as good as I was thinking. Regardless. He's already got those. We don't need those. Strange Vitality are under the effects of a psychic power. They gain +5 toughness for each such effect. Maybe. Corpus Conversion I think is better because it does give me the ability to remove certain things. Psychic powers have a 25% chance to regain AP when on Veil Degradation 10 or lower. Yes, that is always good. Anything that gives you AP is good. There we go. Another valve.
Every day, a new opportunity.
Oh shit, that's a demolition. Fuck. Okay. Do I have anything? Who's got the highest demolition? 70, 80. Okay, okay, that's not bad. Wow, I actually have 95. How the fuck? I honestly don't know how that happened. Do we have any items that improve demolition? I don't think we do. No. Nope. Okay, well, I guess,
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
here's hoping.
Just as I
Oh, thank God.
planned.
Alright, grab that. Got some cargo.
Let us not dawdle.
And then there's another one over here. How many more of these do we have? Can we please be done with this soon? I don't see anything over there. Let's try crossing. What is over here? Oh, I'm so glad they added the option to pause the game when you come across traps, because otherwise I'd run face first into every single one of them. There's another valve, so that's valve number 4. How many more of these do we have? Okay, what else is there then? There doesn't appear to be any... No, no. UD5. There's one more? Are you kidding me? 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's the air recirculator. And it can't be in here, because that's where the dudes are standing. There's literally no way to get in there. Does that mean it's over this way?
My options open.
Found
There we go. Aqua's patrols are up ahead. We should blend into the shadows and move quiet. We don't have... There's literally nothing we can do. Stealth is not a skill in this game.
I have a nose for profit. And a
Quick save.
taste for
Jay,
adventure.
your words mean nothing. There's no stealth mechanic. There's no ability to be invisible or anything. There's literally nothing. Okay? Oh, are you fucking... There's literally only one valve left, supposedly. Come on, game. Okay, back
Rise to
up.
the
Back
top,
up.
Or get left in the dust.
Where is he? Okay.
I will lead us to fortune.
Okay, he's going that way. Here.
I always get the job done.
Okay.
This is intriguing.
He's got another one here.
Success is the only
Where the
outcome
fuck
I
is this thing?
I always have a backup plan.
Go, go, go. Where the fuck is the final valve? Where the fuck is the final valve? It can't be in there. There's a fucking entire army in there. Where the hell is the last valve? Where does this even lead? It won't say. I'm assuming that's the exit then. What the fuck?
Always
Where
keep
is
your
the...
eye on the prize.
It is off making Half-Life 3 impossible. Okay, that was a good one, 10 win, but I'm too upset right now. Shit. Fucking hell. Where's he coming from? Where's he going? Okay, he's heading that way. And he keeps going that way. So that leads in there. He's going to take the turn coming up on here. Yeah. It's got to be this way. It's got to be like right behind where he's walking. There's literally nowhere else it could be.
Let us not dawdle.
Quick save one more time. Come on. Come on. Do not turn around, you piece of shit. Do not turn around. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. Fuck, shit, fuck, damn it, fuck, fuck, shit. Behind the patroller near the boss area. I'm assuming that's where he is here, so I have to wait for him to turn back around and head back up the corridor and slip in behind him. Which means I need to be... Come on. I need to be over here. And he's going to walk back this way. We just have to wait. Come on, you son of a bitch. Make sure I'm far enough down the hallway so he can't see me. Alright, go, go, go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh. Okay, did that knock them all out? Pumping gas through the sewer ventilation using one of the abandoned cogitators, which is back the way we came. Son of a bitch. Okay, hold on. Save. We need to go over here. We need to hide behind this, because that guy's going to come back this direction. Yep, I can already hear him. If only he went further in, I'd be able to slip out behind him when he's here. And otherwise, I'm going to have to wait for him to do this entire patrol route all over again. Hold on. Give me a second. I want to try something. Quick save real fast.
It's as good as another enemy down.
Okay, I'm not going to save again. Because if that worked... Son of a bitch even had a splinter rifle.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Because there was nobody else that was patrolling around here.
Oh shit, fuck!
Just a temporary setback.
I didn't realize that that was using my fucking shit. Will the rest of you get over here?
The right way without his light.
Do not attract that asshole's attention. There we go. Set up the cogitator. Thank you. Perfect. Oh. All right. That's taken care of.
I always keep my options open.
Oh, does this mean we don't get the loot from them? I wanted to get the loot from them, but okay. Are they already dead?
Wake up! Wake up, Tora! Come on, you bloody kashka! Wake up!
Jay shakes the surviving twin by the shoulders.
Yeah, this is a trap. We won't let you go.
The bruised and bloodied face with swollen eyes is hard to recognize as the once radiant visage of Tora the twin.
Oh, by the exalted one, what's that ashmag done to your poor face, light of my soul?
Jade gently strokes the girl's swollen cheek, then turns towards you.
He will die here like the scum that he is shedding. It's all that he deserves.
He does not seem to be asking you a question. Ooh. That would buy us some points with Corda. Nah, we're gonna let Jay do this. I may dislike Jay as a member of my companions, but she's still preferable to Corda. Do it. Maybe not with a blast pistol. That's a bit big. Okay. Without another word, the cold trader draws her weapon and carries out your sentence.
That's my brother, you piece of shit.
A few scant tears trickle from Tora's watery eyes. The rest of Jay's gang are huddled together. Despite their pitiful physical condition, they greet you with satisfied smirks, and they continuously shoot delighted glances at you and Jay.
Well, Shireen, from now on, Footfall can sleep soundly. The foulest wart upon its rusted body has finally been burnt off by none other than Jay Kadari. And her wonderful patron, of course.
Jay winks at you, and her face breaks into the most genuine smile that you think you've ever seen from her. Causes a breach in his face. Yeah, exactly. I gave her blast pistols. Be careful with those, woman. Jesus Christ, you could have killed us all.
I'll admit, I'm still struggling to wrap my head around what's happened. I need to go over things with my guys and make sure I have advice and instructions to hand out. As for our little adventure, let's talk about it back on the ship, in a more private setting.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh, this means we don't get the gear from everybody else.
Fortune favor the bold.
Yeah, it doesn't do any damage to them. Oh, I wanted their stuff. An elite blast pistol, which actually, hold on. No, actually, that's the Desolation blast pistol is still better because of its special ability and higher armor penetration. So we don't need that actually. The Scorpion Sting, don't need that, and the reinforced. Wow, he was wearing witch armor. Okay, guy must have been into some stuff, I guess.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
This dude apparently fell asleep standing up.
For profit and a taste for a...
Do you require inquisitorial approval? My mind is focused.
Hit him. Hold on.
I won't object.
Swing. Nope, it won't let me. What about those guys at the entrance? Well, no, they don't matter. They don't. Well, no, one of them was carrying a splinter rifle. Maybe the others are carrying splinter rifles. Hold on. That is a hardcore smuggler. Got some core strength. Yeah, man has some serious core strength to be able to stay upright after being hit by noxious gas. I want to see what happens if we do this. Or are they gone? Did they just disappear?
Is there money to be made?
Yeah, they just disappear. Shame. Okay, let's get the hell out of here then. Just about done. We're coming up on the 6-hour mark for the stream. Oh, good. We don't have to go back down there. Let's see what's inside. Well, Ryza and Vladimir are over there. I can't imagine they're very happy to be working together, given that they have two different groups. Oh, Hieronymus is already here. Okay, maybe now we'll get some more dialogue from him. Also, multiple combat servitors, so I guess we see how they've been able to hold out in here. Oh. See what happens. You have no other options, Ryza. If you abandon Footfall to Korda and flee, where are you going to sell your goods? Or restock your supplies? It will be a slow death for you, with no ammunition, no water, and no air. Quit bargaining with fate, and stick to our plan.
Plan? This is a suicide pact. You've got no allies left, barely any weapons, nothing!
Vladimir and Ryza notice as you enter, the old pirate grinning sarcastically.
You're a runt, playing with the big boys, Vakemo. You've taken on a rogue trader dynasty with only a handful of heavies and a couple of guns to your name. The way I see it, your march to the gallows is becoming more of a gallop.
He does kind of have that face, doesn't he, Tenwin? He does kind of have that face from the artwork, but he is missing like any of the other obvious stuff that tends to show up on their face. Plus, the Genestealer cultists tend to eschew any mechanical augmentations. So that does kind of speak a bit higher of him, that he has those on the side of his head. Turning away from Ryza, Vladimir's expression does not change, but an indistinct curse falls from his lips. Liege Tokara, my formal greetings. Vladimir stiffens, and in a stiff and formal tone, my apologies for being unable to receive your lordship in my office. The present status imposes certain limitations upon me.
Greetings, your lordship, and as for you, Vakemo, I've got nothing to add. Your plans, shit, utter crap, and I don't gamble on those kind of odds. I'll leave you to think about your prospects. Maybe you'll realize that using my last shuttle would be a better idea, while me and my shuttle are still here.
Sure, but it felt like the kind of detail that could easily be missed by a dev team. Fair enough, fair enough. No, as I said, I mean, I was worried he was something. It just seems he's just exactly what he appears, a fairly high-ranking pirate. Look at Vladimir. Oh, I didn't want her to leave just yet. Okay, she's not going too far. The former liege looks angry and focused. Oh, good. His coat collar is unbuttoned, showing the meshwork of ceramite-reinforced armor hidden underneath. He's wearing a gun holster at his side. Now that Vladimir has thrown off his mask of a disgruntled bureaucrat, his sleeves are rolled up, showing old bandit tattoos. He exudes an aura of imperious cruelty. Yes, the Genestealer, we got the cult that shows up on Dargonus as part of an event, and there was also the crashed ship we came across that had an entire team of Genestealers inside that were trying to ambush us. That was one of the first missions where I had access to all of my psychic powers, and fried Genestealer. Very much so. Still scary as shit though, because goddamn I would not want to have to deal with those if I was a melee-centric character. I would probably have been eviscerated. How fares your station, Vladimir? It is turned into a kingdom of death. Executing prisoners, cracking down on corrupt traders, and suppressing dissent are all good, useful policies within reasonable limits. I've used them myself, in fact. However, with Lady Korda, reasonable limits are a distant memory at this point. Fortunately, I've been preparing for that turn of events ever since the hag tried to take Footfall the first time. You helped us then, giving me time to organize. I set up weapons caches, enlisted more forces, deleted my agents' data from their cogitator networks. When Korda seized power, she thought she'd won, but parts of the station are still mine, to an extent. The only real time you encounter them, there's like 6. It was a slaughter, but not of me, yeah. To be fair, the game isn't really focused on Tyranids, so the fact that they showed up at all is still a nice touch. If we maybe get more of them in the DLC or in a future game, I wouldn't be opposed to it. But we are also through the Koronus Expanse, and it's very hard for the Tyranids to get through warp storms in the first place. So the Maelstrom yeah, no orcs. That's surprising to me. Like, they're orcs. They should be somewhere here. I get why people were also complaining, like, this would have been the perfect opportunity to have, like, an orc freebooter as a companion, which would have been amazing. But oh well. My little army continues to wage war upon her enforcers. We have slaughtered patrols, wrestled back detainees, punished those who collaborate with the enemy, or are close to someone who does. Vladimir's ruthless smile is like a jagged steel trap. See, I actually kind of wish they did change his portrait for this then. I would like to see more of the pirate Vladimir rather than the businessman Vladimir. Incendia is conducting her reprisals, and I am conducting mine. everyone on the station suffers, and are reminded that there are consequences for collaborating with the occupying force. I see your position of authority has not really changed you. You remain the bandit you always were. Vadim smiles tersely. I will admit, old habits die hard. I wasn't exactly yearning for a return to the days of my youth, but I will admit, I find myself in the line of fire again, and it is invigorating. Your lordship, I am asking you for your help. Not just on behalf of the portion of the station's population that has not been scared utterly shitless, but on behalf of the Kaspalika mission as a whole. My people and my organization's assets are in a deeply vulnerable position. Help us protect our interests, and we'll help protect yours. Stop making him sound like I'm not intending to. I'm just going for deep Russian-style Eastern European accent because he strikes me as like, you know, Russian mafia boss kind of feel. Also, it's horribly stereotypical of an accent, so it's really easy to do. What kind of help do you expect from me, Vladimir? A general uprising? Doomed to fail. The enforcers have isolated the asteroids, and we can't strike against Inkendia. She still has greater numbers, and her damn throne refractor field will protect her from any direct attack. An insidious smile begins to appear on the liege's lips, so we will ask her leadership to come to us. Exploit overconfidence. She wishes for my blood. Let her come and spill it. She knows that we use the Amasekas as our main meeting place. If you let the enforcers know I can be found and grabbed here, she will come, and she will hardly be able to drag her throne with her. We lure her into a trap, kill her, and take back footfall. Why exactly would I wish to take part in such an action, Vladimir? Because a critically important station in the Expanse is about to become nothing more than a floating graveyard. Once commerce dies, the merchants will turn to piracy, or what else could they do? Connections between the various worlds will be weakened, since Korda will make short work of Astropass as soon as she gets to them. And Korda, well, do you really think footfall will be enough for her? No, she will march on, most likely to yours or Winterscale's worlds as well. Besides, the Kaspalika mission, and I am authorized to say this, sees your lordship as a proven and valuable ally. Inkendia Korda has nothing to offer you. My organization's gratitude is guaranteed. Between losing an influential partner and strengthening your ties with them, I'm sure you'll opt for the latter. And what forces do you have at your command? However much Korda would like to believe that she has kicked the Kaspalika off a footfall, she has not. We are scattered, true, lying low, but there are far more of us than are needed to cause trouble. A small band of my most daring cutthroat staff members who were by my side when I came to power, several business partners who still remember that any venture is only as reliable as the grip of the venturer's hand upon their pistol. Add to that a group of Xenos mercenaries, which my colleagues from the Kaspalika mission have provided me with. A radical solution, I will admit, but they don't care who they kill as long as I pay them, and I have the means to pay them quite well. We would have greater numbers if Ryza wasn't so damnably cautious and Hieronymus did us a favor and shut his preaching trap. Vladimir grits his teeth and adds quietly, would have thrown the good Reverend to a loop long ago if it weren't for the fanatical mob that would show up here to avenge him and ruin everything. And what exactly does Ryza have a problem with? She has misgivings about the prospect of our cooperation. The old rogue prefers not to pick fights unless her victory is a foregone conclusion, and right now she seems to be planning on fleeing rather than fighting. She needs the right kind of motivation. It's a shame there's no one the cold bitch values enough for me to take hostage. Xenos mercenaries in-game would be Drakari, if not in-game would be like, well, it could also be the Slythe, whatever the fuck you pronounce it. The snakes are fairly common among the Drakari, but they're willing to sell their services to just about anybody. Failing that, you can occasionally find a small orc band, maybe from a feral world, who'd be willing to do it for modern weapons and a shuttle that could take them to another planet. But unfortunately, feral world orcs also tend to be the least likely to negotiate, unlike freebooters. And you wouldn't want a full freebooter ship for something like this, because that would attract way too much attention. Eldar outcasts or corsairs might be willing to do it as well if they have a very specific objective they need to accomplish alongside it. Though they would probably be the least likely. Well, I say that, but some of the Eldar corsairs sometimes do shit for quite literal shits and giggles. And why did Ryza call you Vakemo? Old nicknames die hard as old habits. I used to be known by that name on this station. The Vakemo is a myth. A malicious spirit stalking its prey in Footfall's empty sectors. Tokara gives a hearty chuckle. I had a terrible reputation when I was young, you see. And why exactly is Hieronymus here? He continues to preach repentance. Vladim remains stone-faced for a few seconds before giving in and letting a sarcastic smile form on his lips. I know Korda sent him here to make us lay down our arms and renounce our rebellious ways. But he seems taken aback by the scale of Lady Inkendia's purges, which does open up possibilities. If we could put pressure on him, I think he could bring some of his zealots who'll tear apart whoever he points his finger at. A useful man. Honestly, I regret not getting him on side sooner. News of Inkendia's death is hardly going to please the Lord Inquisitor. Considering Kalkazar has never once interfered in the station's affairs, I believe he clearly couldn't care less about us. This means he also does not care who runs the station, so long as things are quiet here and allows him to prosecute his war within the Expanse. And I am going to make sure things are very, very quiet. True, he did give Korda a security detail, but if she's already... Tokara places emphasis on the last word. Already dead, and her death does not reek of deadly heresy, he likely will not bother to investigate. The Lord Inquisitor will simply entrust governance to someone who won't cause him problems. Someone like me. I realize that it is a bold hypothesis, and the Lord Inquisitor may have me hanged for Korda's death, but quite frankly my life is at stake as it is, and I am willing to take that gamble. I understand your plan then. An unblinking gaze fixes upon you. I hope you think it promising, my lord. I will help you overthrow Korda. Each second of her continued rule here cost the lives of hundreds of servants of the Emperor and the Imperium. The innocent are suffering in a way that they have not before, and it must be dealt with. To be fair, Vladim strikes me as the kind of guy who would still go along with that, but he'd also be raising an eyebrow like, yeah, I've heard rhetoric like that before. I'm gonna need to keep an eye on you. The Seneschal furrows his thick brows. I cannot say I fully approve of antagonizing Korda, but having seen her methods being what they are, I do disapprove of assisting her, most definitively. I'm glad you are with us, your lordship. This is a fight we must be well prepared for. As a colleague of mine used to say, if your brain does not hurt from all the thinking of where to hide, it'll discover even your skull is not thick enough once the fight is begun. Which sounds especially ironic, considering how he died. I'd like to ask your opinion on how prepared we are to entertain Lady Inkendia. Perhaps some of those gathered in here will support us, Ryza's people, Hieronymus' zealots, perhaps even Octaviana's regulars, if you can convince them. We can use whoever we can get. If you think that it would be worth fortifying our positions or preparing a few surprises for our guests, my people and arsenal are, of course, at your disposal. All you must do is say the word. As soon as we're ready, send Korda a message, saying that I'm here. Let her come and we will settle all differences the Footfall way, with a proper gunfight. No. I would like to make a deal with the Casbalica. Regretfully, your lordship, I have nothing to offer you at the moment. My access to the assets you're interested in has been temporarily restricted. It's going to take putting a bullet through a couple of heads for me to once again be able to offer an adequate range of merchandise. I'll go and take a look around. Vladim nods attentively, then looks down at a data slate showing a map of the station's systems, scrutinizing it with a pensive expression. And that is where we will finish for the day. We will have plenty of dialogue options for the stream tomorrow. Yeah, nice long 6-hour stream. And Tenwin, thank you for showing up and talking in the chat so much and giving me the follow. Glad that you enjoyed your time here along with everybody else. Let's go see if we can find somebody to raid, shall we? Oh, let me turn off the desktop audio for that so we don't accidentally record shit that we're not meant to. Who have we got? Who have we got? We've got a couple of people who are doing Rogue Trader. Anybody I recognize? I'm not seeing. No. I feel like I've seen this person before doing it. She's doing Rogue Trader as well. Got a little VTuber model. Looks like she's currently talking to Pascal on the ship. So yeah, let's go ahead with that. Looks like her stream's meant to end here pretty soon, but we'll go ahead and drop you guys off there for a little bit. We're raiding Sucrose Cerise, which I think I saw in another person's stream when they were doing Space Marine 2. So I wish you all a great day. I hope you all have a... sorry, I was checking the raid screen, so I didn't see the stuff in chat. Most definitely after every sense I was maybe pipe. Oh, definitely. Rare to find someone playing this game that's actually fun to listen to. Thank you. I'm glad I was able to catch your attention and to keep you entertained. Yes, Tenwin, since you are new, my stream schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sundays. It's always at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Runs for about 3 hours, except again on Sundays where we run a little bit longer. Sometimes up to 6 hours, sometimes a little bit shorter. Depends on the day, depends on everything that's going on. And if you want to catch anything you've missed, my channel on YouTube, Savani, has all of my VODs that I've been uploading since I started streaming. Most of it is Rogue Trader and the Elden Ring DLC, but there's, I think, a stream on Hades and one of the Homeworld games in there when I was deciding what I should play next after I did the Elden Ring DLC. So we will go ahead and raid our fellow streamer here. Go ahead and start that if you all want to sign on, or if you want to go ahead and go somewhere else, I understand. And I hope you all have a glorious rest of your Sunday and the rest of your weekend, and I hope to see you all tomorrow. And if I don't, I hope you have a great week. Have a good one, and I'll see you again next time. Bye.